So, oxygen not included. This is the best I could describe this game as, and obviously if you stick around and watch, you'll see what it is, but just to summarize what it is so you can decide if you want to sit here and watch me play this. This is a video game about, essentially it's a colony simulator. So it's a 2D colony simulator, it's a side view, kind of in the same vein as like RimWorld or Dwarf Fortress are like the two games I tend to compare it to. Like mechanically it works about the same way. If this art style looks familiar, it's because it's the same devs that made Don't Starve and Don't Starve Together, and probably like the same set of artists working on it. So it has that same like sort of sketchy like hand-drawn style to it, and it's adorable. So I love this art style. But I have played this game before. Ages ago, like years ago, I played this game before they added any DLCs to it. I got like quote unquote to the end game, and then I kind of got stagnant. I played the spaced out DLC a little bit, which is why this stream title is not first, it's first-ish. I did play this DLC like 2 or 3 years ago, and I just couldn't get into it. And I think it's because my play style was just like way too stagnant. I wanted to plan everything. I wanted everything to be perfectly safe. And I'm coming back to it now because, first of all, they've made some quality of life improvements to the game. That DLC, I played it pretty much when it released. They've improved it since then. They've made some tweaks and changes. I don't know what they all are, other than apparently they were good. So we're going to be experiencing that, so I might enjoy it more on that account. And then also, like, this has come up just during the Astroneer streams. Like, a couple people at least have like been interested in seeing me play this. They think it would be something fun, and I want to give it another chance. I want to see if I could play this game in a more interesting way that's a bit less stagnant. And I think having chat might help me as well. So like the backseating policy on this game is essentially don't tell me what to do, but you can just give me like advice, pointers. If you think I'm missing something obvious or there's something interesting I could be doing at the time, you're free to suggest that. Like, don't try to like guide the entire thing. Like, let me kind of rediscover things on my own while I play this, but you are more than free to just like recommend that I do things. You're not going to really spoil me on like how the game works, because again, I played it to the end before the DLC came out. Just don't be like too pushy about that, would be my best description of the policy. And I'm not gonna like ban people if you say something that's too backseaty. I'll just like kind of like hone in the rules as we go along here to get an experience that's gonna be enjoyable for me. And then hopefully it'll be enjoyable for you chat members to watch, because this is unlike Astroneer or Spelunky. This is a video game I would not consider myself to know what I'm doing. So this is a little bit of a unique streaming experience, because in all these other games I've been playing, I kind of have a plan every time I go into the streams. I'm like, I know roughly what I'm going to do. I have like a checklist of stuff that I need to hit. This game is not like that. This game is me like just straight up figuring out what I'm doing on the fly. I have no plans. I have no notes written down for like how I'm going to do this playthrough. So we'll have to see how that develops. That's kind of like the summary of what you're in for here. Hopefully this is fun. I want to like do this routinely. I want to enjoy this game. So we'll have to see how that goes. Is my cursor showing up? Yeah, there it is. Okay, my stream is really far behind. Now, of course, this is a new game, and that means if you notice any audio problems or any like visual, like video, audio issues with how this is being presented, tell me immediately if something seems wrong about the balance here, because I think it's fine, but if something's like too loud, I need that feedback from chat like as early as possible, so that we don't go the entire stream with something feeling wrong. So like compared to like how it felt when I played like Astroneer or something, let me know if something seems wrong with how this is presented, or even if the quality is too low. Like if we're in like bitrate kingdom for some reason, let me know about that as well. I don't know why that would happen, but you never know with these games. So let me know if you observe technical issues. If it turns out to be on your end, I'm not going to be upset about that. Like, that happens occasionally. People will say, oh, the audio is desynced, and then they refresh, and then it's fine. But I still want that feedback, just in case it does turn out to be on my end. So that's, I think that's our introduction to this. Let me look at chat again, like the good streamer that I am. Yeah, this is a video. Good way to open this. That's excellent. You could tell that I have not scripted any of this out, because I very clearly don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, trying to plan out a bunch of stuff stalls you out of games. I think that's what happened when I was playing this game alone, is I wanted to plan everything. So we're going to intentionally wing it while we play this. That's a great way to say it. And I'm going to hope that that just ends up being a lot more fun and interesting for me and everybody watching. You will only make fun of me. You'll help if you ask. Perfect. That's excellent. I am live streaming this game, so if I do something stupid, like within reason, obviously, I've talked about this before, you put your Omega lols in the chat, have a keck W, have a giggle at it, just don't just like sit here and say bad streamer is bad for the entire stream. Like, let's not be toxic about it. There's definitely a fine balance on that. I am going to make mistakes in this game. We can all laugh at the mistakes, but once the lesson is learned, we move on and we try not to do it anymore. That said, I'm probably not going to be doing like rollbacks or anything. I think I'm essentially going to play this through like as it happens. So if I completely beef it and I ruin my colony, I'm just gonna go with it. Like, whatever happens, happens. I don't think I'm gonna be going in like super mega base planning for this. So, like, if I lose my colony on day 20 because I did something stupid, we're just gonna start a new colony. That's just how this is gonna work out. And I think that'll also make it a little bit more interesting than like a stagnant, like no stakes, no chance for failure like situation. That's another thing where we'll feel that out. If it feels like I'm way too deep, and then one mistake costs us like literally 6 hours of progress, maybe we'll roll back. I don't know. There's no hard set rules for this, but I would like to play this kind of as the developers intended it, at least initially. Okay, let's see. Clean the flooring, yeah, item lag. Yeah, if we start having lag problems, I'll definitely open the floor to people like suggesting solutions to that, but let's not build the base around the concept of like preventing lag or anything, because that's another thing that'll probably make it stagnant. So just let me make my mistakes, and then along the way, if we start having issues, we can try to figure out like what I'm actually doing wrong here. Didn't know they lagged the game. Yeah, critters. This game, it runs in Unity engine, and I don't know how much like multi-threading or other optimizations it has in it. And my computer it's not a potato, but it's not the best computer in the world either. It's a bit behind the curve here. It's like several years old at this point. So we'll see if we start running into like performance bottlenecks. That's not something I want to worry about at the start. So I would imagine for the first few streams, we're just not going to run into any issues with that unless I somehow, I don't know what I would actually have to do. I know this game's performance isn't that bad. You have to get kind of far in before you start running into issues when you have a ton of stuff going on at the same time. You're playing Satisfactory 1.0, getting close to endgame. Tried to make stuff scalable because trying to play out ratios and shit gives like decision paralysis. Yeah, ratios. I don't even know if that's like, I mean, I guess that's technically a thing in this game, but I think that's more of like a Satisfactory or Factorio thing when you're trying to do that. And I've had that problem in Factorio as well, where I start like trying to plan out the base like from the very beginning and how I'm gonna ratio everything, and I'm just sitting there like I don't really know what I want to do next, because any change that I make is gonna ruin all the ratios and everything else is gonna break. It's fun if you like really have the whole thing planned out from the get-go, but not so much otherwise. Let's stop rambling. It's been 20 minutes here. Let's start playing the video game. So we're not gonna play stream test. That was literally just me making sure OBS can capture it. So new game, default settings, default everything except that. Hold on, spaced out. So there are 2 DLCs for this game. The other one is the Frosty Planet pack. I don't know what this is. I didn't buy this. We're gonna just start with spaced out. We may do a couple playthroughs of this game depending on like how it feels, but for now we are just gonna play spaced out, where apparently they like reworked the way all the rockets like function, and they're accessible earlier in the game. There's more of an emphasis on like colonizing multiple asteroids instead of just the single one. You can actually see these little demonstrations here. The space content in the base game kind of sucked. Like, that was one of the things I didn't really like about it. It was very weird and clunky and hard to use, and Spaced Out apparently just like revamped all of that. I say apparently, I did play it a little bit, but again, I played it barely at all. I think I got like duplicates to the first asteroid, like the closest one, and that's when I kind of burnt out on it. That's what we're going to be doing here. So just this by itself, and maybe in the future we'll buy this DLC and like integrate it into Spaced Out in a new playthrough. But for now, this is what we're going to work with. Overbuild and oversaturate. Yeah, I had a lot more fun even in like Factorio when I just would overbuild stuff and then just see like what else I ran out of, instead of having like perfectly calculated ratios for everything. It was a lot more like organic to just kind of like throw things down when I ran out of a resource. So again, default settings. I don't know what any of this stuff is. So now here's the first like call for the backseaters in chat. Is there anything absolutely essential to my experience that I should understand about this, or would you recommend I just go in blind with whatever in the world this particular seat has given me? Like, if there's something here that you think is going to actually ruin this experience, if I just rolled like two like snake eyes, am I going to get like absolutely boned by this, or is this just fine? If this is just fine, then I'm going to move forward with this. It's fine, it's usually fine, awesome. We'll see how that goes. And now, of course, naming the duplicants. So this is how this is going to work. I'm going to name the first 3 duplicants after my 3 moderators. And then after that, every time we get a new duplicant from the printer, I'm going to open up a redeem, which it's not that expensive. I forget how much it costs. It's like 512 channel points or whatever. Whoever's the first person to redeem that can just choose the name of that duplicant, and that just becomes their name. They might perish horribly, they might survive for the entire playthrough. The only rule for what you name the duplicant is that it just needs to like adhere to my rules and the Twitch terms of service, which should be obvious at this point. Like, if you're gonna try to like put something horrible and inappropriate in that redeem, I'm gonna ban you as if you just put it in the chat. So obviously be civil about it. However, we're gonna start off with my lovely moderators here. Can yours be red? I can't change the colors. That's not how this works. You can pick which of these 3 you want, since I think you're the only mod that's here right now. You get first dibs. But anyways, here's our first decision that we're going to make. Middle one. Well, I'm gonna probably re-roll these. Let me look at these. So again, I am not new to this game. Fundamentally, I kind of get the concept of it. You could change the colors because they added skins to the game. I probably have no skins. If I'm being real, in all likelihood, I have absolutely no skins for this game. So we'll see. Like, this is another thing where, chat, if you want to point me to like a cosmetic option or something that I'm completely glossing over, we can go ahead. But right now, I don't appear to have any way to change these, so we're just going to deal with what we got. So my understanding of this game is this isn't exceptionally important, like what their interests are to begin with, but it does help. And my recollection is that you usually want to have like a miner or digger or whatever they're called. I think it's miner. Someone for construction, and then like sort of a hybrid like research and other things. It's not essential, but I probably don't want duplicate skills right here. So I'm going to like look for a miner maybe. I'm just going to like re-roll. Not that one. Here we go. I'm just going to re-roll like this one until I get something. I like construction. We're going to keep that. And I'm just looking for one of them that has like mining or something, and then I'll let the last guy just sort of be a jack of all trades. We're going to be able to get new ones pretty soon here. Excavation, that's what they call it. Digging and tidying. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's go with this. And then these here. It's fine. I think that one's fine. This one, if I recall correctly, this one makes natural gas, right? Hold on, what are we arrowing? Oh, okay, you could do this. I see. Okay, so I could pick like a specific focus that I want them to have. All right, I get it. Oh god, the caps lock. I'm sorry. Look again, I apologize. This is going to be, if you're experienced at this game and you're trying to put up with me, I apologize. I will try to be responsive to chat here. So let's see, what did I miss? That's bullshit. This is bullshit. Here's 95 reasons why. I think that's a meme, but I don't know what it's from because I'm uncultured. I apologize, but hello, Kai. Yeah, bully me over my lack of skins, because I'm just a unwashed peasant who doesn't have nice things. Isn't there like a loot box system maybe in the menu or something? I don't know. Do they do this like Don't Starve Together where you just get like drops periodically? I don't know. We'll figure out how that works along the way. Get some when you enter the game. Okay, awesome. All right, so let's see. We got excavation and construction. That's good. Agriculture, medicine. I think I want research, so let's make sure we get a researcher to start with, and we'll just go from there. We can do better than that. Can I get one with more science? I don't really need that. I don't want all science. Oh my god. And I also got to pay attention to this a little bit. Don't worry, we're not going to do this. This one might be fine. Devon. A Devon chat. I think this will be fine. Yeah, we're gonna send it. All right, so let's go ahead. Severin, which one of these do you want named after you? Or do you want to name anything else that you'd like? And I'm just gonna name the other 2 after my other mods. but what do you want out of this? You want the red one. You want Devon. All right, what do you want the name to be? Just that? You can always change this. Like, just tell me. I could change this whenever you want. Awesome. All right. And then the other two. Let's see. Yeah, whatever. I'll just... So Adam Jared, who doesn't come around a lot, but he shows up occasionally. I like him. He's still a mod. He's a nice guy. And Soviet winner. There you go. You be Bubbles. Adorable. You log into your Clay account. There's like 3 crates you can redeem. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna write that one down. I'll do that after the stream. I'm like positive I don't have that logged in right now. Just that right there. Good enough. Okay, so I'll try to remember to do that after the stream. I'll just have to check my notes. The main portal will have a thing like DST where you get clothes and spoiler. That's not a spoiler. I'm completely content with that. I don't think we're gonna ruin my game experience by doing that. Okay, name the colony. Anybody got like a good shit post for this, or are we just gonna call this like stream colony? Because I don't have any ideas here. I don't know, somebody say something funny in chat and I might name it that. I don't have a redeem for this. Goblins, Bendigo. Bendigo is tempting right now. Yeah, we're calling it Bendigo. If you know, you know. Alright, let's go. Let's ship it. Alright, so I turned on all the tutorial prompts because I don't remember how to play this game. You know and you hate it. Excellent. Alright, well, you know what, I'll read it. I don't think there's that much lore in this game, so I'll read it out loud for anyone who doesn't know this. There is actually a story to this game. I don't know how deep we're going to be going into it, but the asteroid we call home has collided with an anomalous planet, decimating our colony. Rebuilding it is of utmost importance. I've detected a new cluster of mineral-rich planetoids in nearby space. If I can guide the duplicates through the perils of space travel, we could build a colony even bigger and better than before. Hi, I'm a duplicate. You're probably wondering how I got into this situation. So here's the deal. These little goblins here are called duplicates. They're peasants, they're colony members, they're workers, whatever you want to call them. They're called duplicates in this game because they're clones, I guess. Something like that. And we got a tutorial here, which is hopefully going to tell me how to play this game. But the gist of it is we need to build up basic life support. And I got to remember how to do that. So I think... let's see, how does this work? Alright guys, let's just dig out some rooms over here and start this off. Get access to some areas. How does this work? Okay, so these don't really pop up on your HUD, I guess. You just have to open this to read it. Alright, pan your view, zoom in and out. Go back to the printing pod. Yeah, speed and slow down time. I'm going to speed up the time, like after a bit here, once I get my bearings. Because this game is incredibly slow if you just run it at default speed. Like, look at how long this is taking. So don't worry, we're not going to be playing the whole game like this. I'm not one of those streamers. We're absolutely going to stream this up. Man has fallen into a river in like a city. Let me get that reference. We might have something of that nature happen here at some point. Except if they fall into this water, it's just a matter of whether I can get them out fast enough before they drown. Because these guys are idiots. They don't understand like proper safety, and if they're standing above a pit of magma and they dig out the tile under their feet, they'll just fall into it and die. So that'll be interesting to see if we have any accidents or how long it takes for that to occur. Just scare me for no reason. Look, joke's on you. I'm not going to read the chat message for like far too long, so I'm not even going to like notice it until like the whole bit has passed. So it's going to like backfire if you try to do that. It's going to take me like 2 or 3 minutes to read the message, and by then I'll be like, oh, okay, you were probably memeing because nothing happened. Let's see. Yeah, we can pause, and then we got a database, which hopefully this doesn't suck as much ass as it did in the base game, because I remember that if you tried to look at like any of the materials back in the base game, it had like a bunch of like unfinished like text boxes and like dev like text and stuff in here. So hopefully they clean that up a little bit and this is actually useful, because I remember this like linking to like dead links. Essentially you would click on something to see like what its like molten phase was, and then when you did that it was just a 404 essentially. So hopefully they fixed that up a little bit. So we don't need that anymore. And what else have we got here? Okay, so we're already digging. Yeah, they'll just automatically do it. So essentially this is in the, I don't know about Rimworld for sure, but in the vein of like Dwarf Fortress, you pick a task, you just set it to happen. Ceiling collapse. Okay, whatever. You set a task, and essentially whoever is like the closest and most qualified to do it will just sort of get randomly selected to work on that task. That's how this works. You can't easily instruct a specific duplicant to do something. The game just kind of auto assigns that. Let's go ahead and add a little bit more of this. So that'll be fun, because we'll inevitably have situations where the wrong person like tries to work on one of these tasks. So this one here, we don't care about. I'll watch this just for anyone who doesn't know it. I actually remember roughly what the rules are for this. But we'll go ahead and watch this one real quick. Just for anyone else to get an idea of like why I'm making specific decisions. These videos are adorable. I wish they made more of these for other like parts of the game. I'm just gonna quietly let it play. Oh, I missed a hydrate. I'll do that while I watch. Thank you for the hydrate, Elias. Apologies if I pronounce it wrong. Yeah, so the gist of it is your little gremlins here are 1x2 tiles. And they can't fit through certain corridors, and they can only make specific jumps. And I know like approximately what their maneuverability is, and I will be designing some parts of the base around that. And then we got this one here, which I think this is new. They changed this fairly recently. It used to be that these guys could literally stand in a room that was like 2,000 degrees Celsius and they would just like slowly take damage. And now I think that actually just kills them if you do that. I'm not sure how exactly that works. That is something we're probably going to discover the hard way. Because my understanding is you cannot just put them in a magma room anymore and have them just kind of get out with a couple like first degree burns. I'm pretty sure they just straight up die now if you do that. Maybe it's not as ridiculous. They could still stand. Okay, well, let me rephrase this question then. Since my interpretation was that they made this less forgiving, just how ridiculous is this? It's scalable. Okay, maybe that's kind of like what I was thinking. I just remember that it didn't matter what the temperature was beyond like their like burning threshold. They would just take damage like every few seconds. Like they would die if you left them in lava, but they would die just as fast in a room full of steam as a room full of magma. And I'm assuming that they redid that a little bit to be like not absolute nonsense, so they will actually perish now. They also get other debuffs. Okay. So there's more complexity to that. We are inevitably going to discover that as we go along here. So here's our temperature overlay, which if you're colorblind, I apologize. I'm not sure how well this comes across with that, but I'm using just the default like color schemes for all this stuff. But essentially the temperature here is good, and it's apparently really hot over there. It's really cold over here. Hot over there. Yeah, the whole starter biome is basically just you're pretty safe to go. This is called temperate, apparently, and we are going to be playing this in Celsius. Even though I am an American, I'm playing this in Celsius because I'm trying to be a civilized human being and adapt to the ways of the rest of the world. So we will be talking about things in degrees communism instead of degrees freedom, so I apologize if that offends anybody here. But I prefer this unit of temperature measurement anyways. It makes way more sense than the freezing point being 32 degrees and the boiling point being 212. I don't know whose well, it was Fahrenheit. It was probably not Fahrenheit's idea. They probably just named that after that guy and he was already dead, because that seems to be how science works. Alright, so F3. This is probably one we're going to be using a lot. Let's see, what are the other overlays? Power, we don't have that. Oxygen. This is the other important one. This game is called Oxygen Not Included because sometimes you gotta solve the oxygen problem yourself here. So these guys are apparently suffocating while they stand here and mine this out. And we got lots of oxygen over here. Airflow is really important in this game. So this is something I'll have to be mindful of. So that's temperature. Oxygen is F1. I think, where are these overlays? Okay, they're all up here. What else have we got here? Materials, that's very easy on the eyes. Light, we don't care about right now. Plumbing, don't have. Ventilation, decor. Germs, it'll be interesting because I never really interact with that content much. Okay, so I think these two are going to be our big ones here. Apologies if I just was flashbanging anybody here. Yeah, no freedom units. Oh, bad spawn, redo everything. Now we're rolling with what we got here. Let me unpause. There's no reason for me to unpause. You're American and you hate freedom units. Awesome. That's a good attitude to have. Like, as much of an American as I am, there are some things this country, like, there's a lot of problems with this country, but, like, just the whole metric system and the fact that people just refuse to, like, adapt to that. I want to be compatible with the rest of the planet, because believe it or not, the United States of America is not actually the only country on this planet, and everybody else has decided to use the metric system instead, with the exception of, like, a few outliers. I would like to just do that, too. You know, why can't we just do that so that everybody can be on the same page about this nonsense? You're not American and Fahrenheit makes 0 sense. I don't think it makes sense to anyone. I've looked this up on, like, Wikipedia. There's apparently a reason why they picked, like, the numbers they did. It was, like, 32 was, like, the freezing point of, like, something else or some solution of water and some other substance. It may have made more sense for, like, whatever scale was being worked on at the time. Like, it was most likely built around the capability of measuring it. I think 0 degrees Fahrenheit was, like, some solution of, like, water and salt or something, like, when that would freeze. I could be wrong about this, so please look it up yourself if you're actually curious. But, like, essentially, it made sense at the time. Let's make some beds for them. What time is it? Okay, they're, like, halfway through the day. Let's make some beds so this isn't a complete mess. I'll just, slap them down in the oxygenated area, and we'll make a 4th one for whenever we get a new guy. And then I don't know what the boiling point was based on. If I be completely honest, that might be some other element. Like, look at Wikipedia. Wikipedia is your friends. Even though your teachers in school tell you you're not supposed to use that, Wikipedia is usually pretty good about, like, science-related stuff, but obviously look at the sources if you're going to write a paper about it. Don't base your, like, PhD thesis on information in Wikipedia. But in this case, we're going to use Celsius, because it's nice and simple. 0 degrees is freezing. 0 degrees bad, 100 degrees boiling. Also bad for the duplicants here. It's just more, like, comprehensible and digestible that way. Though, unfortunately, that means that 69 degrees is not an optimal temperature in the real world, but we got to give up certain things when we switch over to Celsius, and I'm willing to give up 69 degrees as optimal temperature, if it at least means that everything else makes sense. Yeah, new Astroneer update. It's really wild, like, the DLC that they added. I wasn't expecting the Astroneer DLC to just be a 2D, like, colony management simulator. But you know what? It's kind of working for me. I love what they've done with this. Hello, Infernus. Alright, so let's see here. Again, we will speed this up once I kind of get my bearings and, like, focus on what it is I need to be doing here. But we're going to play it at, like, 1x speed for the first couple days until I figure out what I'm doing. So let's see, what have we got here? Okay, they're all idle. So we've got a little bit more time left in the day. Let's look at the schedule to figure out what they're doing here. I don't remember what I have to click on for that. Here we are. Past Aurora. Okay, that's apparently the name of the asteroid we're on. So this, I'm just going to call it Pasta from now on. So we're on Pasta. This is just the default schedule that the game picked for me. This is one of those things where if there's any backseaters in chat that, like, want to suggest something different for this, I'm open to that idea. I don't know exactly what's optimal here. I remember that I would usually, like, remove bath time and give them, like, an extra tick of downtime. Okay, you're saying that too. So that's still a thing, right? Like, bath time is essentially just pointless if you just give them, like, more downtime to do the same thing. And remove 1 sleep time as well. All right, let's just overwork these little shits immediately. So you mean something like this, right? 2 sleep time is optimal. Extra downtime if you want a free moral point. Okay, so that's what we've given them. Because if I'm right, they'll use downtime as bath time, right? Once they're done, like, eating or whatever. So they'll if they have that opportunity, they'll go for it. And then the other thing that I remember being useful is adding, like, a rotating schedule so you always have somebody active. So is there any reason why I shouldn't do that? Like, kind of, like, split these guys up among 2 or 3 schedules so there's always somebody awake doing something? Or is there, like, a reason why that's a bad idea? Because I remember that always being a useful thing to do. It depends. All right, what does it depend on? Meanwhile, let me... oops, that's not the button I want to press. Now, whatever, I'll just keep this menu up. If a dupe is better at night, given nighttime. I don't think any of these guys have that because it shows up on their little, like, yeah, it shows up next to them, I think, if they're like a night owl, and we don't have any of those right now, so I don't think that matters. I'm just saying, like, having 3 schedules and then splitting them up like this, I recall is a good way to make sure that somebody is always doing something, and you don't have all of them, like, going to the bathroom at the same time, so you can have fewer bathrooms, like, that kind of thing. Some downtiming buildings are better with more dupes on the same schedule. Well, we're going to have more of these guys. Like, I was going to just, like, evenly distribute them among the schedules like this. So if this is not a bad idea, then I'm going to go ahead and play it out the way that I remember it being good, which was to essentially just shift the schedules over like this. So you do that, because I think if they don't have a modifier for, like, day and night time, they don't particularly care when they're actually going to bed. So you can just set it up like this. And they're like completely functional if you do that, and then you've pretty much always got somebody available to do something. You recommend 3, but it doesn't really matter right now. Okay, so here's what we'll do then. We'll put them all on the same schedule so they're all like synced up, and as we get new ones, we'll start splitting up the schedules. I'm just going to leave these here. I'm not going to name these, and I'm just going to turn the alarm off because it's annoying, and it just makes a noise whenever the shift ends, which I don't need that feedback from the game. I can just see it happen up here. Alright, so that's what we'll do. We'll set that up in the future. Let's unpause and give them bathrooms before they get sad. So, let's see. Base. Oh, I build tiles. Is that a tile? Okay, there's a copy button. What is that? B. Okay, we're gonna have to get used to using that. Okay, G is mining. I don't think any of them are gonna get stuck. This is like the maneuverability of them. They could crawl through this little gap, as you see here. So I'm gonna have this hole in the floor until I get around to building ladders. And let's see if we can build them an outhouse before they, like, get upset and pee all over the floor, which they absolutely will do. I don't know if we have enough time for that, but, like, they don't got anything else to do, so that's what they're gonna be working on. You group them up. So tidies and cleaners in the same rotation. That's just a grouping thing. Okay, that one I'm not going to do right now. Okay, yeah, never mind. They stopped for break time. All right, well, if you guys are going to stop working, then you don't get any bathrooms for the rest of the night. So have fun. Don't pee all over my ground. We're due, and we'll get over it. All right, so we can speed this up. What's the button for this tab? There we go. All right, so here they are at 2x speed. Do I know? Oh boy. Okay, are we playing that game? Is something terrible about to happen? You know, let's just let it happen, whatever it is. He'll be back. Good luck. All right. Hopefully this colony won't be destroyed by then. You guys are supposed to be sleeping right now. Did I mess up your schedule? Oh, I see. Okay, one more take, and then they're all gonna go to bed. Okay. We have an insomniac here. So this little shit here, this is where this matters. So, we're not insomniac. Some of them have a modifier. It looks like a Severin here. Where does this show the modifiers? I gotta pay attention to this. Traits. Where is that information? Am I dumb? Did I miss it? I'm gonna say it says it right here, but I'm wondering where this is described. Am I completely blind, or do they all hate light? Oh, you know what it is? You're right. Yeah, there's a modifier where they like having light while they sleep. Okay, that's what it is. So this... Severed, unfortunately, you picked the shitty bed, which is your fault because I didn't actually, like, assign you to this one. So you're gonna have a fun night. We're gonna need to wall this off and get this goddamn thing out of the way. But for the first night, you know, you're gonna have a little bit of a rough one. You'll get over it. Just close your eyes hard. Put your head under the pillow. Alright, so luckily they didn't pee themselves, but it looks like right here... Hopefully this is readable, because I don't think I could change the font size for chat, but we got full bladder here, so I'm pretty sure that you're all going to need to pee-pee in a moment here. So hopefully they'll build the beds before they do that, because otherwise they're absolutely just going to go on the floor. I mean, this might not be legible on mobile, but there's very little I could do to make the mobile experience better, because it's mobile, so... I apologize, I will try to speak out, like, any problems I observe. That I need to, like, say what it is instead of just, like, hovering over the text and hoping that you can read it. I'll try to be a professional streamer. If I'm not being a professional streamer, please tell me so that I can actually explain what I'm doing here. If you happen to be an unfortunate soul who's stuck on mobile. Alright, they got bathrooms now, so they should be okay. Yeah, it's having this in the background. Okay, I guess that also helps then if I say it, so that if you're not actively watching, you kind of have some passive idea of what's going on at the very least. Okay, what are the hotkeys? I need to learn the hotkeys. So let's see here. We got. Okay, so these are just the number keys all the way up to 0. So B is like the pipette tool from a lot of other games. So I click on something and I press B, and I will make another copy of that. If I can. Apparently, though, if I click on this one, it just starts typing in the element filter. So whatever. Now let's see. We need to make a door. So 1. Okay, so I think I have to click on these, right? Once I open up the menu, I do have to click on the thing that I want to build. That should keep this little shit out, if I recall how this works correctly. As long as I don't leave the door open, it'll still shine light through the door, so I should probably also destroy this bed and move it away. So let's go ahead and move the bed away from there, so it's a little darker in this area. And there's another one on that side, so let's just go ahead and build another wall. There's no organization scheme to this. I need to give them a step so they can get to that top tile. There's no, like, organization to this. I'm just going to put things wherever I can. Press Y. What does Y do? Harvest. Okay, right. Yeah, that's a thing, isn't it? You can harvest this. Yeah, so what I've been instructed here to do by a generous chat member is these plants, I think, will just kind of grow on their own. You know, you just harvest all of these. I don't think any of these are going to go bad before you eat them. But I've been instructed to press the harvest button, and my recollection here is that this just enables the farmers to come and pick that up just whenever. So hopefully they'll have some food sitting around and we don't have to start feeding them dirt. So I need to give them a way to get over here. So what I'm going to do is just kind of remember the controls and just kind of give them a bridge so they can come over here and harvest whatever this nonsense is. E makes you build the last object. Yeah, I was using that. Like a Soviet winner's dupe. Not bad streamer. I wasn't paying attention. Something. Nobody peed, right? I don't think anybody peed. Yeah, you're fine. You unrested, afraid of the dark. Wait, we do have. Okay, we do have one that's afraid of the dark. Okay, so I guess I don't know what it was called then. Maybe that's nyctophobe. Okay, yep, alright, there we go. It's all coming together now. And yeah, you have fun with your dinner, or whatever it is you're doing. Don't worry, I won't burn the colony down while you're not here. I'll try my best once I remember the controls. So I'm just going to build out the platform a little further, just so I can put stuff over here. I think we don't want to dig out this oxalite. So my recollection is whenever you dig out terrain in this game, it like cuts it in half, like it just destroys half of the mass. And this is literally like per unit of mass going to turn into oxygen. Please don't. Whatever you're doing here, please just get out of that spot. Don't trap yourself, Adam. Anyways, I'm pretty sure if I dig this out, it's less efficient than just leaving it here. Because I think it just deletes whatever the oxygen was that it was going to produce. And we have no oxygen production in this base. So we need this stuff to be as optimal as possible until that time comes. So I'm gonna like not excavate this stuff whenever possible, and I'm gonna let it off gas until it just produces oxygen on its own. Yeah, we're looking really good right now. There's a pocket of CO2 over here. That's what this is. I thought it was monoxide for some reason. Yeah, I think we're good on that, so I don't have to worry about that. They're on break time again. So let's see, what are we supposed to be doing here? We have video. We're not doing that yet. Okay, we got another one of these. Let's watch this and see what we're supposed to do. God, these are adorable. Yeah, they delete energy by digging. Okay. It's like that for the oxalite too, isn't it? Like, if they dig up oxalite, it just deletes the oxygen, right? It doesn't just immediately deploy it into the environment. And then it drops half of it as an item. So you lose a bunch if you do that. Yeah, we'll be having plenty of fun with water incidents there. That video, I think, is a very light example of what can go wrong if you let water out in the wrong part of the base. Why did I earn an achievement? What did I do? Awesome. Cool. Yep. We did it. We have bathrooms. Alright, so I'm not going to look at these two because these aren't relevant right now. I'll look at the videos in a bit. Let's see. So they're all sleeping. Yeah, here we are. Okay, so we do need to lock you in a room with a light, a shine bug. I might be able to do that over here. I don't have like any ranching set up at this point, so I don't have a good way to move these, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so let's see, what are you... Yeah, you're just unrested. What is the debuff for that? Okay, they just get stress. Well, we'll see how that goes. We'll start seeing the implications of stress at some point here. I'm just gonna not worry about that for now, because I don't have an easy way to move these guys around. I guess maybe, honestly, maybe I could just... Can I make lights yet? Hold on, I'm being a big dummy. I don't need one of these bugs if I could just make lights. I can't make lights. Alright, that'll segue into the research. So we need a research station. Let's do that. That's what we're supposed to be doing. Base. Stations? Research station. Alright, this thing I think emits light, actually. Wait, hold on, does this thing emit light? I think the station emits light. That might actually be enough for Crybaby here to not be, like, scared of the dark. So I'm gonna put a bed, like, right there. And, how do I unassign this? There we go. I'm gonna put a bed right there. Let me pause as well, because I'm missing time. There we go. That should solve the, like, scared of the dark thing. And then we need a research station, which I think also works better in the light. And I think now it's time to actually build a ladder. So let's just... Actually, no, don't dig that out. How do I cancel tasks? Is it just X? If somebody tells me what it is... Okay, C, that's what it is. Cancel task. I want to build ladder tiles, or else they're going to get stuck while I do this. We'll just destroy that oxalite, because it's in the way. Click the priorities tab. Oh yeah, that's a thing, isn't it? I'm just going to assign them to what they're good at doing, just a little bit, so they're more likely to be the ones that get to sign. I assume that's what you were going to tell me to do. If not, please tell me what you were actually going to tell me to do before it's too late. I don't want to dig that up, so I'm just going to leave this like that for a moment. We're going to dig out another floor down here so I can put like some power generation. So I want to actually dig this out. I want to make a way for carbon dioxide to get out. I think, yeah, we'll just dig up the plants, whatever. I just want to make sure that carbon dioxide doesn't pool in this area, because I'm going to have them down here building stuff. Okay, don't let other dupes do research. Priorities. Let's see, who's my research here? Okay, yeah, that's probably a good call. You do that. Okay, so we have our dedicated researcher now. Yeah, otherwise it slows balls. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, and we're going to be doing research in a moment. Alright, so Severin, you are the only person that's allowed to be smart. And then these other two nitwits are just going to, like, dig dirt and eat lice or whatever this gross mealwood creates. You're going to be our genius for now. There you go, perfect. You have an emote for goddamn everything, don't you? Okay, so the exercise machine. Now that I think about it, let me put that up here. Because I don't want them trying to... Not exercise, rather, the power generator. Let me put that up here because I don't want them to be down there doing that. Because if I do have carbon dioxide pool in that area, they're just going to be sitting there. Like, miserable. So let's get some basic power generation. I'll just make, like, one of these. I don't know, I'll leave a little room for another one. And then we gotta set up some wires. I don't really have an organization scheme for the wires right now, so I'm just gonna do that. Maybe I'll start putting them in the floor at some point, but I can't build wires through these raw materials. They'll actually excavate it if I try to do that, so we're just gonna have gross background wires until I get around to making this base, like, look better. Which may or may not ever happen. Alright, so nobody should be standing around right now. We got plenty for you guys to work on. While they're doing that, what have we got? Oh, we have a print. How long has this been here, chat? Have I been blind stream, or did this like just pop up a moment ago? Alright, here we are. Let's see, what do we want? Only been like a minute. Awesome. Thank you for not immediately berating me for this, but if I don't notice one of these after a minute or two, like, please tell me that one of these is ready. So for anyone who doesn't know what's going on here, every few days, I don't really remember, it's like every 3 or something, or cycles is what they call these. this printer activates and you can select one of these things. And I just have whatever the default settings are for this, so I can either pick like duplicates or I can get a care package. I don't think we need sandstone, it's literally everywhere. So we're gonna pick a duplicate, 3.5 cycles. All right, got it. So let's see, who am I inclined to get here? I don't think we need like doctoring or anything yet. We're not really encountering diseases. You thought it was 3? And whatever. You two fight amongst yourselves. It's about 3. I'm content with that. I'm inclined to get Ellie here. That's the one that I'm voting on here. Mouth breather, it's fine, whatever. Yeah, I don't think we have a problem here. And hopefully we don't have to worry about their stress reactions. If we play this game correctly, this will never happen, and we don't have to worry about them breaking shit when they get sad. And if they do get sad and they start breaking shit, well, you know what? That just adds more spice to the run. So I'm not going to worry about the stress reactions. I'm going to worry about their negative traits in case it's something that I think is going to be a huge problem. And I don't think this is going to be an issue here if we have all our base oxygen under control. I'm picking Ellie because ultimately I'm making my own decisions here. So I'm going to enable that redeem now. So the first person that redeems that can just name this duplicate if you want to. I can go back and name her whenever. And it doesn't have to be your name, chat member. You pick literally whatever you want within the rules, and that'll be the name of the duplicate. And if nobody redeems it, I'll just leave the redeem open. Me. Okay, well, I have to ask the inevitable question. Do you want the name to be me, or do you want it to be named after you? All right, so let's see here. We need to get a research focus. I'll let you fill me in whenever. Just in quotes, me. Okay. Now let me do that now before I forget. So let's see. I think you can get to that through here. That's a pain in the ass. I'll just go find her. There you are. There we go. All right, awesome. There's your very own duplicate to hopefully not have to watch die somewhere. All right, so let's see. Soviets on the right bed. I don't think anybody else had any weird traits, so I think we got the bed situation locked in. Let's do the research now. So here's another thing where I'm open to backseating. If somebody has like a very important suggestion about what I should be doing first, I'm open to that. But let me look at this for a second first and kind of just get my bearings on this, because it's been a very long time since I've done that. Medicine is not very useful. My impression is that getting liquid and gas management is usually important, especially liquids, because this allows us to make plumbing pretty early in the game, and that allows you to automate something that is otherwise a gross problem of having to clean out the outhouses, not have proper water and sanitation. I have always been prone to getting liquids first, when I played the base game, and then kind of branching out to other stuff. Ceiling lights, yeah, duplicate work speed is increased, so we could slap one of those above a bed as well. That would give us a little more versatility there. I don't think decor is terribly important at the start of the game before you start giving them a lot of stats and responsibilities. And computers are cool, but I don't think we need that right now either. So any backseaters want to suggest something? Otherwise, I think I'm just going to go for liquids to start off with. Okay, backseating, awesome. Next level science, water tab, farming tab. Where's the science? What are you talking about here? Is that up here, or am I a big dumb? Advanced research. Okay, hold on. Let me zoom out. I don't know what these are called. What category is it in, or is there an easier way to find it here? Oh my God, there's a lot of these. This didn't used to be here. Colony development. All right, that's what I needed. Crafting station, advanced research. Okay, you're recommending I go straight to this. You can search. Oh yeah. Oh, okay, I'll have to keep that in mind. My brain doesn't usually register search bars. Okay, so you're recommending the water tab afterward, which I assume you mean the liquid tab. The science station. It's only what I'm already confused. Supercomputer. This one. Okay, I'm confused. What are you talking about with water? Do you mean the water cooler? I apologize. I'm having trouble understanding what you're recommending that I do here. Get the supercomputer. That's this thing. Okay, let's do that. No, I understood that. Get the spur computer. All right, so you're suggesting that I do this and then I go down for liquids. Or at least, you know what? I'm going to go down for liquids anyways after that because I want to. But let's go ahead and start off with this because this, I don't know, this might be a good idea. We still have a nice place to get some morale. I don't think it'll take too long to do this initially, so I'm not too worried about it. But I'm going to go for plumbing, I think, after I get that. It's hard to type. Oh my god, Alright, Beck, listen. When I was playing with Neosa, I don't know if there's snails in this game, but look, I fed snails yesterday with Neosa while playing Don't Starve Together, and they didn't deserve it. The snails were assholes, and they were interfering with a boss fight constantly. So you know what? I don't know if I'm going to be feeding any snails in this game, if there even are any. Maybe we'll get lucky and there's like a cute snail critter in this game, but if there isn't, then I'm sorry, you're out of luck. And they loved it. The fuckers bit me. I gave them a pile of rocks so they would leave us alone while we were fighting the Nightmare Were Pig. They ate the rocks in like 11 seconds and then came over and tried to bite my ass because I had more rocks in my inventory. Those fuckers did not deserve the rocks that they were given during that game. And then we killed them afterward because that's what they deserve. Rocks, yummy. God, I hate the snails in that game. They're awful. Then you'd recommend farming. Yeah, farming is also pretty early. Yeah, I'm not streaming Don't Starve Together. I'm playing it with Neosa, however. So I've like been in her streams for like the majority of the streams she's been doing in the last couple of weeks. And we were fighting Nightmare Were Pig. It's been an interesting playthrough because I've never fought a lot of these bosses like with more than one person, aka myself, in the game. Snails? I don't think there are snails in this game, but I don't know that for sure. There might be snails. We'll see. Rocks don't taste that bad. I can't say from personal experience whether or not that's true. I don't need to be placing floors. Okay, let me focus here. What are we doing? I'm getting very flustered and distracted here. So let's see. So I think the way this works until I build a battery is somebody has to stay on this at all times. So I'm going to build a battery. Salt is a rock. You know what? That's true. You got me there. That's some big brain thinking right there. Salt is technically a rock. So rocks do taste good by extension because salt tastes good. You're right. I've never thought about it that way. Yeah, so what we want to do here is have a battery so that we don't always need somebody sitting on this generator for somebody to do research. Yeah, you get... Why are you on the generator? What the... Stop. Stop. No. Hey, stop it. Priorities. No, you're not allowed to do this. Okay, here we are. That's how you do this. Default. Somebody in chat probably told me to click that. If not, you should have. Alright, so that'll hopefully... Can you just, like, get off of that? Stop. Get off of that. Let somebody else do it. You know better than this. You're more sophisticated than this. You said all dupes, so read the fine print. Okay, I knew somebody in chat told me to do this. No, I assumed immediately that I was the one being a dummy here. So thank you for telling me to do that, and then I just didn't... Don't dig the bottom one, please. Okay, good. And then I just didn't do it anyways, because I'm a bad streamer. Okay, there we go. Alright, we have idlers, so I'm going to pause whenever I see idlers, because I don't want to burn time here. These guys are essentially burning through oxygen and food, while I'm sitting here not doing anything useful. So let's be productive. Let's optimize our productivity here. What do we need them to be doing? Alright, we're doing okay on food for now. I should probably start setting up farming, however. So, what plants do we have access to at the moment? Let's see. Or do I not have any farming structures? Maybe I should do that soon. I don't have any farming, do I? Oxygen diffuser, we could build that if we run into trouble. I have to research to get any farming, don't I? How far along are we? Click on the rations box. Okay, I'll do that in a moment. I'm going in the wrong direction every time. Food. Yeah, I have to do this. Check it and put it on priority 9. Okay, this is a question for experienced players. What does this actually do? Does this increase the priority of the task of putting things in the ration box? Like, is that what this does functionally? So, like, if there's food on the ground, they immediately put it away? Okay, that's what you're saying. Or 9. Well, I want to save priority. I guess priority 9 is important. Okay, well, I'll set it to priority 9 for now. Hello, Brainless Society. Okay, well, I'll just take your word for it that we want to do that. So I'm going to assume that means that they will, in fact, like, immediately take this and put it away so it doesn't rot on the floor. Yeah, there we go. You can do 8 if you want, but they should do it overall. I'm going to set it to 8. I do not want to be a yellow alert base. Like, just to be clear about that, you can set a task. Let me see where that is. This one here, top priority. This makes a yellow alert base, which I think literally anybody who is capable of doing the task will get assigned to do it until it's finished. And you have this horrible yellow overlay all the time. This is not going to be a yellow alert stream, I promise. We will only use this when we actually need something to happen. So I'm going to try to use these priorities correctly, because if you set everything in this game to priority 9, then nothing is priority 9. If everybody is special, nobody is. So we're going to use this for stuff that's actually important and just use 5 as the default. And we'll go for 8 for this one. So hopefully they will prioritize just putting crap in the food box so it won't presumably spoil or whatever. Put it away after eating. Oh yeah, that too. I guess if they don't finish their meal or whatever. We'll see what intricate problems arise while I'm doing this. Increases the task and makes them move stuff from lower priority to higher priority. Okay, we don't have any containers here, so we're not quite at that point. What was that sound? Was that research? Yeah, it was the research finishing. Okay, so I'm gonna let this one finish, and then I'm gonna immediately move on to food, and then I'm gonna do liquids. This is one where I'm gonna make an objective decision here. Even if this is not the right decision, I'm gonna make streamer decision here, and that's what I'm going to be doing. So let's see, we don't have anything new. Meanwhile, while that's going on, what can we do here? Water cooler. Yeah, whatever, you guys can hang out down there, I guess, during your break. I'm desperately trying to do this.
I am he.
Oh, let's go. Hello, Soviet. Alright, so this little gremlin is the one that got named after you. So she is afraid of the dark. That's it. I think that's the only, that's the only thing I remember about this duplicate. So congratulations, this is you. Right here. You're afraid of the dark. So you get a bed right next to the light because it's very scary and you need a night light. Congratulations. And thank you for the resub. Hello, Squilly Bob. Good luck. Thank you. Hopefully things will go well here. Again, I am not, for anyone who's just, stopping in, hopefully this is not an agonizing experience to watch, because I have played this game before. I just have, minimal experience on the Spaced Out DLC. Insufficient resources. Right, we need to get water in this video game. Alright, here we are. So let's go down here and get some water. Yeah, that would probably help. I don't think they can do much with the water cooler without that. Yeah, dupes are idling. Let's see. I might as well just have them, dig out terrain. So let's see. Let's get access to a few more, biomes or whatever, while they're idling. So we're gonna do... No, that's... There's no undo button in this game, is there? I wanted to do ladders. Pick that. Make ladders. Go up there. And let's go under this so that we don't destroy it. And then I don't remember what the hotkey is for harvest plants. Y, apparently. I'm just going to set them to harvest all these. Whenever I open up these rooms, I don't think there's any reason not to just let them harvest these immediately. Because we're probably going to need the food by the time we get there. Water's going to be filled with piss. That's probably going to happen at some point here. That'll be exciting. Every viewer gets a 20% recycle stress debuff for idle dupes. Yeah, yell at me if you see idlers and I haven't been noticing. Hopefully this will be less agonizing as I get, into the rhythm of things. But yeah, there's definitely going to be idlers while we're doing this. Alright, so we're going to do that. Dig this one out. Okay, so at the very least, they should all have something to do now. Let's see, they have access to all that. Just dig that out because it's annoying me. So once they're down here, I'm going to set up, just a generic pump on this water. I don't really have any better plans than that. I think... Yeah, you get one of these by default, so this will just be a temporary measure. Just so they can get water, and eventually we're going to need water for food. We have no research. Alright, let's go. So I said I was going to immediately go for food, so I don't have to make mush bars. It'll be a miracle, chat, if we can go through this whole playthrough without having to make, like, just dirt for them to eat. Let's see if we can pull that off. Can we get a head start on farming and not have to feed them dirt? Probably not, but maybe I'll do this right and we'll actually get away with it. Wouldn't that be exciting? Alright, so let's build a floor here, except for these tiles. They should be able to jump across that. And I'm going to tentatively build the farms, like, kind of in this area. You know, let's see if any of them get stuck here after I build this. Hopefully they're smart enough not to do it. You can tell Soviet Winter is the best dude. Let's see, what are you good at? Hold on, let's look at your bio. Construction. Okay, you're my builder. Yeah, okay, you're the one that constructs things. So you are an essential part of our colony right now because a lot of things need to be built. Are they not going to hang out in here until... Okay, what? Hold on, this is not a recreation room. Alright, here's another game mechanic that I'm not very good at. How do I make a rec room? What do you need? So you need a... Okay, they need a decor item. Do we have any decor items so that they'll actually hang out here like they're supposed to? Check the skills, please. Okay. Oh my god, one thing at a time, please. We don't have any decor. Okay, well, they're not going to use that rec room then, so whatever. Check the dupe skills. Alright, what do you want? Oh, yeah, this is a thing. I completely forgot about this. Thank you. Alright, me here, I guess, starts with a skill point because she got printed, like, afterward. I usually just have them go straight through. Yeah, they get hats, too, but you guys are all, like, just... You're not good at anything yet, so I can't give you hats, I'm pretty sure. And you do start with a skill. I had completely forgotten about that. Thank you. I'm about to go into farming, so I think I might as well just do this. Click on them to see how close. And does it show that? Skill points. And they're a little ways off. It'll be probably a couple cycles before they do anything. This is another one where unless somebody in chat tells me it's a bad idea, I'm just going to go with my instincts and just give them what they like unless I really need a different skill. And we're about to go into farming. So I'm going to get a farming duplicate. I really want to see if we could do this playthrough without them eating dirt at all. You like trains. Okay, are you just writing your own, like, personality and lore for your character? Alright, well, you're gonna have to remember it. I'm not writing this stuff down, so... Soviet Winter likes trains. You go what they like is so much nicer. Yeah, I guess, let me... this is a weird stream, chat. This is simultaneously me knowing what I'm talking about and me being a complete idiot and getting backseated. Like, this is a very bizarre, like, dynamic that we've got going here. But, like, again, I played this game, but not the spaced out DLC, so I know how this game works, roughly. And I think, let's see, what does it say here? Where does it describe what this little heart does? I think they, like, get morale or something for giving them something that they like. So there's basically less of a penalty. If you give them too many skills, what happens is they get stressed out, and you need to give them a lot of, like, anti-stress activities during the day, or else they'll go crazy and start breaking shit or peeing everywhere. I don't think they do that. They vomit everywhere, or they binge eat or something. But the point is, you don't want them stressed out. And if you give them skills they like, they don't get as stressed out as if you give them skills that they don't like. It's something like that. I didn't, like, look at the before and after for the morale, but essentially you want to keep this morale higher than the red bar here. If the red bar gets bigger than the green bar, that's when they start getting, like, upset. It's something along those lines, and I'm going to favor the skills that they like most of the time. And then when we have extra points, we'll start allocating, like, other useful activities that we could put them on as long as we give them nice things so that they don't freak out. So this has probably been pissing somebody off in chat, but we have a lot of these boxes on the side. Let's click on this one and look at the morale video, because I think I just unlocked that. So maybe this will explain what I was just talking about a lot better than I did. Thank you, game. Yeah, that's about the brain size I would expect these guys to have, if I'm being honest. God, these are so cute. Dibs on the next duplicate. There's no dibs. It's whoever redeems it first. I have it set to a max of 2 redeems per stream per person. I would prefer if people didn't, like, try to snipe both of their, like, name a duplicate redeems back to back. And if there's not enough of them, that's when I'll, like, unlock it so that I'll allow more than one. But try to share the wealth a little bit. So as you can see here, this poor guy is learning too much and is getting stressed out. And the game is helpfully showing us that if you give them nice things to do, they won't get as upset. And we want to keep the green bar bigger than the orange bar, or red. I think it's orange here, but it's a red bar. Yeah, there we go. Hopefully we will not be having this problem. So I did not really run into this issue much when I played the game. I was usually able to prevent them from getting stressed out, but it is something I'll have to keep in mind. I do not want them, like, destroying the base if they get sad. You predict there's going to be a medic or engineer. Yeah, those roughly do it. There's doctor and I think operator or something is like the engineer role. Or no, there's an advanced like builder or something for like, I don't remember what it's called. There's basically an engineer. We're not going to need that now because we don't have any buildings for it, but we'll see. But yeah, it's a redeem. Nobody gets dibs except for my 3 mods got the first 3 names, and then after that, it's literally whoever redeems it first. So when you see me print a new duplicate in 1.6 cycles, you can snipe the redeem for 512 channel points. Yeah, brain overrated. This is our brain right here. This is the only duplicate that needs a brain. Everybody else can just, I don't know, they just gotta dig and build blocks. I'm sure they'll be fine. They could figure it out. We appear to have done something wrong with this, so let's build that. Yeah, you played this game for 500 hours and still don't know what you're doing. I'm hoping that I get into the groove of it. I think I have a couple hundred hours in this game before the Spaced Out DLC. So hopefully I'll kind of like get in the groove of things and it won't be me fumbling around forgetting how to play this. Do we have any idlers? Yeah, we have idlers. Okay. Oh, I see what they're doing. Yeah, they're all building that. So let's see. Is there anything else that we can get them to do here? Scheduling. I think we already know how this works. Yeah, we already did this. So I can just close that. They're almost done with their farming, so we're going to build that. You know what's great for morale? Sacrificing a duplicate to an elder god. You vote for Sevvergen. You know, I don't think we have one with that name, so I think you're good to go here. We have someone very similar to that, but not quite, so I don't think we're going to be sacrificing any duplicates to elder gods just yet. There's probably some elder gods down here, or maybe on one of the other planets, or maybe we'll sacrifice one of the space kraken, because that's going to be a dumpster fire when I have to do that. I should probably get to this thing sooner than later. We'll see. Duplicates will probably die throughout the course of this playthrough, and that is a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. We have our farming now, so let's immediately go down and start on liquids and then sanitation. Somebody needs to mush the poop. Oh god, wait. No, they got 10. Yeah, they haven't cleaned these out, right? Yeah, we don't want them putting the dirt on the ground because it'll make fart gas everywhere, which they don't like standing in, and has diseases. We're not at that point yet. Hopefully I can get the lavatories up before that happens. Also, apologies. I say this a lot. If I'm missing chat messages, I apologize. If you, like, want me to see something, you just post it again after a couple minutes. If I just completely, like, dumb streamer didn't notice it. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot to focus on in this game, so I may very well miss messages. Why have you guys not built this yet? Get the sand out of the way. I think the ladder is behind the sand. But yeah, I apologize if I miss chat messages. It's not me trying to be a bad streamer. It just comes naturally. I'm very talented at just missing chat messages for no good reason. You have 1,300-ish hours, haven't played in a year, and you felt rusty. That's like the boat I'm in, except with even fewer hours than that. So there's gonna be a lot of me just like looking around, like forgetting what it is I need to do here. Speaking of what I need to do here, let's see. I set these up to be harvested. They're doing fine on food, no disease. We're gonna look at these tutorials like as the situation arises. So I'm sorry you're gonna have to look at these for a little bit longer. Maybe someday we will not have any notifications over here on the left side. Should be sorry. I would like to get better at that. We have idlers. Let's see. We can build the farm plots. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. Planter boxes. I don't know how many we need. This is just the farming room now. I'm just going to build like, I don't know, like 6 of these. I don't know the ratios for this. If somebody wants to tell me the ratios, you're free to do so. I do not know like how many of these I need to feed 4 duplicants. This is probably not enough, but we do have like extra food sitting all over the ground. So let's see, how does this, what do we got here? So what do these use? Oxygen, polluted oxygen, or carbon dioxide, and I think you need dirt for these ones. And they don't like this food, but it's better than them eating dirt. It's slightly better. This one needs the same materials. It has a slightly tighter, actually it's a bigger temperature threshold, 5 to 30. I think our temperature in here is fine. A little hot. We might have problems with both of these if it gets too hot in here, but I could whip up some insulated tiles. Bristle blossoms require light. Yeah, okay. Yeah, right there. Okay, so they need light. I don't have a good way to lock the light bugs in here. I could make some ceiling lights, but I don't actually know how stable our power is. You could tell me the wrong ratios. Yeah, if you could do that for me, just mix it up in the rest of chat. Just make it more confusing than it needs to be. 5 mealwood per dupe, and then 5 with question marks, and then 20. Okay, nobody knows, no one knows what the answer is, or one person knows and everybody else is misinforming me. Don't worry, I'm used to ignoring Soviet winter. I'm not going to take his advice. It's all good. 3.14 mealwoods per dupe. You know what we're going to do? We're just going to make mealwood, because this is like the 0 IQ plant. So we're going to put that in there, and then what's the hotkey to copy configuration? Does anyone in chat remember? There is a hotkey to like copy this configuration setting and put it on the other ones. It's not just like Control-C, and I don't mean this one. Backslash? There it is. Okay, thank you. Yep, that one. Paste settings, that's what it's called. Control-H shift. Awesome. You change it to C or whatever Factorio is. I don't even remember. Oh man, if I play Factorio after this game, I'm gonna get fucked up. Because Factorio has a different like pipette button, and I think Shapes too also has a different one. All these games have a different like copy button. Yeah, backslash is the one. I just wanted to do that. So now they have something to do here. They're gonna plant those. Let's see, what do I want to do? Let's give them access to this room over here. So do that, go under the oxalite. Just give them something to do. Hopefully they're not going to strand themselves over there. I don't think they can. They have to build the floors first. I got a drop. Okay, good eye. I didn't notice this at all. I don't even know when this happened. Contact the clay servers. Awesome. Alright, well, if anybody wants their room in digital pink when the time comes, I'll make sure to hook you up. Oh, there's more than one. Alright, what have we got? Alright. Chat, do I need a building to use these, like, the duplicate cosmetics, or can I just give somebody that skirt immediately? Because Soviet wants it, apparently. Alright, we got gloves. I'm gonna click through these a little bit faster here. Another wallpaper. Dude, how many of these did I get? More gloves. Okay, that one just clicked through automatically. Pant. Dismiss. Okay, we got like 5 from that. A nifty pull. Is nifty good? Is that like a rare drop? I'm gonna get like a super fucking rare drop, and I'm gonna be like, oh, that's neat, and someone in chat is gonna freak out. Like, I've been trying to get that drop for years, and it's just like, I just get it during this like first stream I do, and I just don't even care what it is. I apologize if that happens. Do bring it to my attention though, so that I could, like, I don't know why, I don't know, make fun of me, I guess, or it's not really making fun of me at that point, but I apologize if I do that to somebody. I'm not going to trade it to you, though. It's mine. These are my drops. If you mouse over the copy button, it tells you what hotkey it's bound to. I don't know what the copy button is, though. Is it one of these? I don't mean this one. I mean, again, the settings copy is what I was talking about. I knew it existed.
I bought bits. D.
You bought bits? All right, thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate it. Okay, let me catch up on chat here while my little guys use the shitters. Okay, so here we have some stats. Each mealwood produces 600, takes 3 cycles, 200 normal dupies. You need 5. I'm not going to double check your math, so you need 5 of these per duplicate. is what I'm getting out of this. And somebody needs to fertilize these. Let me prioritize the farmer, and then I'll keep reading chat. So, let's see. You do farming. You're really good at farming. You do building as well. Anybody can do digging, really. Okay, let's try that out. Okay, I think they're just like they're in their break, so this is not them being idle. Excited to see oxygen. Okay, here's what you missed. I built this. That's it. That's everything you missed. So you're all caught up, Zarek. Congratulations. I'm glad you're here for the oxygen stream. It finally happened. I've been talking about doing this shit for months, and I finally did it. And so far, this has been interesting. So I'm glad I finally got around to doing this. We'll see just how much of a catastrophe this base ends up being. There's a tab when you click the objects. Copy settings. Awesome. Yep, backslash. Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to see. I knew that there was a hotkey for that. It's backslash. Yeah, okay, Zap is telling me that as well. Logging in first, 3 drops and another 3 for playing the game. Okay, so I got 6 from that. Alright. I'm gonna go scroll to the bottom of chat. I think I got everyone. Again, if I didn't, please tell me. Soviet, let's hook you up with your skirt. Change assigned blueprints. How does this work? Restyle. Bottom. How do I do this? Do I have to click this? Why do I have to click so many buttons to use this? A fellow software engineer. Unfortunately, I'm a Java programmer because that's what they taught in college, and that's what I did for my first job. But I'm also pretty competent in Lua, and then I know like C#, C++. Not a lot of like more recent high-level languages like Rust or anything. And oddly enough, I'm dog shit at Python because I just never learned it. Oh, you're looking awesome. But just kind of like a jack of all trades for a lot of different languages, and then I'm specifically a Java engineer. Like that's what I was professional at while I was working. Slay Queen. Awesome. Anybody else have anything they want here real quick, or are we good to go on this? I don't want to spend too much downtime like just doing this nonsense, but like if anybody specifically wants their duplicate to have some specific cosmetic, just let me know and I'll quickly throw it on. But I want to keep things moving here because this is not that interesting to everybody else. So I'm trying to strike a balance here between appeasing chat and actually having interesting content for the people who don't care about like what the cosmetics are. Skills. All right, let me look. Yeah, get used to yelling at me for that. All right, big brain. Here you go. Advanced research. Here's your hat. It looks stupid as hell. Beautiful. You look like a complete doofus, and Soviet is going to make fun of you every time he runs past this station. Wait, what are you doing? Get off of that! Why are you on that wheel? Oh, you're on that wheel because you don't have any research. Okay, hold on. Let's see. It's whatever, just lights. Let's get some decor so they can have a break room. Door cat. Don't diss the researcher. Look, I don't got control over these guys making fun of each other. Nice. Python, Ruby, and Elixir. I don't even know what Elixir is, and Ruby has existed, and I've just like never had any circumstances where I needed to learn it. I'm not one of those guys that'll actually just sit there like, oh god, a Python developer, gross. No, I'm not like elitist like that or anything, because again, I'm a Java developer, so I'm in no position to make fun of people. I do at some point want to learn Python specifically because I feel like I've missed a lot of opportunities by just not knowing that language, like all the convenience that I could gain from that. Are they going to build over these items? Okay, they boop them upward. Yeah, what does Elixir do? I mean, if you want to... Again, I apologize if I miss your response, but like, what is Elixir? If you could summarize that quickly before I forget what we're talking about, I'd be more than happy to read it. As you say, functional language, that doesn't tell me. I guess what is Elixir for would be my question. Like, what do you do with that? Make sure you put a supercomputer so you can do secondary research. Well, I've already built myself into a corner here because I don't have a spot to put it, so let me move the research upstairs real quick. So we want a research station. I'll just leave an extra gap in case I want to put a plant pot or something. And then a supercomputer, and then I will remove the one that's down here. And we'll just run the lights to that, and I'm going to put a light on the ceiling as well. Once that's researched, and we'll just stick it up on the dirt. Transactional functional language used for gathering progression. I don't know what the second part of that means. So transactional, actually, do I know what that means? Maybe I don't. I don't know what that means. Let me see if I get another response here to add to that. Notification on the top left, there are videos that are really cute. Yeah, I watched a few of those. I'm intentionally not watching these until I build the relevant structures so that chat can kind of follow along with what I'm doing. Oh my god, that was fast. Severin, slow down. I just assigned you to do that. Like, you don't gotta go this hard. Jesus. There's so much going on here. Where's the oxygen? The oxygen is all up here, which is part of why I'm putting the research. This is going to actually become a problem at some point here. I need to pay attention to this. This is breathable, but eventually CO2 is going to accumulate and flow up into this area, which is fine for the plants, not so fine for research. Alright, I have idlers. God, I have so much to go on here. You know what? We're slowing the speed down. I'm losing a ton of time. God, you look glorious. Elixir, okay. Built on top of the Erlang machine, mainly used due to its high concurrency and fault tolerance. Site handles a lot of calls. Okay, so it's like a concurrency-oriented language. Okay, so that's what I kind of thought was like the transactional thing. This is one of those languages where I don't think I'm ever going to go out of my way to find a use for a language like that, but I may very well end up in a job where they use it. In which case, it's nice to just kind of have a very broad idea of like what these languages do. But I don't think I'm going to be using that at home. Like, Python is the one I want to learn because Python has a lot of utility for just like random ass scripting, and maybe someday I'll get off my ass and actually use streamer bots. And the one that I'm interested in using is like uses Python for its scripting, and maybe we could have some interesting things we could do with that. How close am I to a duplicate? 40 seconds. Alright, so who's idle? You're idle. What else can we do here? Let's just dig out some more terrain. Some materials as well. I'm leaving them like little footsteps so they can actually get over here. Okay, that should be good. That'll give us a little bit more to play with. Dupe skills. Adam, you're an excavator. Here you go. Have a hat. Get back to what we were doing. You haven't coded in Python in 3 years due to work, but it's your main. Yeah, I learned Java in college is the only reason. It could have just as easily been Python, but for whatever reason, that's what the university taught for most of their classes. And then I got a Java like career after that. Yeah, I'm just waiting for this to open. I'm gonna get this immediately. And we're probably gonna pick a duplicate unless there's like a 10 out of 10. Like, yeah, we don't need 2 blossom seeds. We'll be fine. All right, so let's see. Who do we want here? Operating, supplying. We don't really need another researcher. I don't know if I really need another builder. I'm kind of tempted to go for this guy, even though I don't need rocketry. Don't be afraid to be picky, as a heads up. I do want to get, like, I know that if you pick a dupe every single time you do this, you will eventually just run out of resources and die. But I do want to get, like, kind of a labor force going here. And I also want people to be able to do the redeem to name them. So I'm going to take at least like the first few of these that come up, and then I'll probably like stop taking duplicates in as often. I'm just thinking like none of these guys are particularly bad. Your college taught you Pascal. Oh god, I don't know anything about that language. Bonnie has tier 3 digging. Oh. Yeah, okay, I think we have our winner here. Yeah, I think that means I could dig out the... I can't look at it. This means I could dig out like the abyssalite or whatever, right? I'll show what that is in a moment. Your job. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm probably gonna have Bonnie on construction or on digging anyways, even though they apparently are interested in building. Those negatives. What are the negatives? Wait a minute, what is this like doofus? Hold on, you are interested in construction and you're bad at construction. Do we really need this? I'm wondering if this is actually worth getting. Like, you are literally bad at the thing you are interested in. Minus 75% construction speed. If people are interested in Dota but can't play it. They just flame their team. I don't like this dupe. I'm tempted to go for this guy just because this is like a jack of all trades. He has super hard digging already, so I mean that's still That's still something that'll let me get through the, I think it's the granite or whatever. I'm tempted to go for this guy here. You know what, Make a Streamer is making a decision. That's the one we're going with. I'm going to unlock the redeem if you want to name this guy. There you go, it's open. And you know, we'll just deal with the consequences of our actions. So Soviet, you have job security. Burger, all right. Where is he? There you are, buddy. Burger. There you go. Welcome to the team, Burger. And we have just enough beds for the 5 of these guys. I'm going to go ahead and split the schedule now. So let's see. I don't think there's any particular rationale for this now. So I'm gonna keep the mods on the same shift, and we're gonna put you 2 down on this one, and we'll eventually split them off onto the 3rd one. So now we'll always have somebody doing something instead of standing around, and we still only need 3 bathrooms as a result of that. All right, research. I honestly don't remember what's important here. So let's see. We don't need this because nobody's gonna get sick for a little while. Don't need that. I don't think we really need that either. Let's just give them nicer food. Alright, so I need to work on this. They need dirt. There is a way to see this information. So let me start pinning resources to the sidebar. How do I... Does anyone remember how to do this? I want to pin dirt. Maybe it's in this UI. I want to pin the stuff that we're likely to start running out of. Yeah, here it is. Alright, so we want to know how much dirt we have, and we're going to need algae for oxygen. And if we run out of dirt, we can't feed the mealwoods anymore, and then they start dying. You can do tier 2 research. Go far with it. Don't do One Piece, the circle. I apologize. I have no idea what you're talking about. What circle? There's a new button in the menu. That's what I just did, right? I'm assuming that I did what I was supposed to there. How do I back out of this? There we go. Let's do that. Let's go ahead and... Which I probably don't want to dig. I probably don't want to dig that out. That's a free bristle blossom, so we're just going to build around that. I think I can get rid of all this now. And we'll make a little bit more room, and we'll add more planter boxes. Dude, there's no, like, coherent numbering for this. You clicked one thing, plan it ahead further in the same category. Okay, well, let's see. What else are we going to get if I do that? The question is, do I want the next thing in the category? Yeah, whatever. I keep forgetting about this. Sure, why not? Let's do that. Free until the shine bug moves away. I could trap the shine bug in here, I guess. I'm going to give myself a little more room if I want to add a fire pole later, but this is all going to be a hot mess, so I don't really know what my control scheme is, or what my design scheme is going to be. But let's see if we can lock the shine bug in here before it gets out. I can do this a little bit earlier. Alright, you stay in here, don't go anywhere. You foresee me murdering them? Don't do it. Don't you go anywhere. Okay, good. The shine bug is stuck in there. Assuming they build this in time. So hopefully we don't have to worry about that getting out. Let's see. Skills. Okay, I had a feeling that I forgot to do this. So let's see, you're good at digging, and then a bunch of stuff that I don't really need right now, so I'm just going to have another miner. Well, he doesn't... Okay, this is something that always gets me. This guy is good at digging, but doesn't like it, as opposed to the other stuff. So maybe going into the digging skill isn't, like, exceptionally useful for this guy. Rocketry is completely worthless right now. I might just make this guy do carrying, whatever. Here you go, you get a sick hat. I mean, this is a cool hat. Oxygen. Yeah, we're getting into the danger zone, so let's see. I'm just gonna drop one of these things right here. It's right in the middle of the base. And Burger mine granite. Where's granite? This stuff here. Yeah, this is hardness 1. I think Burger can mine this. And this is the one that the other duplicate that we rejected was capable of mining. I think that's how this works. I know they can't reach it. We don't need to go over there right now. Actually, we'll find out, actually. If Burger gets assigned to these 2, then we'll know that that's how that works. I think we're good to go on that. We have decor now, right? Let's see. Does this count as decor? No, it doesn't. I think I have to give them a flower pot or something. Okay, let's plant something here that won't die so they can have a break room. How big does the break room need to be? A rec room. Minimum size 12 tiles and 1 decor item. And then having the water cooler in it, I guess, declares it as one. Not gonna matter for a while, but... Okay, let me look at chat again. I think I'm missing something. Fine, granite, delicious CO2. No, we don't want that. We do not want CO2. I might need to dig a big void down here for it to fill in with the stuff until we get rid of it. Click on the dig task and then click errands. Okay. Burger can't do it either. I don't know if anybody can learn how to do this then. Maybe Adam can do it. Are you high enough level to do this? How does this shit work? Maybe it's just this one. Maybe I do have to teach them for them to be able to do that. I thought burgers should be able to do it. God, I don't even know. Hey, congratulations, you learned something. Here you go. Here's your hat. God, I apologize. I am so all over the place. All right, Shift F4. Not just the lighting overlay or the radiation overlay. Oh yeah, these guys make radiation. I forgot that this was even a mechanic in Spaced Out. These guys don't cause any problems, right? Like, I don't think they emit enough radiation to be relevant at this point. But yeah, we'll get to that. This is like, there's a little bit over here that we probably don't want to be unleashing just yet, but I'm pretty sure that everything else is going to be fine for now. Burger has level 2 skill. He can't mine level 2 resource or level 1 resources. Is that how this works? God, I don't even know. Well, let me just focus on what I know right here. Let's go make more plants. We should have plenty of these seeds. They can, but not in this quantity. Okay, so the light bugs would be dangerous if I packed a bunch of them in a small area. But you're saying that Burger can't mine this because the stupid idiot, like, just doesn't have the, like, skill for that specifically. You can mine abyssalite, but not this. Build a light bug reactor. That's, we'll be doing that later. Alright, let's see here. What can we put in this? Just whatever. I just want to make this a rec room. That's my only goal here. So, just put some walls down. Why is the game giving me trouble deselecting things? Okay, right-click and drag. What I'm doing is I'm trying to right-click to deselect, and I'm dragging with the right-click button. Can I turn that off? Can I unbind that? I don't need that. I'm just going to use WASD to move around. Is there an option where I can unbind that? I just want right-click drag to be turned off. Nah, it doesn't look like it. How about this one? No. No, it's not going to be in management. Navigation? No. Cinematic, we're not using that. Building? No. Debug? Sandbox? No, no. I don't think there's a way to do that. Clay, please fix. Ignored by the boss. Okay, there we go. What got ignored? How many of those did I miss? Yeah, I forgot to turn the redeem off, didn't I? Oh god. Now whatever. I'll honor that one because I'm a bad streamer. I need to turn that off now. Alright, the next one gets called Kai. It's been like reserved, so hopefully I don't forget about that. I need to set the delay on that to be longer because I just completely forgot. You'll know if you can't mine something. Okay, so somebody can mine this. That's the important part. And I know I don't have enough plants for my duplicates. I'm working on that right now. I'm trying to make the farming room bigger. Can I reset these? No, I have to build them first, right? And then I can set the settings on them. I don't think we have any idlers right now. Let me give them access to this so they can get in that room. We have oxygen, sort of. Yeah, you know what we need to do? We need to make a cavity down here. So let's go ahead and fill in the floor there so I can not have the sand fall down. I'm going to specifically go under that block so that it doesn't create a void they can't jump across. And I'm just going to make a pit for the CO2 to, like, hang out in. Let's go build that as well. Yeah, that should be good. Okay, so I just want to get it down there until I can get rid of it. Okay, no oxygen. Yeah, down here it's unbreathable. This is fine, but I think they get stressed out by standing in it for too long. And then this area over here is pretty bad. Yeah, so what I'm trying to accomplish here is just to get the CO2 to pool up in this area so that all the oxygen stays up in the living spaces. And these plants are completely fine. And the rec room is not ideal. Maybe I should move the rec room, but I'm just going to work with that for now. Okay, I think we're good to go on that. Okay, so what do I need to be doing here? I want to make a bathroom at some point. I think I'll just build it in this area. So let's see, how do I want to do this without destroying it? I think what I usually do is like 3 sinks and 3 toilets. Like typically, I can obviously expand this out later. And we have all the technology for that. We don't have water, so you know, let's go ahead and start out with the tech that we need to actually get the water. We can get the water up here, which they're unlikely to pee in. And then there's water down here, which they're probably going to pee in at some point. Nobody has done that yet, but it's inevitably going to happen. And I could, of course, dump this water down here if I set it up properly. This is where all the CO2 is. I'm going to actually go for this water up here, I think. I should be able to get to this pretty quickly. And this is what we're going to have them set up a pump in for now. They don't transfer gases or liquids. Do I have the ventilation tiles yet? Mesh tiles, that's for liquids as well. I'll slap a couple of these down. That'll hopefully let it exchange a little bit faster. And I can swap those out for vent tiles later if it ends up mattering. Alright, but what I'm trying to do here is set up, like... You know, maybe we don't actually want this water. Hold on. Let's combine these 2 water pools together if we can. So I'm going to have them dig out this area and combine these 2 pools together. Depths are fine for fire poles later. Are they slower jumping across gaps, or can they like do this little hop just as fast as like running across? Because they have to grab the ladder and then jump. And I don't know if that actually matters. Maybe I'm min-maxing this like way too early and I should not be worried about this. Whatever, I've already built them, so I'm going to do it for now. Hop is a consistent speed. Okay, well I already built them, so I'm just going to leave it for now. I'll let them finish that one. But yeah, I could probably stand to like not like hyper optimize that kind of stuff. So maybe I won't worry about that in the future. Let's focus on one thing at a time because I'm getting extremely distracted. Skills, no skills. Research is still in progress. Nobody is idle. I'm going to speed it up again since we don't have a bunch of idlers anymore. My goal right now, let's stay focused on one thing. I want to combine these 2 water pools together and then set up a pump and then set up like plumbing down here for the toilets. That is our next goal. And I want to minimize how much time they spend standing in the water getting sad. So we're going to do something like this, I think. And then I will like break this tile right here and have it all drained down. And hopefully it won't flood the base. And if it does, it'll end up down here. So it shouldn't be too big of a deal anyways. I also have to read chat during all of this. Streaming's hard. So we'll see. Running water for toilets. The queen must be visiting. Now we're going to keep those toilets. We're going to be civilized. Everybody is going to get to have a toilet instead of this to take a shit in. Have they not emptied these out yet? I guess they actually haven't. 6 visits, and then nobody's using this one over here. Yeah, we actually haven't had to deal with the hazardous waste yet, surprisingly. So let's see if we can get this earlier than later. Alright, so these are done. Nobody has done this yet. I'll figure out in a moment why nobody has done this. So do that. I don't think they can even put it on the last one. Okay, it's just low priority. Okay, what? I forget. You're an excavator, right? You're not. I don't remember who anyone is. Oh, this is the task. Okay, hold on a second. Who's my excavator? What are your skills? Not that one. Priorities, rather. Adam is... You are the digger. Why are you not... I'll just set the priority on that higher. I don't know why this is never getting dug out. You don't touch the doo-doo. I don't think anybody is assigned to do this specifically, so it's just somebody's going to randomly get selected. Playing on normal speed, I don't want one notch lower. I think you're making fun of me. We're on medium for now. I'll switch it back. If I find out that I cannot keep up with the rate at which things are happening, that's when I'm going to, like, take the speed back down. We'll probably eventually get to fast, but I am still getting my bearings with, like, the controls and what I should be doing in this game already. I think we might need another miner, because, like... Let's see, they're not digging. There we go. Okay, finally, that happened. So who is assigned to this? It's just low priority. They're doing other things right now. So my question is, what can I do here to get somebody to work on this? Or maybe this is why I need more duplicants. I mean, this is a vicious feedback loop, because if I start doing that, they're going to all run out of food and oxygen and die. So I can't just solve the problem by putting people on it. I think I need to optimize, like, other aspects of this, like set up automated power generation. Increase Adam's digging priority. What is it set to now? Yeah, you know, that wouldn't hurt. I think we could probably afford to do that. Operating. I really want you on researching. I'm going to set you to be neutral. I don't even remember what Burger is good for. Burger can be a jack of all trades. You just do whatever needs to be done. In Soviet, you're on building. I mean, look, I'm not going to set priorities based on what, like, the chat member wants the duplicant to do. That's not how this works. I'm gonna play this the way that I think is right. Like, I'm not gonna let you, like, create a meme duplicant who just, like, doesn't do any work. Like, that's not gonna happen. What are you dumb fucking? I'm confused. I'm not gonna set your duplicant to dig because I want you to build. Like, that's what I want you to be assigned to. Okay, there we go. Okay, it finally happened. You're cold. Hey, big baby, you'll be fine. I know you're talking about you, the duplicant. What I'm saying is I don't want to, like, just... Yeah, I don't want to assign your duplicant to digging, because I want that duplicant to be doing building. Oh, me, the... Oh, God. Put it in... Okay, put it in quotes. Put it in quotes. I'm gonna be confused. God damn it, who named that duplicant? I'm already upset with you. This has already gotten confusing. This is what you planned when you picked that name, isn't it? Who's on? I'm so goddamn confused. Holy shit. Me, the duplicant, is on farming and then digging. Okay. You're innocent. It was you. No, you know what you did. You absolutely planned all this. And you know what? It worked. You got me. I've been outplayed by chat. I think we're good. We're all caught up, right? I think I did what I was being told to do by chat. We have, like, somebody else who will kind of prioritize digging, but will prefer to do farming. It looks like the farming is under control right now, so nobody needs to do that. Alright, so what I want to do here is... I want to carve... This is where I need to be careful. I need to make sure that they can always get out of here, or else they will stand in the water like idiots and drown. Like, they will just do that, because these guys are stupid. So let me set up a ladder, so they can get down to the bottom, and that's where we're going to put the pump. As long as they always have a way to get out of here, I don't have to worry about them dying. No research focus selected. Alright, let's see, what do we need? Medicine, don't care. Plumbing, filtration, we are not at that point. This is a little more advanced. This is also a little bit more advanced. I don't actually know what I should be prioritizing here. The thing is, like, I'm not keeping up with the pace of the research right now because I'm still trying to figure out what I'm doing. Let's just go for that. I'm just going to go for this so that I can set up a coal burner and deal with the consequences of my actions later. They made chili a really bad debuff now. What does it do? Okay, well, this one's just sopping wet. Is the water too cold? I don't think they're getting the chili debuff. Okay, this one is. Is this just while they're in the water, though? Let's see. Get out of the water. They're gonna go away in a moment. Yeah, okay, it goes away pretty quick. So as long as they're not staying in the water, I don't think it's gonna cause too much trouble because I don't think it's terribly cold on this base yet. So we should be fine on that. I'm trying to minimize the amount of time they spend in the water. All right, so let's put a ladder there, and there, and there. And then I will dig out these last tiles, and then nobody should get stuck in there. Hopefully. Research complete. That's gonna get annoying. I have to keep dismissing that. Alright, well, you know, let's watch this video while we catch up on things here. So, plumbing overlay. We'll look at that once I build some plumbing. Buildings output water. And we need to watch this, or read this. Let's just watch the video. This is what we're working on here. We need plumbing. Plumb. Chilly surroundings depends on the conductivity of what they're in. Well, water is efficient piping there, dude. I don't think water is the worst thing that could be standing in right now, because at least it's at room temperature. But I will have to go... I'll delve into the bowels of, like, thermal conductivity when we actually start having that problem. But for now, everything's probably going to be fine. That's what I'm hoping, at least. Yeah, that guy shouldn't have been standing under that. We'll set it up just like they did in the tutorial and just dump the piss water right next to the toilets. That's probably the right way to do it. Yeah, muffles like the music. That's why I've been deliberately not talking, because the sound design during those is kind of cute as well. Like, this game's adorable. Like, I love, like, the style behind this game. Alright, so let's set up the pump now. So we need a liquid pump. We're just going to drop one right there. And we need two things. We need the wire and the pipes. I didn't want to destroy these plants, so I think I'm just going to set up, like, shitty pipes that go around it so I don't have to destroy these tiles. Like that. We'll just run it down this, I guess. I don't know, the left side. I don't know. This is the thing I need to stop doing. We're not going to plan ahead every single thing. We're just going to go with the flow. Yeah, look, I'm good. No, look. Yeah, look, I'm going around these. For anyone who doesn't know why I'm doing this, if you build a pipe through a solid tile, it will destroy the tile, and I'm trying not to destroy the plants that are here. That is why the piping is like this. Don't make fun of me. Yeah, this is where the piss water comes from. Like, it makes polluted water, and I'm going to call that piss water because I'm a degenerate. That is just what it's going to be called. That's what or the pee-pee water occasionally. It's this stuff right here. It's called polluted water. But we're going to be making a lot of that, and we're going to have to figure out what to do with it. It's called the piss water. I'm going to make them into nature reserves. I should do that, actually. This one's a pretty good candidate if I could give them, like, a reason to go through this room. This would actually be a sick nature reserve. We already got, I think, 6... Yeah, we got 6 plants in here. How much do I need for the nature reserve? Hold on, this is important. This gives them a huge morale boost if you could set this up correctly. Okay, 4 plants. No machinery, and a maximum size. We might be able to do that now. But I only go through 9 days. I have it set to, like, baby speed and medium speed, so that's why I've only gone through 9 days. I have not cranked it up to fast speed. This is the one that we started with, you know, so... Alright, so let me go ahead and let's make the nature reserve right now. I've got, like, no reason not to. A good call. Because this gives them a huge morale boost. So how do I rotate this? Oh. There we go. You can do this with the doors, by the way, in this game, for anyone who didn't know. 2 doors and a park sign. Yeah, you gotta put a park sign, put the bathrooms there. Just in the nature reserve. Make a... Okay, I'm getting a lot of suggestions here. Hold on. We're gonna make a nature reserve out of this room. I'm being told I could put other stuff in there. Though that comes at the cost of them having to come up here to use the bathrooms before going to bed. Yeah, you get to... There's a redeem for it. Though Kai reserved the next one because I'm a bad streamer and I didn't turn the redeem off. So we've got, like, 1 reserved, and then after that... I never built the light. And then after that, you'll get to redeem it potentially if you're faster than everyone else in chat. I can make 2, one on the left and the right. Well, I mean, they gotta go through it, right? Like, if they have no reason to go through this room, then they won't get the benefit of it at all. Let me clear out this carefully here. Let's see. Let me go ahead and turn this into a nature reserve, and then we can decide like how to turn this into something more useful than that afterward. So we're gonna deconstruct that ladder. I don't think I can build over it. I gotta wait for them to deconstruct the ladder before I can stick the door there. And then we have a second one up here potentially, but I don't know if having two of these is all that useful. Why can't I build this? Why can't I build the door there? I don't know why the game wouldn't let me build it. And whatever. You get 4, you get an achievement. I might have that achievement already. Might be back, but you must leave. Alright, well thank you for the advice you've given me so far. I will attempt not to destroy the base. Oh god, what's going on? Sylvia, what are you doing? What did you eat? Why do you have food poisoning? God damn it. Okay, well, we're gonna have to start worrying about the diseases sooner than later. You know, whatever, you'll get over it for now. Just suck it up. Don't vomit anywhere, please. I am struggling so hard. Okay, click the door. Press the duplicate button. Press O to rotate it. I don't know, stick it there. At the very least, we have a nature reserve, and I think I can set these doors to be open so they don't have to stop at them. Because I don't think I have any reason to leave these doors shut all the time. So now we have a nature reserve. You ate with your poopy hands. Yeah, I guess that this thing does that, doesn't it? Yeah, okay. It makes germs. Alright, so yeah, we need to get the toilets. We need to get the shitters set up here. The crappers, the johns, whatever you want to call them. So let's expedite that. Let's pay attention here. And I'll just run the wires the same way. I don't know how long this is going to be sustainable here. Yeah, I don't even have research going right now. You know what? I'm not going to research anything right now, Severin. You're going to be a laborer for a little bit because I am so far behind on all the stuff that I've researched that I need to catch up first before I do that. Let's set this one to be open as well. Yeah, I probably have the nature reserve achievement if that was in the base game, so I'm not dead set on getting achievements. That's like a much lower concern than like actually just making a functional base and trying to be a like reasonably productive streamer. All right, so let's see, what have we got here? Cuisine, husbandry, piloting. I could use both of these things honestly because we haven't been doing any cooking. Oh yeah, they're per save, aren't they? Well, we'll see. I know how to make nature reserves like with like the little pips or whatever they're called if it comes to that. Yeah, Steve is a yodeler. Let's see what else have we got here. This one just isn't particularly good at anything. They do have early bird, and then I could get 2 of these. Yeah, unlocked in 2019. Yeah, if they're per save, I might try to get them. We're gonna fail some of them. There are a few that I'm probably gonna fail. Like just straight up, you have to like not use a specific thing. We are not trying to get achievements. That is not the goal of this playthrough. But I will try to go for the ones that I don't lock myself out of. There's a few time-gated ones as well. That is not what we're here to do. Not on this playthrough. I'm tempted to go for Steve here. Like, Steve seems useful because I could use a cook. I think we need to start making better food before that becomes a problem. So I think we're gonna go for Steve. So congratulations, Kai. This is yours. Come here, Steve. Join the crew. We need 1 more bed. And then depending on if we start having problems with having too many duplicates. Yeah, you're gonna be Chef Gordon Ramsay here. So let me go ahead and do this. All Steves are useful. Excellent. And I remembered, chat. Look, I remembered this time. I could give them a skill. So you're going to be a cook. We do not have a kitchen yet, but we're going to work on that. There's no organization scheme to any of this, but let's focus. All right, stay focused. We need to build this. We need to set up the toilets and the bathroom, and then we're going to make a kitchen. That'll be the next thing we do. So let me make a door here. I really wish click dragging would also deselect my current tool. What's happening here is if I right click to go back, but I move my cursor like 2 pixels, it doesn't deselect, and it's annoying me. I can use escape for that, I guess, if it comes to that. I kind of wish that it would just not click drag, because I've been using WASD to move the map the whole time. I don't know if there's a way to turn that off. I checked the controls, couldn't find anything, whatever. Okay, thank you. Wait, why are we doing that? Am I supposed to be mining something? I guess I don't have anybody digging. Is that what you're trying to tell me here? I guess my question is anybody idle? No, it doesn't look like it. You know, let's learn about germs, because we have somebody who's sick as well. Oh, never mind. There's not even a video on this one. Germ overlay. Build wash basins. Yeah, somebody told me I was supposed to do that, and I didn't. You have a mod called Better Deselect that lets you do that right-click behavior. I'm not going to turn on any mods today, probably. But yeah, at some point, quality of life mods might be worth doing. I'll copy your message. I'll start looking into quality of life mods. We will not be doing any like mechanical mods that change how things work. But I will at some point look into quality of life mods. Just not yet, not today. Let's keep things simple and not like browse through all the mods, but let's see what problems I run into and then see what mods can fix those. I got 2 idols. Wait, is it on the right? I thought it was over here by the... Why did I think it was over here? Okay, we do have idlers. Okay, whatever. Let's go dig something then. I don't know. Go do that. That's not gonna let the water out, I'm pretty sure. Speaking of letting the water out, let's have somebody dig these 2 out. And that should let the water through. I guess I technically don't even need to dig this one. And that water should all go down here if my physics are correct. Alright, run. Get out of the way. You actually dodged the water. Good job. You got out before you got wet. Well played. Yeah, there's hand sanitizer. I think if we make sinks, we won't be having this issue anymore. So anyways, they were telling us about the germ overlay. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we got some dirt on the floor now. This is... Yo, gross. Dude, clean off. This is one of those things that I've never had a good understanding of. Is like how germs actually distribute. Because like some things like will distribute germs into the air, other things won't. Sometimes touching things does it. If anybody in chat is like a doctor and can explain to me how the germ mechanics work in this game when it matters most, I'm more than open to knowing about that. Because like there's some germs where apparently you could literally be covered in them and won't get sick from it. And then I think food poisoning, you will actually get afflicted by the food poisoning if you like eat food while you're covered in it. Yeah, you're stinky. I'm gonna fix that. So yeah, if anybody has tips on how that works and you see me like completely beefing it, I'm very much open to like learning how that works correctly, because I don't know at this point. I'm streamer is big stupid. Alright, so let's set up some pipes here. Alright, so now I get to play a game of figure out how the pipes work, because I don't remember. So let's see. These are the intakes, right, on the bottom. So this is where we want the clean water to go. And I think if I just run it like this, it'll work. And then when we set up the sinks, which we're going to do afterward... Let's see, where are those? Those are in medicine for some reason. Not the wash basins, sinks. Yeah, it's the same thing. So we want clean water to go into the sinks and the pissers. And I'm going to delete a couple of these in a moment here. And then the output water. This is the thing where the game gets weird. I think I could put these in a big chain, but I need the water to go somewhere. And unlike the tutorial video, I'm not actually going to dump it at the door. Shine bugs have been cleaning most of the germs. Is that a thing? Does radiation, like, cleanse the duplicants? Is that how that works? So that's kind of awesome if it is. I'm going to leave these guys floating around if they're going to just, like, give me free sterilization. Oh, cool. That's awesome. I didn't know they did that. I guess that must be new when they added the radiation. Like, again, I did not toy with that content very much. So, okay, let me read this. O2 inhibits germ growth. Food poisoning is oral. Slime lung is respiratory. Okay, so slime lung in the stink gas. Like this oxygen here is a problem, and I guess it might be able to get into the other gases as well. If they have germs when they handle food or polluted dirt, they'll transfer some of it. Okay, so let's figure this out. Germ overlay. All right, so if Burger here, all right, so I think that's me and Burger. If me here were to pick up food, there's a chance that the food is going to then infect them with food poisoning. Like that's how this is going to work. Like if they're the ones who handle the food. So we don't want duplicants covered in food poisoning, because then they have a chance of like spreading it to the food, and then anyone who eats that food will get sick. That's what I'm getting out of this. And then also like polluted dirt. So if they handle anything that has the disease on it, they could transfer it to food, is what I'm getting out of this. People don't actually build sinks when they have shine bugs. Well, I'm going to build sinks because it looks cool, and the tutorial actually didn't tell me to do that, but I'm going to do it anyways. I'm going to play it the way that I do, but I think I understand what I need to do to solve the food poisoning problem. We haven't gotten to slime lung yet. It's in here. We'll burn that bridge when we get there. So what I'm trying to figure out here is, what do I do with the piss water when I'm finished? Do I have the building that fixes that? What is that categorized as? Probably plumbing. How do I get that? Where is that in the tree? I want to turn the piss water back into clean water so I can like have a closed loop here. Where is that? Is that in... It's probably in liquids. Alright, how far off is that? It is this thing right here. I can get this, right? Like, there's not really any reason not to do this. Well, let's go ahead and get that. Somebody tell me if that's a bad idea, but I want to kind of go straight for that. Because we don't have much else going on with the researching. These are some outlandish... Look, you're gonna get to do chef work eventually. Just hold on a second. We need a bathroom first, so that people can shit out your food before we do anything else here. This is my priority. It's still full of germs, just not polluted. Can I, like, lock a bunch of shine bugs in the room or something to clean it out? Also, can they, like, not... I thought they, like, can't contract germs from the sinks or something, even if the water has the disease in it, unless they changed how that works. Let me, I don't know, again, if I'm doing something stupid, please tell me. I'm going off of, like, what I remember being the way to do this game. I'm currently looking for the thing to get rid of the polluted dirt. Where is that? Is that a station? No. Furniture, probably not. Medicine? Refinement? Refinement. Compost. Let's just put that down here. That's a good spot. Germy water doesn't transfer with buildings. Okay, so even if the diseases stay in the sink water, for some reason they don't get sick from that. Gray water. Look, this is top of the line cleansing technology for the water. It's completely safe. We've done a study, a peer-reviewed study on whether or not this water is safe, and I guarantee it is absolutely 100% safe. It was a peer-reviewed study. You literally can't argue with that. A peer-reviewed study has never been wrong before. This is completely sanitary. You don't have to worry at all. Our safety is your #1 priority. Let me deconstruct this. So they'll take the poopy down here into the compost eventually, whenever they get around to building this. I kind of want them to do that now. I don't want this up here anymore. Use the hot tub water for making soda. Oh god. Yeah, we're gonna probably be doing some cursed things with our resources, but for now I just want to set up a closed loop because I need to get rid of the piss water, and I suppose I could just put it in a pit, but this is just how I want to do this, and I think we're pretty close to getting this research done. It's this one, and then this one will take a bit longer. I suppose I could dump it into a pit until I'm finished, but I don't want to let the stink gas out. Don't really have a place for it. I mean, I could pump it back in at some point when I'm done here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little indecisive on this. Let me keep building in the meantime. We do have idlers though, which is not good. You know what? Let's make a piss water pit until we're done with the rest of this. So we're just gonna put it over here. Have them dig this out. I don't trust them not to trap themselves in here somehow. So I'm building this carefully. Carbonated. I'm sure it's got some gas in it of some sort. Apparently they don't pee in the hot tub, so we don't have to worry about them doing that at the very least. For what we are about to eat, may the Lord make us truly not vomit. Look, okay, here's the deal. You're gonna be the chef, and if I see you making any like diseased food, it's gonna be your fault. But for now you're off the hook, alright? For now, it is okay. If we have like shitty food, that's the second priority once I get this set up. Though that said, I'm actually waiting on them to do something anyway, so... Maybe we could do that now. Let's just build a kitchen. Where are we gonna build the kitchen? I don't know. I kind of want them to go through the nature reserve at some point here, but we could move all this stuff later. So this is the kitchen. Actually... No, we want a CO2 pit. Chad, are CO2 pits still overpowered, or did they change how that works? It used to be if you stored your food in like a CO2 pit, it just never went bad. Did they change how that works? Is there a recommendation on how to set up a proper kitchen? CO2 pits still work. They slightly nerfed it. Put doors on your lab that causes a 10% buff. Okay, we do that real quick. And then let's go ahead and do a CO2 pit, because I am not set up for refrigeration, like, at all. Alright, so this will be a lab room. I know that I could put a second door on top here, but it looks really weird, so I'm just going to place tiles, because, I mean, I think it'll look better. I can like, hyper-optimize this stuff later as it starts becoming problems. Need it to be colder for deep freeze. Yeah, we don't have access to that right now. That's up here. One thing at a time. Let's just make a CO2 pit. So I'm going to build the kitchen, I think, over here. We'll store the food by the door. Maybe I'll probably move the rec room if I want to. Give them some tables in here. I think this is going to be our kitchen area. Yeah, it's still breathable, so we're not, like, in an urgent state for that. Yeah, I'm just kind of winging it on this, but let's go ahead and build the kitchen here. So I'll set up a proper floor. Except I'm going to build a CO2 pit, like, right... Actually, it has to be deeper than that, right? It has to be like this or something. Somebody is going to get stuck in here if I don't dig out under this. Put the kitchen next to the compost for efficiency. I don't know what kind of efficiency you got in mind for that, but that doesn't seem like a good idea. I mean, it probably is fine, honestly. But that doesn't seem like something that I want to do. And I can still use refrigerators, right? Yeah, refrigerators and CO2 pits. We should have that now. They still work even if they're not powered, right? It just won't give the cooling bonus, but they can still put food in them. So I might as well just slap a couple of them down now. Because I don't think our power situation is particularly good, since I just have this one hamster wheel. I'm going to leave them unplugged for now, so I don't, like, run into a power problem. Do we have a power problem? I'll disconnect it later if it becomes an issue. Hopefully it'll keep up for now, but I suspect these are going to become a problem because they're a constant power drain. We'll see. We'll figure that out when it happens. Why do I have an extra wire there? Oh, I have that there because I was researching there earlier. Can run on top of the ladders. Wait, who can run on the ladders? What, the dupes? Oh, you're saying put ladders across the pit, right? I think they can... This works, right? I think they can reach both of these, but yeah, they can't get to this anymore. Yeah, I think this is what I'm supposed to do. And then they should be able to hang on the ladder and reach things that are down here. I vaguely remember this being a functional way to do this. Yeah, that should be good enough. Uh-oh. Oh, we got a stinky. Who did it? No, what have you done? Severin, no, we were doing so well, and somebody makes us stinky. Oh, God, what have you done? Right at the foot of your bed. Oh. Alright, what's the mop hotkey? M. Alright, I swear to God, if that... Oh, no, it's happening. The water. It just barely didn't get in the water. I mean, this is not the water we're using for the toilets right now. We just have the pump there. So it would have... I think it sinks. So it wouldn't have been a bad problem. So I'm assuming that happened because these were, like, down for too long and there was only one of them. So we need to expedite this. Let's pay attention here. Really quickly, skills. Nobody has skills. Priorities. I never assigned Kai. And here you go. You can be a chef. Chef Gordon Ramsay. Alright, let's finish this off. We need to prioritize this. So we're going to have more sinks. 1, 2, 3. We're going to have 3 of each, just because this is how I feel like doing it. And then I think I'll run it out the front. And then, like, down the wall here, maybe. I don't know. I can always move this later. So how do you rotate? I keep wanting R to be the rotate button. What is R bound to? R is bound to research. I'm swapping those. That's annoying me. Hold on. R is rotate in like every other video game in the universe except this one, and I want R to be rotate. So let's see, how do I do that? So it's currently bound to O. I don't think there's a search bar for this. Did I scroll over it? Am I a big dummy? Overlays. You change it to R. Yeah, that's what normal people would use for this. Harvest, capture. Tool? Rotate building. Alright, so we're going to set that to R. And where's research? That's going to O. Alright, done. I'm going to just be clicking the button up here like 90% of the time anyways. Yeah, because I keep doing that, and it is very inconvenient. Oh, that feels so good. Oh god, it's just like I'm playing Factorio again. Alright, so let's see. We do that. And then I'm gonna go down here, across. We'll just dump it out like right there. Do that. They can't reach this. Whatever, I don't care. And then I'm gonna give them some ladders so they can like get across this if I want to like do more stuff later. I guess that means I could do this. Okay, something like this. I just need a spot to put the pee-pee water until I actually get the sanitization set up, which is going to be done pretty soon, but not quite. And I really need these to be working now. And they got nothing else to do. I don't think I have any idlers this time, so everybody is doing something. No new blueprints. I gotta pay attention to this. Gotta get my skins so that everybody can look absolutely glorious with their watermelon skirts. There's a follow button, right? I think there is. Here we are. Just having a good time. Want some gloves? All right, Kai. Real quick, we'll do that. We'll do that for you. Everybody gets to customize their duplicate like a little bit. So real quick here, I don't want to spend too much time doing this. Blueprint, restyle. Okay, why do I have to click so many buttons to get to this? Gloves. All right, quick, which one do you want? Like just out of the ones that you see that I have unlocked here, which ones do you want? Give me the category and the color of the gloves. It gives them a -5. What, does giving them an outfit make them not stressed? Is that actually a thing? You want red gloves? These ones? All right, got it. Here you go. There you go, you got red gloves now. Okay, it changes immediately. It looks like they don't have to go back to this thing to get like a wardrobe. Can Burger have the yellow mustard hands? I'm gonna hope that I don't have to double check like who actually redeemed these. I'm not gonna remember which chat member like did a specific duplicate, so I'm trusting you all not to like pretend that you named one. And then you're actually not the owner of that duplicate. But you want, yeah, you're the owner of Burger. You want yellow mustard hands. So real quick here, gloves. Let's see, we got that. Okay, those are my only yellow ones, I think. So here you go, you got mustard gloves. There you go, you're looking great. Enjoy. Oh, follow cam. Okay, the follow cam gives them that. Oh yeah, they get like the center of attention or something, right? Yeah, here it is. I don't know, I would get more stressed out if I had like a follow cam on me and I felt like somebody was watching me, but you know what, sure. I guess they like the attention. Alright, we have idlers now. So let's see, is this actually done? Like, are these just functional now? Yeah, these might be functional. Alright, let's get rid of the bad shitters and I think we can move forward with this. Don't they like piss faster if they have lights in the room? I think they do. Lights as in... is that furniture? I think they piss faster if they have lighting in the room. So let's see, how do I get full coverage? I can't tell because there's a shine bug in here, but it's not as reliable. I think one there and there will cover the whole room. And the lights don't use that much power, and I think we're going to want to move on to the power pretty soon. That's probably going to come back to bite us. I'm going to put the wires in the floor for the rooms where I've actually cleaned it out. And I know I could run it from the ceiling, but we haven't dug out the ceiling right now. Alright, so yeah, everybody go make wires. I'm pretty sure all these plebs know how to do that. Alright, filter's not designated. I don't think I particularly care what is in here right now. I don't know, if somebody has a better idea for the organization scheme for this, I'm open to it. And we'll set those to priority 9 so they actually stick the food in there. And then we should be able to get rid of this now. I should deconstruct that. I'll just set it to 8, just in case I want to have a higher priority food box somewhere. And then this pit, where's the materials overlay? Is it this one? Is it this one? It's that one. Oh, this looks awful. Usually I just want gases when I do this. Yeah, so my understanding is this reduces food spoilage by a considerable amount, but apparently they nerfed it. Let's see. Ambient conditions. How do I check, like, the items in the storage? There's a way to check this. I just want to kind of understand how this works. Contents. Fresh. Sterile, okay, that's the one. There's no number associated with this. Did I read the terms of service? It was not... I read something and then they linked me to a different page that, like, was very vague. So here's some context. We're talking about, like, people that are not in your stream using your chat and then reporting you for not moderating your chat, which is apparently a thing that can happen. I could not find any conclusive information about that, and now I'm paranoid. So I might just do like emote only or something when I'm not streaming, but this is just something I was talking to Neosa about. It's not related to what we're playing here, but my answer to the question is I did not find a conclusive answer on whether or not your stream can get actioned for people using your chat while you're not there and then reporting you for things they said in your chat on like a different account. I have no idea if that's a thing or not. I may get paranoid. Dupes are idle. Look, oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. There's so much going on here. That's my answer to that, though. The answer is I don't know. I might become paranoid and do that, too. Make sure you pressurize the O2 so the CO2 doesn't escape. Well, we'll get to that. Dupes are idle. We have a printing pod. Okay, let's focus. Printing pod. Choose a blueprint. Water, egg, and then these two. I'm kind of tempted to get this one, but creativity is not that useful. It's sort of a one-off skill. Once you build all the stuff you need, you don't really need them to do it anymore. Yeah, there's a lot going on in this game. We haven't had a catastrophe yet, but something is going to sneak up on me here. Point at the freshness percent. Okay, I'll go back and look at that in a moment here. We're not running out of food yet. I feel like I could get one more of these at the very least. But we do have to stop getting new duplicates at some point until I catch up with my food production. Because right now I think we're living off a lot of the random crap that's sitting around. Yeah, I think suffocation is going to be the first thing that goes wrong here. And then this guy over here is just kind of a jack of all trades. We don't really need any of this stuff right now. Your chef is currently like just cutting meat with like rocks on the ground. And we bet on how the first dupe dies. I can't really like make a prediction for that because I just don't know what's going to go wrong first. But I mean, you can all bet amongst yourselves in chat on what's going to go horribly wrong first. I'm going to get this one, but I'm going to start thinking of passing over duplicates at some point here. So I'm going to unlock the redeem for that and then remember to actually change it this time. But we're getting Gene here. So here we go. We got one more. Let's set up a bed. How's the schedule looking? Yeah, we got too many on the first one. Somebody's got the stinky food poisoning. So Gene goes here. Kai, you're on this one. Okay, that should be a pretty good distribution. And let's see, did anybody redeem that? Okay, nobody redeemed it yet. So anyone who wants to name Gene, you're free to do the redeem for that. Hello. Okay, what do you want the name to be? I remembered to turn it off this time. Gene 2. Alright. There you go. That's your duplicate. You can change their outfit if you want. Just, like, occasionally. Don't be annoying about it, obviously, because I am trying to keep things going here. I think there's plant. There might be a plant on this one. I'm not going to dig it out yet. Default outfit. Awesome. Simple. The way I like it. First dupe will die from stepping on a Lego. I mean, anything is possible, I suppose. Maybe they added that to the game. Alright, let's create the rest of these. And then I think we need to look into our oxygen next. So I could set up the filtration thing real quick here. And then I think we need to look into power and oxygen after that. So let's see, where is that? Is that refinement? Water receive. I'm going to leave a gap in case I want to put a chest of sand or something in there. Yeah, it's just no one is going to know what happened to Gene 1. Even I don't know what happened to Gene 1. It is a mystery. Alright, so let's see here. Oh, I think I did that backwards. Hold on. Oh, that's... What's the flip button? How do I flip these? There's a button for that, right? You can rotate. Or is it just the rotate? Okay, it's just the rotate button. Let's see. We want input to output. Yeah, okay, I would have to cross the pipes, which I guess doesn't really matter, but whatever. This looks more aesthetically pleasing to do it like this. Just keep skipping them. I don't know if we're gonna get duplicates. I think the game tries to give you unique ones. I'm not positive about that. But we'll see if we start getting duplicates. Alright, this thing needs power, right? Where's my power? I don't want to dig this out yet. I don't think anybody could dig that. Can anybody dig that? No, somebody could dig that. Whatever, we'll do it later. I don't care right now. Output pipes in parallel. Is that... That's not... These have a buffer, right? That's not an issue as long as... Okay, hold on a second. Let me make sure I'm not doing a big dumb here. This is fine, right? I know that this is a mess because they're split up like this. I know this is a mess. I'm going to delete this one. So this is fine. To any of the experts in this game, this will work, right? Like, as long as this pipe isn't fully saturated, this will work. What I need to do is I need to cut it off or put a buffer in here. Is what I have to do to make sure that these don't like clog, because it's the same input and output for both of these machines, right? It uses 5 and it produces 5. This one uses 5, produces 5. So as long as if they all pee at the same time, I thought what happens is it buffers for like a little bit. So it should be fine. Like, the machine has an output buffer, and as long as this thing is running properly, we won't have issues, and I can always add tanks in here to act as buffers if I start having problems with that. So I think this is fine. Let me add a little bit of room here just in case that issue comes up sooner than later. What I need to do is make sure that this intake pipe doesn't oversaturate the line. Let's see. Sever con... Oh my god, they added this. This used to not be in the game, right? Like, this is a new tool. I don't remember this existing. You had to have a mod for this. Is this how you cut pipes without dropping the water all over the place? Because that shit sucked. I remember hating that. So let's see what this does. How do I sever, actually? Do I have to... Oh, let's go. They did it. Thank you, Clay. Awesome. All right. We have that now. So I can cut it off. I guess I want to cut it off here. Alright, so let's see. What do I want to do here? I think for now, I'm just going to kind of leave these pipes. And then there's a way to drain them. What is the button for that? It's... empty pipe. Here it is. Okay, so we've got one that I want to empty right there. Colony lacks plumbing skill. Really? Where is that down the line? Oh, we got skills. Farming. I really want this one to be farming mostly. Needs a bridge. I know what you're talking about. I'm going to consider doing that in a moment here, because I think I know what you're talking about here. Let's see. This guy I didn't assign to do anything because I forgot. You're not very interested in this. Who can I assign to plumbing? I mean, I could just deconstruct the pipe and mop the water. It's not a big deal right now. And I think there's more important things that I could have them doing. Though you're not under any stress. You know what? Okay, here's the deal, Gene 2. You went to art school, and just like in real life, you're not actually going to get a job after going to art school, so you're going to become a plumber. Congratulations. It'll probably pay you better than what you went to school for. You're going to go into crop tending. And that's what we're going to roll with for now. I'm not even going to give Gene a hat. That's what you get for going to art school. You got to learn a life lesson somehow. And then we're going to just deconstruct this pipe and just let the water go on the floor and mop up the mess later. Or immediately, I guess. because it doesn't matter. The water's just going to go back down there anyways. Water bridge pipe priority. Yeah, this is probably a game that results in a lot of that. All right, so this is what I think my incredibly talented chat is talking about. Okay, hold on. Let me deconstruct these. I think this will just deconstruct pipes, right? Yeah, okay, I'll just get rid of the pipes. I'll leave the rest of that down there in case I need to put something else down there. So what I want to do is I want to run the pipe like this. I think like this, and do... No, we don't want to do that. We want to do this, and then this. Tell me if I'm being a big dumb here. This is how you do this, right? So what happens here is I think the water from this machine will get prioritized, but then if there is a gap here, we'll need to add more water. Well, if I wanted to expand this later, I would need to add more water to it. Like if I had a buffer tank of some sort. Maybe I don't need to do this. The loop doesn't need input. If I expand the loop, though, it would need input, right? If I added a buffer tank for the piss water, I could potentially run out of clean water if this thing gets jammed, is what I'm saying. It just makes its own water. So what you're saying is I don't need this. You know what? Alright, fine, we're getting rid of it. But this, I have the concept right, at the very least, correct? This is going to spill water everywhere, but I have the right concept behind this. But we don't need more water unless I expand this, and I can deal with that later. But I think I remember how that system works. So, I don't know. Whatever, we'll figure it out later. Let's move on. What have we got here? We have some tutorials. Build a pitcher pump. They'll be able to bottle it up. I did that already, game, thank you. Polluted water, which spreads disease. We should have them clean up spills. Yeah, okay, whatever. Don't care. Don't care. No, research focus. Achievements. What did we do? Outdoor renovations and royal flush. Okay, so we have the piss room, and we constructed a building outside the initial starting biome. I don't even know which one that is. Where the hell did I do that? What is it? This building? I don't even know where I did that. Whatever. Awesome. I did it somehow. Could make the buffer tank water instead of piss water. How about this? We're not going to make a buffer tank at all, so we've got a mess here. Let's mop this up now so they stop walking in it. You're feeding bathroom water into a thimble reed. Yeah, we haven't got to that point yet. Let's avoid doing the thing that I said I don't want to do during this stream, which is over planning like ahead of time. I specifically want to avoid doing that. So for now, I'm going to work with what I've got. I'm going to dig this up real quick here just because I want to like kind of clean out this water. But for now, let's not overplan, because that is why I was stagnating. The first time I played this game, I overthought everything. I planned for too many problems, and it ended up just not being very fun or interesting to do that. So I know there is a lot that I could be doing. But you know what? Let's just let the problems like naturally evolve and see how organic our base ends up being as a result of doing that. I think that'll be more fun for me, if nothing else. So we need to worry about power and oxygen. I think we're currently stable on the water situation, but as you can see here, we're running into power problems. So I need to start thinking about that. I need to start thinking about having like a generator room or something. There's two ways that we could do this right now, or I could try to research something new. Or I guess there's three. I don't think anybody's ever made a wood burner. I know I haven't. So coal generator or manual generator. So what are the stats on these? Coal generator. Am I dumb, or does it just not say how much power this is going to make anywhere in this UI? I thought they fixed this problem so this game isn't so... No, there it is. Okay, now I'm dumb. 600. All right, 600 watts, 400 watts, but this comes at the expense of somebody having to run on it like a hamster. We have a decent amount of spare labor right now, so I think we're just going to add a second hamster wheel and more batteries is kind of what I'm inclined to do right now. So another hamster wheel and more batteries is what we'll do. I don't want to be running out of power, but we're not having too many issues with that. The issue we're having is oxygen. We have tons of algae, literally like 28 tons of algae. Get out of the way. I've got to click the oxygenator. I'm just going to stick it right there on that tile that I will probably build a fire pole in later. So actually, let's not do that. I build it in this room right here. It'll go through the door. I think that's fine. The bottleneck seems to be the batteries. Yeah, I think we're losing a lot of value from that. Let me set up a floor here as well. One there. I'm deliberately skipping over one of these generators so that, like, something is always functional while they build this. And once they're done with this tile, I'll build in the other two. There we go. So I know the batteries make heat. I think that's the only thing they do. Where can we dispose of heat? We probably don't want the batteries up here. I don't think this game has, like, power loss over distance or anything, right? It just has a load limit. So the load limit on these is 1 kilowatt. The batteries, I don't really care how much they store. I just need to make sure I don't overload it. So I can only have 2 of these on a shitty wire, right? Like, if I add a third one of these and they use them all at the same time, it's going to overload, is my understanding of this. And we don't have refined metals, so we don't have a way to make the better wires. So I think we're limited to 2 of these, and then a couple batteries. If somebody sees me doing a stupid with the way the power system works, do let me know. Okay, these do have a power leak. Only consumers. Alright, so the power draw. Our current potential load is actually pretty close. I think we have transformers in disguise. No, we don't. Okay, well, we have something we can research now. What are we currently researching? Do I even have a research up? No, I don't. Okay, so let's get the first tier of these. I'm going blind. Here they are. Okay, this. Advanced power regulation. Yeah, I think this is what we want to go for next. What does that branch into? Why is my frame rate going down when I have this screen open? Clay, please. Why is the screen lagging? I guess I could... we don't have refined metals. There's no reason for me to do that right now. So we'll just do the one. Like, I could be researching more stuff, but that means I have duplicate downtime when they could be working on other things, and we really have other things that we could stand to have them doing instead. So let's get this situation under control before it becomes a crucial problem. I'm literally doing this because it upsets me, having the wire be inconsistent now. There's gonna be you're gonna notice a pattern of this. So we're gonna run the wires up like this. Actually, no, I know what's gonna happen here, actually. I'm not gonna worry about that one. But we have this amazing tool right now, so we can just sever that. I know the wires are unsightly, so you want to run them behind walls when you can, but we're also gonna have big, thick wires running through here at some point. And I need to plan ahead for that. I probably needed to make this like 1 tile wider than it is right now, because I think we're going to be running a lot more pipes down this little corridor. But we'll, as is the case with many things, we'll worry about that when the time comes. So what's the problem here? Pressure. So it has gas, but not enough apparently. So we just need to increase the pressure. We just need to pump more oxygen into the room, and that's kind of what we're doing right now. So here's our oxygen situation. I need to get rid of the CO2, or I need to greatly increase the oxygen pressure up here to push it down. I don't think I need to do anything in this area. We are doing okay on food right now, though they're only living off of muckroot apparently. I think they're instantly eating these whenever they grow in, and I know I don't have enough of these. Let's add a couple more. Pipe blocked. And why's the... That's fine, right? Because I have a gap in the pipes. What's the plumbing overlay? It's F6. Yeah, this is fine, right? Because what's going to happen here is when they start using these, it's going to immediately vacate some space on the pipe, and then the piss water will have a place to go. So this is a stable loop, from what I understand, and I don't need to mess with this until I change the size of the pipes. So I'm not going to touch that. I think our plumbing situation is taken care of for now. I ruined this like an idiot, so hold on, let me just put some tiles up. I think they need one to stand on to build that last bit. Yeah, I ruined my nature reserve, even though they don't really have a reason to go up here. It's water positive. Well, it shouldn't be positive anything, right? It should be neutral. I'm not feeding this system. I want to make sure this is not going to jam while I'm not looking at it. Let the streamer find out. Oh god. Oh no. Like, as long as this thing is filled, this should be fine. Because nothing here is going to produce more piss water, unless I read this wrong. 5 per use. And... what's its effects? Wait, does it make more? Okay, hold on a second. Is something wrong here? Did they change this, or has it always been like this? It uses 5. Okay, so no, it is positive. Oh boy. Alright. So I need to get rid of water, or this is going to jam. This is what I was worried about. It's the sinks that are neutral, yeah, of course, and I only check the sinks, I guess. Let's see. How do we do this, then? I think we set up prioritization. This is a situation where if this thing jams, we could potentially have an issue. But I need to get rid of the piss water. Okay, yeah, well, somebody was going to let this happen to me, but I think I caught it early. So let's see here. I think what I want to do then is have like a secondary pipe. So let's see, it outputs here, inputs there. You know, let me learn from my mistakes here. So I think I want to do this. So it prefers to go into this thing. And then if there's too much water, it'll run out like that. And we'll just dump it. And I know that the problem that could happen here is if this water sieve isn't maintained, I think it'll just drain all the water in the system. And you know what? We're just going to let that happen if it happens, and I will come back to this. I need to deal with the oxygen problem. Like right now. I think we're going to prioritize oxygen. I think we're at the point here where I'm going to stop taking new duplicants until I can get the situation under control. So I'm going to go for the eggs. I don't know if any of those were good. I'm making the impulse decision to go for the eggs because we will probably want to have these eventually for ranching, because ranching is good for your food and your like morale or whatever. But right now I don't think I need more duplicants because we're starting to have problems here. They're using too much oxygen. So let's see what we can do with this. I think what most people do in this situation is they build doors, right? Is that going to destroy these tiles? Yeah, just the tiles, okay. I think what people usually do in this situation is they build doors. So they would do something like this, and then they lock the top door, and the doors allow gas to go through, like they're pass-throughable, and that just improves the airflow so we don't have this problem. And then I can also put like vent tiles over here, so let's do a little bit of that. And mesh tiles, I guess. I eventually want these to be vent tiles, but we're just going to put a few of these down just to improve the general airflow around the base. And then we're going to see like just how much of this we actually need. I'm scuffing my inputs. No, not that. Stop. No, cancel. Build these. Thank you. What air? Well, the thing is, there is air. There's tons of air in this room, and it's not getting out. So what I'm trying to do here is like improve the airflow so that more of it gets up in this area. Look, basically, look, I'm trying to act like I know what I'm doing, but I really don't. The air's not included. I know it's not included. I'm including it myself. We have oxygen. I'm making it on my own. So I'm trying to figure out how to get the airflow in the base to not suck as bad as it does right now. So I think we're fine. Yeah, so we've got that set up. We probably could throw another one over here. I think what happens is when these are over-pressurized, they just don't do anything. What I need to watch out for is the power draw on these wires right now. The potential load is a little bit too high. Yeah, this I think is where I need to start worrying about the thick wires. Alright, so let's look at what we've got to play with here. We have two options for this. I can either go for refined metals and make the wires that are like twice as good, or I can start making these wires. The problem with these wires is they don't go through tiles. You like can't build a lot of stuff on them. I forget what you can build. It looks like I could put them behind the ladders. They're also unsightly, but I am absolutely not worrying about the core right now. And then I have to be able to put a power transformer on them. Alright, so this is going to be another let the streamer make mistakes situation. Recall failed. Oh god, well, we'll figure out what it is. I think what I want to do is run one of these, like, behind the ladder. Maybe I should make this 3 wide. I need to have room for transformers. Like, I need power transformers for this, so that I could use the small wires. I'm gonna try something, and if it burns me, then it'll be a learning experience. Now, how much metal do I have? These take 100. The regular wires take 25. We have a pretty solid amount of copper, and nothing else to work with. I haven't really been mining metals. I'm gonna just make a decision. Actually, the power throughput is, yeah, it's 20 kilowatts as opposed to the 1 kilowatt. I'm gonna make a decision to do this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to shift this whole thing over like a little bit. So I'm going to put that there. I'm going to deconstruct that. I'm going to deconstruct that. I'm moving this whole thing over a little bit so I can make this a 3 wide corridor. Which I probably want to make it 4 wide, if I'm being honest, because I'm thinking the other transformers are bigger, but I can always figure it out later. Maybe 4 wide. Let's future-proof it. We're gonna make this 4 wide, and we're gonna roll with that for now and see if that becomes a problem. This is me fumbling to figure out which hotkey, by the way, copies things. When you see me open like 7 UIs. So let's do that. Let's give ourselves this much room. And then maybe I should have put the wire in this gap instead. Let's go ahead and move the wire over here. So this is gonna be absolutely awful looking, but just bear with me for a bit while I figure this out. But I'm trying to solve this problem before everybody dies. We have, like, the airflow, like, capacity. We just need to, like, or rather, we have the oxygen. We just need to get it to the right places, and we're going to run into a power problem really soon. So what's annoying about these tiles is they don't go through walls. So I'm going to do that. And then I need to set up power transformers, like, every now and then. So if I do something... Actually, I need to use the... Okay, let's see. Hold on. What order do these go in? This is important. Hold on a moment. Pause the game. Power transformer. All right, which one is the input? I can't tell. Okay, the green is the output. So if I place it like this, well, you can tell I've kind of done this before. And then I deconstruct this one, and then I put this thing here. That works. I can run this heavy wire like straight up and down through this area. And then I can have this transformer break it down into a smaller current. I don't know anything about electronics. This comes up every time I stream. And then that should be safe to like power the bathroom and like the research. And I just put one of these periodically along this like main corridor. That should work. We have a couple idlers. Why do we have idlers? Invalid building location. Okay, hold on a sec. Why is this invalid? Oh, this is invalid. Okay, this thing is fine. So they're doing their work here. I should get these guys working. So, you know what? In the meantime, congratulations, Kai. You're going to have a kitchen. It's pretty tricky if you've never played it before. It might very well... This must be so weird for anybody who clicked on this stream, like, unsure whether or not I knew what I was doing in this game. This must be so bizarre to watch. Like, I know random things about how to play this game, but then other things, I'm sitting here like an idiot, probably overlooking something extremely obvious and just not doing it correctly. And this is because I played this game years ago and did not really play spaced out at all. That's kind of the situation that we're in. Alright, so I think we need to start out with a microbe musher, because we are going to turn these meal lice into something that's slightly more efficient. So we're going to start off with that. We'll make a grill, but I don't think we have anything we could actually use the grill for. I'll just put it down now, and it'll just sit there and do nothing until we get a food that can use it. I think bristleberries or whatever can use the grill, if I recall correctly. And I will set food priorities when that time comes. Yeah, you've been just using rocks to cut up the meal lice. And we, of course, need more of these. Oni science? We may get to that point. It depends. I don't know where we're going with this stream. Like, I keep on saying, this is new territory. Like, I'm not particularly good at this video game. So this is like a completely new experience here, to play a game that I really don't know how to play properly. And just see if I can, like, make something interesting out of this. So what we need to do here with this heavy wire now, since we have not fixed this properly, is we need to figure out which button to click. All right, I need to, okay, let me destroy these first. Is there a hotkey for this button, or do I have to? All right, chat, question. If I select a building, is there a hotkey I could press to delete the selected building, or do I have to click on this? I know I have the deconstruct tool, but if I click on a building, is there a hotkey for this? And it doesn't look like there is, which is a little bit disappointing. We're not researching anything, but I can just put this over here. I don't think there's a hotkey that I'm asking for here. I'm just curious if anybody knows like any sick tips for an up-and-coming oxygen not included streamer like myself. Go ahead and do that. Run the wire up. Deconstruct that one. That's left shift D. Oh yeah, I'm gonna remember that one off the top of my head. Alright, so we do that. Sever that connection as well. Just check buildings and deconstruct. What do you mean by that? Heat doesn't exist close to X. Wait, okay. I don't understand what you mean by check buildings in deconstruct. The thing about deconstruct mode is I think let me pause. If I click here, that designates both of these buildings get destroyed, right? Yeah, so that's the problem. If you don't have a filter on, and I click here, it will destroy everything that I could see. And I think that happens even if you deconstruct this. This is going to deconstruct the tile and the pipe behind it, which we don't want. And what I'm trying to do is figure out an efficient way to just destroy the tile. So say I wanted to destroy this tile. Is this what you're talking about? If I pick this filter, that's what you're telling me to do, right? Like you're telling me to hit this filter and then I can destroy walls, but not the wires and pipes behind them. I just want to be clear. I think that's what you're trying to tell me to do here. Okay, got it. And there's no hotkey for this, but I could do this, and then I could destroy a bunch of, like, this, for instance, because I want to put a pipe bridge or whatever there. And I could do this one, and that will not cause a problem. Did I ever undecon... Okay, yeah. Okay, good. I think we're on the same page then. Awesome. So I can go ahead and do that. Pick these. I know that this wire system is like dumb and gross and shitty. Let me get rid of this real quick. I think I can have a designated transformer for this. We're not worrying about the core. We're not worrying about any of the heat generation either. We're gonna have to deal with heat. We will be worrying about that problem later. I picked the wire, damn it. For now, it doesn't matter, not relevant. I just want to get a base that functions correctly. That's the wrong type of wire. Can I cancel that, please? Get rid of that one. Sorry, I'm fumbling with the controls here. There we go, that's what we want. And then what I think I want to do here is send my power generation straight through. Leave deconstruct on buildings and it's fine for normal gameplay. Does it automatic? Okay, hold on. I'll read your shit post in a moment, so yeah, I know it's a shit post. I already know it's a shit post. I don't even have to look at it, but I'll read it in a moment. A nice voice break. Great being in your 30s and still having that happen. Alright, so if I press deconstruct and it's on buildings, but then I change my overlay, or rather if I, like, let's say I pick the wire overlay. Okay, it defaults to power. I see what you mean. Okay, so it defaults to buildings, but if I'm on an overlay and then I deconstruct, it picks wires. Okay, I'll leave it like that. Okay, here's some tips that you got from their site. Minimum 64-bit processor, got it. OS Windows 7, I got 10, regrettably. Dual core 2 gigahertz, yep, good to go. 4 gigabytes of RAM. I think, yeah, I got 8 or 6. No, I got 16, right? No, I have 8. Yeah, that's one of the pain points. I'm going to upgrade my RAM at some point here. Intel. I don't know what that's equivalent to, but whatever. DX11 should have that. Storage, 2 gigabytes. You know, it's amazing how nice of a game you can make with 2 gigabytes of storage instead of 200. which seems to be like where things are going in this day and age. Like your game doesn't have to have 4K graphics to look any good. It can look adorable like this. I love the style of this game and like Don't Starve. Like it's such a good art style. Dupe's idol needs to be an emote. Yeah, look, we're gonna have a lot of problems here. I'm busy talking to chat. Okay, here's the thing. What can I have them do? Should I just have them go mining? Should I just set up like low priority mining tasks for them to work on? Is there any downside to that really? Like other than thinning out my air? Let's just have them mine. Sweeping is a good task. Oh, you're right, sweeping, that's it. Okay, hold on. If I could set this up really quickly here, just a shitty temporary storage area. Need this one for red, yellow alert. Let me look at that. Look, if that becomes a thing, here, I'm gonna save that link. I'm not gonna set that up right now because I'm not even logged in on that. And I don't remember what my Twitch password is. I'll set that up. I don't know how often that's gonna happen. Again, I don't want this to be a yellow alert base, but they need somewhere to sweep items to. So real quick, before we fix our power situation, I'm just going to set up some storage. I don't care where it is. I'm just going to put some storage down so that I can get them to place things here. So this is where I need the oxygen not included experts to help me here. Should I just like have like sweep chests that I dump on the floor periodically, like just to get like a quantum storage pile that I could always move later if I need to? Because I feel like that's what I should be doing. Maybe I should put it here, like just have a couple sweep chests like right here in the middle of the base, and I could just dump everything into them, and then I can empty the chest occasionally. And eventually we'll automate that. Eventually we'll pick a permanent spot for that and automate it. But that is the solution that I remember coming to in the past. Let's see here. I'm just real quick while they build that. Let me set this up. We'll check that in a moment here. Alright, so this will make sure their pathfinding only uses the bottom doors. Snoozio with the raid, hello. Welcome to the stream. What were you doing today? Were you Snoozio, did you ever get millionaire? Or are you still like chipping away at that? Or were you doing something else today? This is not usually what I play, by the way. I usually do a lot of Spelunky, but we're trying something new here. So, hello, Raiders. You're chipping? Okay, so you haven't gotten it yet. You broke Snoozio. Oh, what'd you do? What'd you do to him? Thank you, Eat Master, for the follow. And what happened? Oh, Dark Souls, okay. So you were not chipping away at Millionaire for Spelunky. You're playing Dark Souls. Well, how did that go? Like, what were you setting out to do in that game? I apologize. I am uncultured on matters regarding Dark Souls. It's just not a game that I've ever played. But I'm still interested in how that went. Oh my god, all the follows. Crazy Maple Butter and Cody Mori, thank you for the follows as well. I'm juggling a lot that's going on here, so I apologize if I miss any chat messages. I'm also playing a game that I'm not terribly familiar with now. I've played this game a lot before, like I've mentioned before the raid, but I haven't played this game in years, and I'm just like trying to figure out like what I'm doing. I think I need to be using thick wires for this, so hold on, let's get that girthy wire in. So we need to do this. We need to go up over the door. We're gonna have a bridge right there in a moment. And then like that. That is what we're going to do. Okay, I think we got it. And Hungry Kraken, thank you for the follow and the hydrate. Awesome. That is, you know what? That is an excellent use of your follow channel points. That's perfect. Thank you for that. It's the stuff. And J Pallet, thank you for the follow. This is a great game. Oh, you're familiar with this game. Awesome. Like, I got a lot of play out of this game before they added the DLCs. Like, what happened, my story, like, to go back to this game here. I know I'll catch up on chat in a moment, but just to briefly summarize my story with this game, I played it before they had any DLCs for at least, like, a couple hundred hours. I don't remember the number. If one of my mods that has me on their friends, I think they all do, wants to check, you can. I played this game for, like, a couple hundred hours. I liked it. I kind of felt finished with it and lost interest. I got the DLC, like the Spaced Out DLC. I tried it again and I couldn't get into it. And the reason I couldn't get into it was because I was like stagnating. I was playing too safe. Dude, what are you doing? Get off. Get Gene 2. Get down from there. I was basically stagnating. And I started talking about this game while I was playing Astroneer. Actually, we need to not have a door there. And then pretty much my chat like kind of wanted to watch me play this game. And I was like, okay, I'll play this game after I'm more or less done with Astroneer. And that time finally came. And we're finally playing this video game again. And it has been fun so far. I'm glad that I decided to do this. However, it has been so long since I played this game that I'm like half a noob and half an experienced player, like at the same time. Why is this so finicky? I thought they fixed this bug. There we go. I have to deselect it and place it again to get it to work. Alright, so anyways, that's basically the story with this game here. So if you're not familiar with this game, feel free to ask questions. If you are familiar, you're in for a treat because I simultaneously have no idea what I'm doing and I'm also an experienced player. So I'm going to make extremely questionable decisions, and I also might know something that you didn't, because it kind of depends on whether or not this was like before or after the DLC came in. I'm researching this for vent tiles, by the way. I know that these tiles also serve basically the same function, but I like vent tiles because they're aesthetically pleasing, so I'll be swapping those out at some point. Alright, so I'm gonna read chat now, so let me slow this down so that I don't get yelled at for having too many idlers. Actually, let me pick this and then I'll read chat. I don't think we want to take on more duplicates unless any of these guys are like exceptionally good. And I don't think I like any of these, so I'm just going to take the fertilizer. Okay, let me catch up on chat now, so you can just watch them, like, mosey around while I read this. Alright, so yeah, we've got the raid. Thank you for all the follows. I think I got everyone. Oh, the push-ups. Oh, no. Did you have, like, every time I die, I do a push-up, like, redeem or policy or something for Dark Souls? Because I hope you were playing well, if that's the case. I am way too out of shape to do anything like that on any of my streams, and I don't have a face cam, so I can't even like pretend that I'm doing it. I'm fat rolling my whole Oni run. I don't even know what that means, Soviet, but I think that's an insult, so how dare you. Let's see, great game. Pausing is acceptable. Yeah, we have idlers. Okay, we're pausing. It was fun while it lasted. Yeah, tons of new updates. 10 hours of Dark Souls guaranteed. So you do have like a challenge run or something you're doing in Dark Souls, or is it just like a playthrough, like a game that you're coming back to? 20% noob, 80% skill, 100% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, 15% pain. I don't remember the rest, but if anyone's got the lyrics, I know exactly what you're going for with that. I don't remember the lyrics to that song. Yeah, yes, excellent. Yeah, anybody who knows that song, like you're cultured. Congratulations. That song like is so weird. It's such a cringe song, and yet I have so many fond memories of it from just like so long ago. Let me do this as well. Oni is probably a Souls like if you don't think too hard about it. You know what? Let's just construct like an incoherent review of Oni. It's the Dark Souls of I don't know, it's the Dark Souls of Dwarf Fortress likes or something like that. Just put that on just write that on a plaque somewhere and stick it on your wall. Like, congratulations, devs, you did it. You made the Dark Souls of RimWorld games or some awful garbage like that. It's just, this is what all the reviewers apparently do now. That's how you become a game reviewer. You just like put a comment like that in your game review. Everything is a Souls-like. Everything is a roguelike. There's nothing else in the world except those categories. I hate that shit. It's like, come on, write a review that's at least interesting. Like, I have been comparing this game to like RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress, but I'm sure there are a lot of other games that fall into the same genre. Dwarf Fortress is way more hardcore than this. Like, so much more hardcore. I played Dwarf Fortress, and that game was like beyond my capabilities to just properly understand it and play it correctly. I enjoyed it for the time I did, but my god, that game was just melting my brain. Having to micromanage, having to do like 7 different steps to get your dwarves to make soap, for instance. I should probably set up some mining, because I think this is the next thing we're going to run out of here. So let me just do this while I'm rambling. Let me leave a floor, actually. I need to set up some idle tasks. So we're going to have them do tidying, and we're going to have them do mining as their idle activities. I'm trying to set up a path that they can navigate here so they don't get themselves stranded. And I think this should be clean. Again, apologies. I am absolutely all over the place. That is not what I wanted to build there. I am absolutely all over the place right now with what I'm doing because I have so many things to focus on, but I don't want the game to be paused while I talk to chat the whole time either, because some people do probably just want to see me play the video game. So we're trying to strike a balance here. And then I'm going to go back to working on my power infrastructure. Like after that. 2006. Oh god, yeah, that song is that old, isn't it? God, I remember I was playing Planetside 1, like the first Planetside, before the game like sold out. Maybe it always sold out. I don't remember it being a sellouty, but like that was when that was the game I was playing when that song came out, and I associate those two games with each other. I kind of miss Planetside, but my computer could not run that goddamn game without crashing. Building entombment. Wait, duplicant stuck? Hold on. Wait, there's an alert for that. There's not, that's not a duplicant, right? Okay, I was like, I know I'm bad at reading chat here, but like, there's an alert when they get like suffocated, right? It's the building that got entombed by the sand. Everything is fine. Nobody panic. But yeah, that song, dude. I'm not gonna play it on my stream. I don't have like the split audio like set up, so it'll get muted in the VOD. But if you know it, you know it. And if you don't know it, I think it's called "Remember the Name" by Fort Minor. If you want to look it up, you may have heard the song at some point. But I believe it's called "Remember the Name" is the song that we're looking for here, and it's like a meme at this point. I think it's like a millennial song at this point. Even though it came out in 2006, so I mean, it could also be a Gen Z song, I suppose. Alright, anyways, let's see. Hate game reviews where the author broke out the thesaurus for 20% of it. You gotta, look, Sovi, you gotta hit that word count. And you gotta hit the search engine optimization. Like, you gotta optimize your review for the maximum number of people reading it, even if your review sucks as a result. Because I think that's how you become a game journalist in this day and age. Door's stuck. I think the doors are fine right now. Right, I know that one's also a meme. I could, however, honestly, any of the doors where I don't specifically want to keep a light bug in or out of the room, I'm going to set them to open, because then the duplicants don't have to wait at the door for it to open up. So I'm going to leave these open. I'm going to lock the bathroom, though, because I want them to have the light bugs in. Oh my
Hello,
god.
Cosine. The only song I remember by Fort Minor was "Where'd You Go?" Takes me back to high school.
I actually don't know what that song is. I've probably heard it and didn't know that it was them. The only song I know about that they made was "Remember the Name." How the fuck are there 4 light bugs in here? Don't these things have like a 1-to-1 like egg laying to dying ratio, or did they change something about that? Because I don't remember there being that many in here when I built this. Oh no. Well, thank you, Art, for the 5 gift subs. You don't have to keep doing this, but thank you for that. Enjoy your gifties. Let's see who got these. Paradigm. I think I recognize all these names. Awesome. Enjoy your subs. Enjoy not having to watch the ads whenever I do run them. +1. Wait, is there a +1? All those are specifically... Wait, Twitch gift. Oh, the bonus. Oh, right. That's how this works now. Yeah, it's September. Hold on, chat. Let me put on my shill voice. Did Twitch give me anything to work with here? Ah, shit. Okay, I gotta make it up myself. Chat. This month, and this month only, is called September, and that means if you gift a sub to your favorite streamers, you get an additional 25 or 20% sub or something, and I think it's discounted. I'm not really selling this very well. Whatever, subs are cheaper. If you're gonna do it now. But again, nobody is obligated to sub to me. I need to pause the goddamn game. Nobody is obligated to sub to me. I never expect it. I always appreciate it. But I am a very infrequent streamer, so I apologize if your sub like goes to waste in a sense. Like, hopefully you like some of the emotes at the very least. They're extremely hit or miss. They're adorable though. But they're absolutely all over the place. You've been influenced? Awesome, I nailed it. Oh my god. Thank you. Oh wait, you gave out 2. Or did I scroll down? Okay, no, it was... Okay, let me catch up on this. So, Arpinity, thank you for the 5 gifties. Adam Jared, thank you for the 5. Soviet, thank you for the 5. And then we got some bits. We got an on-screen celebration, which thankfully is not in the VOD, so I don't have to worry about that showing up there. But anybody who is in chat who is not on mobile. I don't even know if you could see them on mobile. Congratulations. And if you could see them on mobile, then I apologize. I never know what the mobile Twitch client is actually capable of doing because half the functionality just doesn't work. All right, I think I got everybody. So thank you for all the gift subs. I do appreciate this, and enjoy your hype train emotes or whatever. I'm not going to read off all the names of the people who got them, but I see some people who like just came in here that received them. So enjoy your emotes and enjoy not having to watch ads, even though I don't run very many ads to begin with. Let's go back to the game now. We've been stalling for a little bit too long here. And if anybody's chat message got pushed off the top by all that, you feel free to like at me and say it again if you needed to get my attention. I probably missed at least one chat message during all that. But I want to keep the pace going here. So what we're trying to accomplish is I want to link this together, destroy all of this, and I want to finish setting up my power infrastructure because it's absolutely a mess. You can't use Prime until 7 days, so it's too late. Does Prime even get any like additional functionality for September? I think it's just the one Prime sub. I don't know if it does anything special. It's like you're not necessarily like missing anything with it. I do, of course, always appreciate Prime subs. And remember, folks, if you have Amazon Prime, you get a free Twitch sub that you can give to any streamer. It doesn't even have to be me. Just give it to someone. Why are we getting... Oh, we're getting red because we're overloading the wire. But yeah, you get a free sub. So if you or anyone you know has like a Prime floating around that you're not using, like that literally just... Like there's just no downside to using it for some stream, like whoever it is. So make sure you remember to do that. And I'm pretty sure Twitch doesn't auto-renew it because they don't want you to remember. So I'm here to tell you to do that. And I'm trying to split the wire here. So let's get this. And then I just got to link up a couple more of these things. We'll have our wiring set up, and then we'll finally be able to rest easy until something else goes wrong in my base. Why did I do it like this? What is wrong with me? I don't know why I did it like that. Like, why did I run the wire that way? Oh, Kristen, hello. Did you get like summoned in? Did you get one of those gift subs? Like it's always weird when that happens. Like I never expect anybody to like come in here and thank someone else for the gift subs, but like you're watching somebody else's stream and you just get this notification that you got a gift sub to somebody else's channel, and it's like, do I go in there and thank them? It's always kind of amusing when I have people like get summoned in. What are you doing, dude? Come on, get to work. You have some, go dig something. It's always just amusing when that happens. Not these two tiles. Sorry, whoever was expecting me to not notice that, I caught it. I caught it in time. We're not going to have a water accident. But yeah, it's always kind of amusing when that happens. And I'm just like, hey, thanks for the gift sub, but I wasn't actually actively watching that stream at the moment. But Twitch is a silly environment sometimes. Let's go ahead and carefully dig this out. You know what? Actually, hold on a sec. We gotta get our shit back together here. Okay, what's going on? We're running out of oxygen in a game called Oxygen Not Included. Darn, you noticed. Yeah, I apologize to anyone. We're gonna beef it at some point. There we go. We're gonna beef it at some point. There's going to be an incident. Again, we are not gonna be doing rollbacks. Like, most likely, I don't want to do rollbacks. I want to just live with the consequences of my actions. So there may very well be a catastrophe. This colony could just spiral into like disaster and everyone dies, and we're just gonna like deal with the consequences of that. This may not be a long-term like playthrough. We may have to start a new one, but let's see if I can recover from this. A waxident. Yeah, not quite. Or waxident? That sounds kind of weird. I don't like that. You were screaming inside. Now I got it pretty quick. I know that the sand falls down. Like, again, anyone who doesn't know what I'm doing here but wants to stick around, you are absolutely free to ask questions, and I will try to answer them. I have a hype chest. Chat, what the hell is this? What is this? I can share it. Okay. Like, I just clicked through I don't even know what this is, chat. I have never received a hype chest before. That must be new. Is that how they did this? They don't give out the emotes anymore? They give you like an extra step that you have to click on? Is that what a hype chest is? A wankcident. Look, I'm gonna be real. I'm not wanking or anything right now. I'm at least trying to pay attention to what I'm doing. I'm not doing a terribly good job of it, but I'm locked in. I'm just not very good at locking in. I'm paying attention right now. But there will probably be an incident. In this case, it was the sand will fall down if you dig out these tiles here. And that would not have been good. So, I don't want to do that. There's also, like, I think fertilizer can't even hold up the water, so it'll leak through. There's a few, like, funnies that I could accidentally commit while I'm doing this. And I'm trying my best to avoid making mistakes. But you, chat member, you do not have any obligation to call it out if I'm making a terrible mistake. You can just let it happen and let the world burn. And that's on me. Like, if I screw something up here, that is my fault. That is not chat's fault. So you decide if you want to be, like, if you want to be good or evil during this stream. The only thing I ask is that you don't deliberately misinform me. Like, if you just want to watch the world burn, you're free to do so. Please don't tell me things that are, like, not true. Like, don't misinform me is my only request about it. But if you want to just quietly watch me ruin things, you are free to do so. That is part of the viewing experience. You didn't get the new emote? I don't even know what the new emotes are. Well, I apologize for anyone who didn't get the new emote. I guess you're just going to have to give me more gift subs or something. Make a better hype train. I can't shill for Twitch like that. I don't function that way. I can't justify doing that. Like, again, give me money if you think I deserve it. But just know that I may not be a consistent streamer. By may not, I mean I probably won't be. At the very least, you could use the emotes on other streams. So let's see here. Let's get our shit back together. We have no power. Probably because I didn't wire something correctly. We might finally be playing the game. Wait, I missed a message. Oh, what was that? Where's that message? They made the move to mod baseline too. Okay, I don't know what that means. Okay, I think I'm caught up now. Whatever, Zarek, whatever moved the baseline to mod, or... Well, I don't know what that message means. I'm gonna stop looking at it now. Let me fix my base. So let's see, how are these wires looking? We're probably gonna need a lot more power for the kitchen, so I'm gonna add another one of these. I know I don't need one of these for every floor. We're gonna do it anyways. Power, wire, slap that bad boy there. Everything is gonna be powered. Kai is finally gonna have a kitchen, which is awesome. You finally don't have to, like, use rocks to cook food anymore. So in the meantime, what we want to do here, I think, is... Let's see, how does this work? Let me pause for a moment. We have plenty of water. What is this? What is this 1 over... Okay, what does 1200 over 600 mean? What is the UI trying to tell me with this? Like, any oxygen not included experts. What are they trying to tell me with this ratio here? Like, what does that mean? It uses 600. The denominator is your inventory. Okay, so... Alright, so it doesn't use 600. Okay, requires 1200. This is what I have, and this is what it makes. So I do get a net positive. I get a little bit more food value if I have my chef create lice loaf. And it's, I think, slightly less terrible of a food, if I recall correctly. Or maybe it's the same. Either way, I think I'm gonna do it. So we're gonna order lice loaf because we don't want to make mush bars. Mush bars are awful. So we want to, at the very least, make lice loaf. Yeah, calculated. I'm not gonna run the numbers right now. Again, this ratio of food is not good, and half of them aren't growing. Yeah, slightly less disgusting food. I mean, that's better than eating dirt. I mean, this looks pretty wretched, but you know what? Whatever, you guys will get over it. It's better than starving to death. Mush bars are perfectly fine. So the problem with mush bars, if I recall correctly, is you, like, will burn through all of your goddamn dirt and water making these because they're such an inefficient food source. If it comes to that, we'll make these, but what I think I want to do is I want to make a slightly better food. So we've got our game paused still. I think what you do for this situation is you forbid them from eating this, which I think I have to click on all these manually. You forbid them from eating the raw material, and then that'll mean all of it goes to the chef. Am I missing a food? I guess I haven't discovered it yet because it's not in the list. You live on mush bars until your ranches are up and running. I want to see if I could do this without making them eat dirt. Let's be real, they're probably going to have to eat dirt, but let's see if I can actually do that without it. Let's try for that. It's probably not going to work, but you know, I got to set some goals for myself here. What achievement did we just get? Cool. I don't know what it was. It didn't scroll to it. I don't care about this. Insufficient oxygen. Yes, I know. We're working on it. All food is dirt in one way or another. That's poetic, honestly. That's a beautiful saying. I should, like, print out a motivational poster right here. All food is dirt in one way or another, just over our gross meal life. So that's going to make them feel real good. Put that in the kitchen, actually. That would be a good spot for it. Just make them read that every time. Yeah, congratulations, Adam. This is you. If you want to customize your duplicate, I don't know, I'm not going to look at that UI, whatever. If you see me get like pants or something, I could customize them. But all three of my mods got a duplicate named after them, and then we have a channel point redeemed for every subsequent one I get. So we can have riveting names such as Gene2 and me. And I don't remember where the other ones are. Burger and Kai. Those are our goblins right now. Those are the duplicates we have. Those are all 7 of them, and I'm not getting more of them right now because they're suffocating to death, and we need to fix that problem. So what we've done here is we have just solved our power issue. It looks like the batteries are keeping up. I need to make one more hamster wheel, actually, to be sure that, like, if I have a spike in power usage, they can keep up with that. You're suffocating. Quit whining. I'm fixing it, all right? And what I need to do is figure out how many of these oxygen diffusers I need to keep up. And instead of actually doing the math, I'm just going to place them until the problem goes away. So we're just going to slap one like over here. I'm going to grab a wire. Actually, you know, let's run the numbers. So let's see. These produce 500 per second of oxygen. How much do these guys use? Inhaling. It's 100 normally, right? Like when they're suffocating, they use a bit less, but then they get like stressed out. Let's see, let me find somebody who's not like holding their breath right now. Is there anyone who's not holding their breath? Or is it just this one? I think it's 100 by default. So if I'm understanding this correctly, like, who of these should be enough except... No, the plants, do they consume any? No, the plants don't consume any gases. This should be enough, right? Unless I'm missing something here. Is the problem just that my air pressure is too low? Because I've, like, excavated too much terrain? Because unless I'm not doing the math correctly, 3 of these oxygenators should be enough to keep up with the base. Like, this is like twice as much as I need. In which case, it's just a matter of, like, waiting for the air pressure to fill in a little bit. Yeah, I have 1 mouth breather, but I think that's just like doubles, or that's like 50% more or double or something. Yeah, this might just be a waiting game at this point to see if they'll catch up. I'm fumbling these keys so hard. There we go. I need to change the, like, the copy hotkey to something else. Yeah, I could suffocate a base by over digging. Yeah, I kind of probably shouldn't have dug this out. You know what, let's just wall this off real quick here. I don't know if we're going to be going over there later. I know these airlocks aren't that good. They let the air through while they're open. I could set up water locks. For now, let me just block off like a few of these side corridors that I'm absolutely not going to be using under any circumstances. Yeah, like this one here. We can also do that one. But let me expand the bedrooms out like a little bit further. And then we'll block it off. So let's see. And just something like this. Dig that out, and then I will place a door right there, and then if they have no reason to go out there, they won't open the airlock, so this area is not going to get overpressurized, because there's no oxalite in here. Oh, that's the other thing I could be doing. Is there any oxalite that I could, like, dig out real quick? We can get access to this one, and we can get some from here. Yeah, this is probably worth digging into, even if it's above my base. Because, like, some of my oxygen is going to float up here, but I don't think we have a problem with too much, like, carbon dioxide. I think our problem here is just not enough oxygen. So we'll go ahead and dig out into that room as well. And I don't I could go down to this thing. I think I have somebody who could dig this out, but it is below the piss water. So yeah, I don't know how that's gonna go. We'll see. Okay, so I'm gonna set that loose, and we're gonna let them do some work. Now let me look at chat in the meantime. Oxygen is a privilege. Yeah, unfortunately, right now it's a luxury if you get to have oxygen. I mean, this area is looking pretty fresh right now. The beatings will continue until morale improves. Look, I'm trying to make this a nice place. Why did the chicken cross the road? Because you didn't fucking cook it. And I'm dying of lack of oxygen. I can't do a Gordon Ramsay impression, by the way, so I'm not even gonna try. But like in my head, I'm assuming that everything you say is a Gordon Ramsay impression because you're the chef. Except you're just running on a hamster wheel right now instead of making food. What are we doing on that? Yeah, okay, we just don't have any extra meal lice. I need to catch up on this. They should have enough gas pressure to grow now. This bristle blossom is not doing anything. God, should I even keep this here? I think the natural plants have a way slower growth cycle. I mean, I guess I could just leave it here as a treat for anybody who happens to get lucky enough, but let's put a light there so it'll at least actually do something. I'm sure something else is going to kill it at some point, but for now, we'll just put a light there. Yeah, suffocate a base. Aren't there only 2 lab maps? I don't know what that means, so but that's something I'm going to have to get to later. We're on the home asteroid right now. I know this thing is like a no, okay, the teleporter is somewhere else. This is the resource teleporter. This thing, yeah, I know this thing teleports to another planet. We're not ready to do that right now. Let me just like get my bearings on what I'm trying to solve here first, and then we'll worry about the other planets and the labs and whatever else is going on. And I don't have the Frosty Planet DLC for anyone who was wondering. This is just Spaced Out is the only DLC we're running right now. My algae deoxidizers aren't at 100% throughput, so plan accordingly. Are they what are they doing then? Are they getting jammed by overpressure? I don't think they are. Well, they're running right now. 10 watts of power for that isn't worth it. Is 10 watts really that much power here? I mean, the fridges are using... Oh, they're actually only using like 120. Wait, do these things use power even when there's nothing in them? Whatever, we only need 1 fridge. I'll disable that one until we have too much food. I didn't even know they use power when there's nothing in them. Power saver mode my ass. I can set it to 0 power by just turning them off. Well, what's the point of power saving mode if it still uses power? If I could just unplug it. Yeah, we'll just use the 1 fridge until I fill this up. Something tells me that a surplus of food is not the problem we're going to be having right now. How's this project going? This is good. Is this one not set to harvest? Hold on. Yeah, it's not set to harvest. Do that. Did I miss any others? Whenever I get over there, I'll do those. Do that one. Okay, those are all the... and these ones. There we go. Okay, that's all of them. Use cosine to calculate the perfect flight. I don't know how much you're going to be using the cosine function for this game. But, you know, it sneaks its way in at the most unexpected moments. Alright, so this, I don't think I can make anything out of this except for gristleberries. So what's the ratio on this? There's literally no downside to this except a duplicate needing to spend time to make it. So when we get access to those, which is, these are going to sporadically show up with these blossoms, I will be doing that. So let's disable them from eating these. Oh, you just click on this to turn them all on and off. That would have been way easier than what I did before. What is cosine of 69 and decrease in radiance? Look, chat member, I'll leave that as homework for you to figure out. I could open up the calculator and find out. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. It's not like a particularly special number or anything like coherent. So this is not something that I remember at all. Yeah, you go. Maybe I should throw that one in. What the cosine of 69 is. That command, I think it's on like a 5 or 10 second cooldown. It's literally just a random like shitpost math like calculation that I threw, and that was me learning how to use Nightbot. Is the reason why we have that command. Like, it's just a dumb command, and I had no reason to turn it off when I was done. Let's see. Do I want to block this off as well? No, I should leave this open, actually. This is a good CO2 pit, so let me dig that out so that CO2 can accumulate down here. We're not going to block that one off. This over here, the pressure is mediocre at best, though it does have oxygen in it. You know what we'll do? We're going to open this one up as well, but it'll kind of function as a CO2 pit at the same time. And they could always go in and out of the door occasionally to get the plants. Nah, I'm not going to make a command for that specifically. I could add it to the math command. Let me, I'll make a note about that. I'm sure this will make sense to me later. I might just add a couple things to that command if Nightbot still has room for it. At some point, I need to set up my own streamer bot so I can have an infinite scripting complexity to all these commands, but right now I don't care to do that. I could fry mush bars. It's like 200 worth of dupe labor for extra calories. I don't want to make mush bars. My whole chat like had to reload for a split second there to load that gamma at the bottom. Apparently the font just like had to reload for some reason. I don't know why my browser did that. That was kind of weird. That's the law of cosines, by the way. Pretty awesome. You know, it's named after me, because my name in real life is actually John Cosine, and they named that function after me. It's the more you know. My source is I made it the fuck up. It is a good function, though. I have actually used that one occasionally. It's essentially like the Pythagorean theorem, except better, because it works for non-right triangles. Now, let's add a couple more of these while we're at it. Let me focus for a moment. The John Cosine. Yeah, name reveal. I just doxed myself. My name is actually Cosine in real life. Truly incredible. This is actually also a nature reserve. This is convenient, actually. I got like a lot of nature reserves along the way. Whatever, let's just set up another one here. We can always try to like integrate other buildings into these. Except I forgot to do it. Hold on a second. I don't think we have nature reserves because I didn't set up the sign. Do I already have that? How do I do that? Stations. No. Furniture. Park sign. This whole time, my idiots didn't know that this was a nature reserve because I never made the park sign. They just didn't know any better. Whatever, right there. Did I name the function, or it was named after me? Nobody gets to name the function themselves. Like, who does that? Who invents something and then names it after themselves? You get it named after you. That's how it works, I think. At least in most cases. I mean, the bad thing about that is usually you have to die before they'll name something after you, so I don't even know. I don't know if I'm gonna die or something, or if this is like cursed, but I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to have something named after you until you die, is my understanding. They added a nifty search function in the build menus. Where is that? All buildings. So this will find anything, right? Like if I wanted to find a mesh tile, oh my god, it finds it. And it's on another thread. Look at that. Look at that live updating. They multi-threaded this. Good job, devs. Okay, I gotta remember that, because I'm never gonna remember what categories these are on. Cosine of 2 to the 6th power. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I mean, I know what 2 to the 6th power is. I don't know what the cosine of that is. I mean, it's cosine of 64. The code of Oni is cursed. I mean, it's written in Unity engine, and I don't know how much of the code they wrote themselves and how much is piggybacking off of Unity. So it's who knows? I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt until I start running into problems. Look at all these nature reserves we're getting here. Alright, so what I'm going to do for this one is I don't think they're going to strand themselves if I do this, so I'm going to dig this out. And then I'm going to put a roof over it, and that should make another nature reserve. Let's see, what's my spacing on this? I kind of want to keep roughly the same floor spacing, because four tiles allows them to reach the tile below the ceiling here. It's not the most organic thing ever, but I'll probably improvise it if I, like, have to dig over and build a base somewhere else. There's my teleporter output. We'll see. Should have been 2 to the 8. Okay, now I was wondering. I mean, 64 is a good number. Not as good as 256, but I mean, it's all right. It's a respectable number. I like it. I'm not gonna complain about that number. Add a few more ladders. Okay, do I have any idlers? Okay, let's move them up a little bit faster. I think, Chad, all right, I think our oxygen crisis has been averted for the time being. It looks like everything is under control right now. Like, I'm not seeing any, like, crucial issues. Did I not ever... Hold on, did I not ever research vents? No, I did. Where is it? It's called airflow tile. Is it just in base? There it is. Okay, this is what I wanted to make. The reason why I want to use these is because if somebody pees in the bathrooms, I don't want that to be going, like, through each floor. So I'm going to set these to be vent tiles, but the ones here, I do want these to be passed through because if anything happens, I want it to fall straight down into my drinking water. Apparently, now that I think about it, that doesn't sound like as good of an idea as it did in my head. But I should probably block this off at some point so that piss water doesn't flow down here. But I'm going to use vent tiles for the purposes of actually getting airflow in all these areas. So we'll do that. We'll just stick one there, I guess, as well. Alright, dig that out as well. We'll build this eventually. I think we have averted the majority of the crisis that we were having there. Gotta go? Alright, see you, Walrus. Oni channel and Discord. Yeah, I could do that. Let me, I'm not gonna do that during the stream. Let me copy that message. I'll do that afterward. I think I thought I was going to do that, and then I just forgot. You'll notice a pattern here. But I do want to do that, so I'll try to set up a channel for that, just for anyone who wants to like post quality of life mod suggestions or talk about the game. My Discord isn't exactly the most riveting environment. Like we don't do much there, but like we talk occasionally about the games that I play there. That's where I post my Spelunky mods, stream announcements. So you know what? I'm going to show my Discord now. Because I don't use the platform formerly known as Twitter or anything else really to like talk about my streams. So like I post stream announcements on Discord. If nothing else, if you want the stream announcements, that's the place where you need to go to get them. Just check out my Discord. I try not to like post constant like incessant announcements about things that nobody cares about, and you can always mute the channels if you don't care about anything else. Don't worry, it's not going to hurt my feelings. I'm also in a billion Discords, and I will just mute them if I'm just tired of listening to whatever they're doing there. Alright, I think this is gonna be our third, like, wildlife sanctuary, or whatever these are called. What are these called? Nature reserve. Why is this one not a nature reserve? Is it too big? It's literally one tile bigger than it should be to be a nature reserve. There we go. Perfect, just put a wall in the back. L plus ratio, Discord muted, no maidens. Unbelievable. So disrespectful. Transformers count as industrial machinery. Okay. Thank you for that. I guess... So what I could do with this one then is put it somewhere else, maybe? I'm thinking, where do I put this one? Yeah, you're probably right. Does it say? Yeah, industrial machinery. Where do I want to put that one then? The problem with this is going to be these heavy watt wires, but I want these guys to run through these rooms. You know, they don't get I don't think they get an additive bonus for running through more of these nature reserves. So I'm going to just put doors here and block it off, and then we might put something behind this room. In that case, we don't actually need these tiles. I might put something behind this at some point so they have to run through it to get the bonus. But we have one here that doesn't have a transformer in it. Yeah, it just refreshes it. As long as I could get them to run through one of these, what I should probably do, especially since temperature is going to become an issue at some point soon, is maybe put the living quarters up here. Like somewhere in this area to force them to run through one of these nature reserves. Or put it over here or something. I'm tempted to place it like up here. And then have this be more of an industrial area. But I got a lot to think about for this. Like how I keep ignoring this. Alright, are any of these guys good? Do I have a rancher? I might take one more duplicate. Oh, we have a lot of skills to catch up on. Well, we can see what skills we have right now. So let's see. Burger here just likes carrying things, though you do have that talent there. Yeah, Burger's just gonna keep carrying things, I think. So just go to carrying 2. Do you get a better hat? There you go. Alright, Kai, congratulations. You've been upgraded to head chef. I mean, you were already the head chef, but you got a slightly nicer looking hat. There you go. Alright, Severin, let's see. You're obviously going into better research. Even though I'm not doing research right now, like, I definitely want to do that. If I find any geysers, I think I needed this upgrade as well. Construction, here you go, Soviet. And Adam, super hard digging. I think that means abyssalite. Yeah, okay, you can dig abyssalite. And then we haven't even seen diamond and obsidian yet, so we're not going to the nether just yet. And there's your hat. Beautiful. Whatever, you can have this hat. There you go, everybody's got a hat. Alright, so I don't think I have a rancher. Now let me actually check the priorities. That'll tell me what they're good at. I'm never very good at setting up ranching. I'm always kind of like slow on doing that. Actually, I think decorating is another one where you only want to have one guy doing decorating. Can I disallow? There we go. I think decorating is another one where you only want one person doing it because they become like master like decorators or whatever. And the other ones will just make shitty, like, crayon drawings. So, we don't have any decorations up yet, but I'm gonna future-proof that. Okay, so, let's get a rancher. Let's get a farmer. Farming's a good job. So, yeah, husbandry. Decreased athletics, that's fine if I just keep them near the husbandry. Supplying's not all that good, but I think I just want to do this one. Now they just have to be a bad artist. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me catch up on that. You buy all these subs, you don't get a character. Look, Look, I'm sorry. I don't want this to be pay to win. The way I've been doing this is when I do this, I will unlock the redeem to name a duplicate. And what I think I'm actually going to do with that redeem before I unlock it is set it to 1 per stream per chat member. So essentially, if you stick around during the stream and everybody who's quicker on the draw has already named the duplicate, that'll be the only one they can name during the stream, so everybody gets a chance. I had it set to 2 per person, but I'm going to reduce it to 1, so everybody who's redeemed it already won't be able to do it again during this stream. So you'll have your chance, but this is unfortunately not going to be a pay-to-win stream. Yeah, there could have been 2. I thought I didn't know how much people were going to do it or how many duplicates I was going to have, but I'm going to reduce it to 1 per stream. But I am going to not make this pay to win, so I apologize, Arp. I do appreciate the gift subs, like genuinely, but at the same time, I will not be making this pay to win, so I am going to unlock the redeem in just a second here. So keep your eye on it if you wanted to name the duplicate, and we're going to be picking Bert here. I'm not going to count down to it because it doesn't matter, the stream delay, but here it comes. You're pulling the leg. Okay, I always like to be sure. Like I'm concerned that if people get sad about something like that, but that is understandable. I figured you were pulling my leg, but I always want to be sure. I don't want somebody to be like upset with me for something and I am just completely like blindsided by it. And if I ever do something during one of these streams that like you are genuinely upset by, like I make fun of you and you take it like seriously or you think I was being serious, like you could DM me. Like we could talk about it. Like I try not to be a grating individual. Like I will call you goblins in chat and hooligans and other like endearing insults like that, and I never mean it. I never want to be rude in my chat like that, but I think it's funny. I enjoy like the lighthearted insults. So hopefully people don't take that too seriously. I never mean it in like a negative way. I don't like dislike my chat members. I just think it's like a cute little bit of banter, and in return you can always like give me a bad streamer or an omega lol every now and then. As long as we're just being lighthearted about it, it is all good. And when I say lighthearted, I mean you can call me like big dummy every now and then. Like I'm not gonna get like upset about that. It's if you start just calling me stupid like over and over again, and you keep like bringing up mistakes I make over and over again, it's like that's when I'm gonna be like maybe tone it down a little bit. Like, mistakes happen, especially in games like this. I am absolutely going to beef it at some point, and we can all just laugh at it and then move on from it. I don't know how long this base is actually going to last or not. We'll see if I could prevent, like, the inevitable death spiral, but if that happens, it'll be funny at the very least. But then we'll try again, and we'll see if I learned anything from my lessons. Hopefully I'll learn something from this. Yeah, fun in the streams, awesome. That is good to hear. And I see that my mods at least are accepting their role as chat goblins. And I'm not the only. To be clear, I'm not the only streamer that has called their chat goblins. This is apparently not an uncommon thing. But I did stumble upon that myself before I found out that a lot of other streamers do that. So it's like a common pattern to this sort of thing. Alright, so let's see. Anyways, who named it? Okay, so you got it. Sap Tap. Is that the capitalization you want as well? And then if you, like, see me with, like, a customization that you want, it's like, I'm not going to show the wardrobe right now, but if you have, like, a customization you want, you see me, like, get the item, I will also customize your duplicate. This is essentially your duplicate. We'll just call it that for now. You can also, by the way, chat, if any of you want to rename your duplicate, you don't have to redeem it again. You can just tell me what you want the new name to be. Like, obviously, I'm not going to drop everything to do it. If you want to rename your duplicate, like, every 15 seconds, I'm not going to do that. Like, you can live with it at that point, but, like, you can just tell me if you want to change the name or something. I'm not going to be super, like, stringent about this. Go ahead and dig this out. So how are we doing on water? This is fine. I kind of want to prevent piss water from getting down here. Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of... I'm gonna, like, try to avoid a problem before it happens. So I'm gonna do that. Hopefully nobody's gonna get stuck over there. I wish there was a way to, like, force a ladder to override a tile. I think it works the other way around. You have a problem. When you lived next to me in Minecraft in 2008, I was a dick. Excuse me. I might have been, but I probably wasn't. Look, I'm sure my house was at least mediocre. It can't have been that much of an eyesore, right? Like, at least I had, like, an okay-looking house. Like, a passable house. Like, we had so many houses that looked like dog shit. Mine were at least, like, acceptable. I knew not to use brick blocks in 2008. Also, Minecraft came out in 2010, so that doesn't even make sense, but I know what you're getting at with this. Here's some lore for you, chat. I actually played Minecraft with Soviet Winter, and I think all of my mods, actually. We all played on the same Minecraft server together. And we certainly had some experiences from that. Adam, you might want to hurry up and build that. There you go. We certainly had some interesting experiences from playing Minecraft. I miss our Minecraft server. House good, personality bad. Look, at least I didn't, like, play loud music, alright? I don't even think the jukeboxes worked in survival multiplayer back then. Like, nothing worked in survival multiplayer when we were playing Minecraft for the longest time. Got a couple more doors here. Yeah, I noticed that. That right there with Adam stuck on this tile is a situation of your duplicates being stupid. They will just get themselves stuck. They don't understand, like, dangerous mining operations. They will just trap themselves in a hazard and stand there like idiots until an alarm says that they're about to die. And that's just... you just gotta watch out for that. Stop standing on the doors. What are you doing? Why are you standing here? Like, I know you have nothing to do, but, like, is this really the spot that you want to stand? Whatever. The door is forbidden. You'll step out of it, I think, and then do... there you go. Okay, you're not allowed to do that anymore. Don't let it happen again. Live life on the edge. Was this before they standardized client server net code for multiple... yeah, this was way before that. Minecraft released, like, quote-unquote, I think around 2010, and survival multiplayer was, like, a super scuffed, broken-ass beta for, like, a year or two around that time, where, like, half the features in the game just didn't work correctly. It was definitely an experience. And then they eventually, like, set it up to be a single player, just a local server. And all those problems, well, they didn't all go away, but most of those problems went away. But it was a mess. It was fun having redstone not work correctly, having doors get desynchronized between clients. You couldn't even like take damage from enemies. It was definitely an experience, to say the least. Hello, Drac. Goodbye, Drac. Let's see, I fixed it. They teleport and trap themselves in bad areas. Yeah, they can also do that too. There's like a mechanic where they'll sort of try to get out of the way of tiles and just end up trapped in a box where you have no idea how they managed to get into it. What is this? Duplicates? Oh, hold on. The food will only ever be as clean as the ingredients used to make it. Storing food in sterile, refrigerated environments will keep it free of germs. And carefully placed sanitization will prevent the cooks from infecting the food by handling it. Okay, I don't know why that's popping up now. Or maybe that's been there for an hour and a half and I just didn't notice now. And we got an achievement, apparently. Oh. Okay, apparently I did that. I literally have just left all my eggs on the ground. Use a duplicant's tree to buy out an entire branch. I don't even know who I did that with. Oh, whatever. Building lacks resources. Oh, that's not supposed to happen. Oh, never mind. It's just because there's nothing that they could use here. Okay, I think we're all caught up on everything. Let's do this. Check this. Alright, I'm going to be taking a BRB in a couple minutes here, and I'm going to run ads during the BRB. Just an advanced warning here, if anybody needed to go take a piss or something. That's another thing I'm going to start doing during my streams. Again, no random mid-roll ads, but if I run like 3 minutes of ads while I'm AFK, like taking a piss or something, nobody has to watch pre-rolls for the next hour, and I'm going to try to make a point of doing that during my streams in the future, because I think I stream for too long, like consecutively, like to the point that there are people that probably have to dip out and go do something, and there's literally no opportunity to do it because I'm just a powerhouse of streaming apparently, and I could do this for 8 hours without getting up. So I'm going to try to get in the habits of like taking a couple breaks in the middle of my streams because I think that just works in everyone's favor. And then I will run ads during the breaks. And you can of course do whatever you want with those ads. You can engage with the ad and purchase the products being advertised to you, or you can literally go AFK. I do not care. I don't care about the ad revenue. I do this to disable the pre-rolls for the next hour. That is the only reason I'm going to be doing that. So I think we've got our base pretty much stabilized. So I'm going to go ahead and do our BRB right now. I will just pause the game, give you something to look at here. I'll throw out my BRB and a little bit of music, and I will be back in a few minutes here. I don't have a very particularly professional setup for doing this, so I'm just going to mute the game process and play some elevator music or something. So I will do that in just a second, and then I will be right back. Let's see. I will try to streamline this a little bit more in the future, but this is something I have not normally been doing. And we can just go ahead and play this. All right, so I will be back in a few minutes, chat. So if you don't need to, if you're not going to stick around, that's all good. And if you are, you've got a few minutes to take a break. I will hopefully see you afterward. Alright, we're back. God, Tim Fallon went hard on this song. Alright, let's get our audio set up. There we go. Alright, I think we're good to go. No, we're not good to go. Hold on, overlay. Bad streamer. There we go. Alright, perfect. Alright, welcome back everyone. I hope you enjoyed your sponsored product placement on our stream today. I don't remember what I was doing. Fucking raw. Said I wasn't going to try to do the accent, and I did it anyways. I'm sorry. That was bad. Okay, I don't think I'm forgetting anything. Yeah, okay, good. Our audio is all set up. Fucking raw. Alright, so we have a lot of idlers. Yeah, I see somebody's getting the stress debuff from that. You just had to look at that the whole time we were doing that. Yeah, that's refreshing. This is something I need to get in the habit of doing here. Like every couple hours, maybe it took 4 hours this time, but every couple hours I want to do like a BRB like that. Just give everybody a chance to take a break from the stream and turn off the pre-roll ads for an hour. It pretty much benefits everybody, probably including myself. Is there a plant on this? Yeah, there is. Okay. You're able to get snacks. Awesome. Yeah, it's going to usually be about 5 minutes. Maybe I'll change that number to 2 pi on my little overlay. And at some point I might get a better overlay for that as well, but it's fine. Incremental, baby steps. God, it's as bright as the goddamn sun in this room. Okay, so let's acknowledge our problems here. Oxygen, look at that. That is beautiful. This is exactly what you want to see. We have no more oxygen problems for the time being. We have a ton of algae, so we're not going to run out for these oxygen diffusers anytime soon. We need to move on to our next problem, which I am anticipating is going to be the food most likely, because... Let's see, how's the heat situation going with these plants? They will be fine up to 30. You know what? We might run into problems with the heat as well. I think I should insulate off these tiles here and expand my farm to be a little bit taller. That's kind of what I think I should be doing here. Yeah, I'm way ahead of the curve. We already have the shine bug reactor. This is not enough to kill anyone, right? Barely safe. Well, I don't think they need... I don't think they reproduce in this game anyway, so... I mean, the duplicants, so if they get sterilized by all the shine bugs in here, it'll be fine. I'm sure they'll be okay. It says barely safe, and you know what? That's safe enough for me. Built the mealwood farm next to the hot biome. Look, you're gonna be doing a lot more not like this and that because I'm gonna be making lots of bad decisions. Well, let's think about this then. So we need to set up. We need food. I have decided that food is my next priority. Can't have Junior running around. Yeah, I think they're all sterile. That you can only get new duplicates from this printing pod. Unless they did something really weird in one of these updates that I don't know about. Maybe they could use the hot tub for that. You know, you could write your own fanfics about, like, any of that sort of stuff. We'll put a hot tub in the base at some point, and then you can all write stories about it. You have a sex update. I mean, if The Sims can do it, why can't this game? Put your bed next to the glow box. That's superpowers. I mean, you're next to the printing pod. That's kind of... Does that thing emit any radiation? No, not really. Look, we'll see if we can lock a glow bug into your room at some point here. Like, the whole bedroom situation kind of sucks, but I don't think it's high priority. At some point, I do want to give better rooms, and I will try to lock a shine bug in your room since you like the light anyways. But right now, that is not the priority. I think we need to get our food situation under control because this is not sustainable. I have a lot of food now, but I'm not making enough for like 8 of these guys to survive off of. Speaking of 8 of these, one of you needs to go on this schedule. I don't know why the name was up here and it changed, but this game's always been a little bit buggy. But so far the only thing that's really been irritating me is buildings sometimes refusing to place until you turn them off and on again. Let's see here. Let's think about the food situation. So, what can I use for food? What are my seeds? Resources. Alright, we have mealwood, blossoms, briar is a cosmetic plant, and fungal spore. We only have one of those, so ideally I get blossom seeds, I think. They use a lot of water. Okay, I can't get any stats on them. Just look at it here. Okay, so let's see. What do these need? So they can handle it pretty cold. 30 is going to be a problem. And the issue here that we're anticipating is that it's... not that one. This one. It's getting kind of hot over here. This is eventually going to start killing the plants. Well, not killing them, but they won't be able to grow. You'll name him Sun 2. Can you name these? Maybe you can name them when they're tamed. Click the book next to the name. Oh, right. That's a thing, isn't it? Okay, hold on. Let me just... click on that. Alright, here we are. Alright, so this thing. Yeah, 5. Looks like it's basically the same exact information. So the life cycle is shorter if you grow them. I think naturally it's like 4 times slower or something than that. I would like to grow these because these are pretty good, and I think they have an upgrade path to make a better food item later. They use water is the downside, which we will run out of at some point. Like, it's always deceptive. Like, you got lots of water, and then you find out, like, oh shoot, I'm out of water. We can melt snow if we do this correctly. I feel like I should try to grow a bunch of these, and what that means is I need to keep them away from the hot zone. And I should probably do it up here, because what I'm anticipating is I'm not going to let this out anytime soon. If I build them, like, up here, if this is where my farming area is, just somewhere in this general area, I can, like, move cold over from this area into it pretty easily without a lot of infrastructure. Eventually, you could transfer heat around the base a lot more easily. But I'm tempted to say I should stick the farms, like, maybe up here. I don't want it to be too far away, but I think the farmer will just kind of hang out in this area for the whole day once there's something to do here. And we don't have to disrupt the nature reserve. That will also give them a reason to go through the nature reserves. Yeah, that seems like a good play. I don't have any music. Thought I turned this on. I feel like... have we had any music this whole time? I have it turned on. If enabled, it will play every cycle. I don't know, maybe it's been playing. I don't know, I haven't been paying that much attention to it. This game does have music. Maybe it's just too quiet. I'll just turn it up a little bit because I haven't heard it at all. If that becomes a problem, please let me know. I'll turn it back down, but I haven't noticed it at all is the thing. Though I have only done 24 cycles, so like the pace has been quite slow. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, some of the music is quite nice. It's nice. Like, the music isn't the selling point of this game, but I do like the music in this game. So let's see, do we have insulated tiles yet? Because this is where we need to start thinking about that. Let me look at the research tree. Because temperature management, I think, is usually the biggest thing that kills plants in this game. This one here, temperature modulation. Ice maker, we're probably not going to be using those anytime soon. Uses ice to dissipate. I guess that's one way to turn the ice into water. Let's see if we do that. And then space heaters, these things... Do space heaters still suck? Like, if you were a veteran of this game, you know what I'm talking about. Do these things still suck ass? Or did they, like, actually buff these to be worth making? Oh, we'll research it either way. What do you mean they're still good? Well, I mean, they sucked before. They were incredibly inefficient compared to just making a liquid tepidizer in the floor. Because the tepidizer was overpowered as hell, was what it was. If you wanted to heat up an area, you just stuck one of these in the floor with like a body of water in it. And it was insane how much heat that thing could produce for almost no power. So I don't know if these things, like, never sucked and I just didn't understand them, but I, like, never was able to get these to do anything particularly efficiently. I don't know, we could try it if the need arises. You can use them without it because you still get the debuffs. I guess we'll see. I mean, ideally what I would like to do here is close off this whole base so that, like, I just don't have to worry about, like, spot heating, like, a specific area. But I don't know, we'll improvise, we'll figure it out when we get there. I won't write that off as a completely useless object. So let's see here, I want to make farms. I don't want to destroy too many of my crops. I don't want to protrude into this because it's really hot. So, like, I think a couple, like, layers in this area for farming, and we could always poke into the abyssalite a little bit without it causing too many problems. And then I also want to have hydroponic farm tiles. Did I research those yet? I think I didn't. Yeah, hydroponic is going to be better, because then I don't have to have a duplicate water them. Oh, I do have it. Okay, awesome. Alright, I think I know what I want to do here. So let's see, what's our, like, our 5-tile grid looking like? This door is actually one too high. We could put a door there. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go a little bit off the grid here with these, like, these rows or whatever, but this particular bit I want to keep lined up. So we're gonna move the door down. We're gonna put insulated tiles in for the flooring. That's when I get them. And meanwhile, let me carve out some of the room. Nothing beats the tepidizer. Yeah, that's the thing that I realized, or somebody, I don't know if I found out myself or if somebody else, like, pointed it out. But it's just overpowered. The tepidizer could make so much heat for a small amount of energy, and it's insanely fast. I mean, it's not a small amount of energy. It uses a lot of energy, but it's insanely fast at producing heat. Like, unreasonably fast. The heater's for the chili debuff. So does the heater, like, independently of changing the air temperature, it just also removes the chili debuff? Like, it has that function to it? Because if so, then yeah, that would be nice. I might use it in here then. Okay, it's a special effect. That's awesome. Are you guys stuck? No, they're not stuck. They can pathfind on the door, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is always good to look at. They do have this, and I think you can actually stand on these doors. So it just counts as a floor tile that they can also drop down through. So they're just idle. They're not stuck or anything. Frostproof, also protects against soggy feet. Do they give frostproof? Is that what they do? Yeah, they must have buffed these things then. I don't know what frostproof is. That sounds like something new. Alright, meanwhile, let me real quickly here just kind of... Well, not that. God, I'll learn the controls someday, I promise. That one, that one... That one. I just kind of want to standardize this a little bit. So let's stick that there. I can't tell if there's any plants on this tile. That one's clean. Yeah, all the plants are over here. So I can dig this out. Actually, I don't even want that there. I'll fix that there later. Idle dupes. Look, I'm trying, alright? I'm trying. Do I not have enough beds? Oh. Here you go. You can be in that room there. Where do I have the tiles yet? How's this research going? Oh, I can just see it on the bar here. Severin, hurry up. I need insulated tiles. Chop chop, get to it. I need to set up the floor here for my farm. Yeah, the thing, okay, so here's the thing about the idle dupes. I don't want them to mine. Sweeping, that's what it was. Somebody suggested I sweep. Alright, let's do that. Set these to sweep only. I think... Let's see, I want to... Oh, did they do this now? Wait, no, that's not... That one, that's the one we don't want in there. Can anyone else think of anything I don't want in here? I remember having to go through this song and dance every time. Like, you don't want them to bring the polluted dirt up into this area. I'd rather just leave it wherever it is right now. I think everything else, I can just kind of blindly sweep it up here, and it'll be fine. I just don't want them to bring the stink gas up here. And eventually, I think you don't want them to bring slime up here either. Because you want to put that in like a water bath or something so it doesn't off-gas everywhere. Yeah, so I think that setting is good. Alright, then you copy it, you paste it on that one. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do a big ol' sweep operation. What's the button for that? Okay, alright. Set it to like kind of low priority so it's not the first thing that they all want to do. And this should get rid of the idle dupe problem for a while. I'm not going to have them sweep that up. Let's see, when you played... I'm making the bin sweep only, so they brought like 70-degree materials into the base. Yeah, that'll be a potential concern as well. Alright, so this is going to be their AFK, like, task here, is doing this. I'm not going to send them down into the piss water here. There's not that much stuff down there anyways. They're not going to move the eggs, whatever. I'll deal with the stuff that, like, they're not willing to move afterward. Let me just hit all this real quick, and then don't worry, we won't have any idle dupes for a really long time. I'm not going to send them into that water. I'll have them pick the stuff up here, though. Grab all that. Yeah, what'll happen is I'll figure out which ones are being, like, prohibited, and I'll independently deal with those later. I can make that a nature reserve. These are all nature reserves, right? Well, this one's not because I broke the wall. But yeah, every time they come in here... Yeah, that's the... Right, yeah, that's the big brain play. Maybe I should put my storage in a nature reserve. But yeah, every time they come in here, it's a nature reserve. So at the very least, they'll get that buff. High morale or whatever. So let me wall this off. And make sure that they like it in here. Let's see, this was going to be the farming over in this corner. Actually, that's going to be... Yeah, that needs to be the airflow tile. So right there, I know the heights on these are a little bit weird. So put a door there. This is eventually going to be insulated tile, which is almost done. So just dig this out in advance. I'm going to move this floor down a little bit at some point, but right now I'm just going to leave it alone. And as long as we don't put a transformer in here, I think this room will qualify as a nature reserve. This one already qualifies, I think. Yeah, so we'll have this one here. I could make a fourth one up here to get the achievement, I guess. Just do that now. There's no reason for anybody to go up there, but it'll be fine, I guess. No, not that. There we go, G. That's how you dig. I'm gonna stick a door right here to turn this one into a nature reserve at the end. So we gotta research. So the next thing I want to make is probably ranching. So let's go into ranching. There's our insulated tiles. Alright, so the reason why we're doing this is because odds are the temperature of this whole base is gonna fluctuate around a lot. And if I insulate the room with the plants with only like a small like point of entry, I won't have to worry nearly as much about the plants like getting to an unlivable temperature and all dying for some reason. It'll just make it a whole lot better. That's been my experience with this. And I think we'll just grow plants that are all like mutually compatible at the same temperature in this area. So I'm going to kind of like split this room off into a couple layers, but I'm going to have the whole thing be the whole same temperature. So pick the door, I'm going to stick that there. There will be, of course, some temperature loss through the door, but I don't think that's going to matter that much. At the very least, we'll stave off the issue. And I can destroy these. Can I replace this? I think I can, right? Yeah, okay, I can just build over that. Probably want that to go, like, all the way out here. You know what? All the way out. All the way out to the Abyssalite. We could dig it out even further if we need to. And I don't think there's any stranding situations that can happen here. And then Abyssalite, I believe, has, like, no... Yeah, it has, like, no thermal conductivity. So that's basically insulated tile on its own. And then what we're going to do is put a ladder here, because this is going to be offset from the rest of the grid. I'm having a lot of trouble. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? I've tried to pick a tile, and then press the tool to, like, use that tile to build, and I keep ending up with the wrong one for some reason. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing wrong. I click on the tile. Alright, it's working this time. Whatever. Alright, so let's see here. We want to use hydroponic tiles now, so I'm going to need one tile of space. Click, copy. I don't know, maybe I'm click dragging or something. So let's go to food. Alright, so I want to grow bristleberries, which require water, so we want to automate that. I guess I don't really need to segment this one off, do I? And I don't know how many of these I can even make, so I'm just gonna, like, just wing it. Slap down, like, a dozen or something. Put some pipes through that. I think this is just gonna be my water pipe, so I'm just gonna run it kind of down the main tunnel, like that. Hydrate, you know, hydrate myself. We'll get to the plants in a moment. I'll treat myself. Here we go. Eventually, I might want to, like, thermally regulate the water that I pump in here, or run a different pipe through the room to fix up the temperature. But for now, I just kind of want to, like, future-proof this against, like, the inevitable overheating. We shouldn't have any issues up here. It basically can only get colder in this area. So I think just setting it up like this should be perfectly good, and I don't need to do any temperature regulation for a really long time, which is good because I am not ready for that at all. Should be the 95-degree water. Is that still a thing? Like, if they eat the water, the temperature just gets deleted? Like, as long as I insulate the pipes, is what I recall you having to do for that. So, I mean, I guess that's one way to... That's going to keep them cool, but more if I pump a bunch of heat into the water. Okay, so they still delete heat. Very realistic. Thank you, oxygen. This game definitely, like, doesn't preserve, like... It's the physics don't always track, is what I'm trying to say here. Like, a lot of the things in this game are sort of loosely based on the real world, but there's a lot of ways to just delete and create energy in this game, especially deleting energy. And we're going to be abusing that because it's ultimately just part of the game mechanics. So I'm not going to sit here and, like, refuse to exploit, like, infinite storage strategies and stuff like that. Like, we're going to use whatever tools the game gives us. Could self-cool plants. Is this like something where you use a thermal heat exchanger, whatever it's called? You use, like, the hydro heat exchanger thing, and then you, like, feed them the hot water, and that just, like, deletes it. Is this something like that? Is how you do it? Aqua tuner, that's the one. Yeah, the aqua tuner. Is it something like that? Yeah, I'm totally on board with trying to set that up. Things you used to do with arbor trees. I basically never used arbor trees when I played this game, so I'm not familiar with the forbidden technology. Okay, we have 10 bristle blossoms right now. So if I delete, actually, I might as well just future-proof it and make a few more. You know what? Whole floor. And then I will just set the priority on these to... I kind of want this done now, so we'll 7 these, and we'll set these to, like, 3 or something, so maybe somebody will eventually get to it. If not, I'm going to have to go in from the bottom. Hopefully they'll build this in the right order. They probably won't because they're a bunch of idiots, but every now and then they actually do what you want them to. And then we need a ceiling. We'll put here, I need one space for lights because I'm not going to try to trap light bugs in here. I'd rather these always just have consistent lighting. And then I could immediately have another type of farm. Or I could do more bristle blossoms. As long as it's something that's compatible with the temperature that I run in here. I could just put the mealwood in here. Which I know you don't need hydroponic tiles for. Why did my game lag? Oh, it was saving. So let's see, these cost 100. These cost dirt. How much of this do I have? I got plenty of copper. I'm just going to use hydroponic tiles for this, even though I don't need it for the mealwood. I might swap out whatever this is later. I know that I could dig out the abyssalite, but it's kind of slow, so I'm just for now not going to do that when I can avoid it. I do have to get rid of that one. A heat exchanger means a different thing. Well, the aqua tuner exchanges heat, but there's probably another term for this, and I'm not up with the lingo on this game, so you're gonna have to forgive me a little bit. The hell is this? Cool Salt Gusher Geyser NA 13.7 times 1. The hell? What is this NA 13 minus 7? What does that even mean? Why is that in the name? I don't know what that means. Oh, okay, it's a name. What is this, like a Kickstarter name or something? What about this one? Oh, no, I see what it is. Okay, it's just the game assigns like a designation to it. Okay, I get it. I understand now. I thought like 13 to 7 like was a stat or something, like it meant something. Yeah, no idle duplicates. Everybody has things they could do. What do you mean insufficient oxygen generation? Am I over pressure? I hate this notification because I assume it's insufficient oxygen generation because I'm over pressure, or am I out of power? I mean, there's power now. But I mean, I have enough oxygen. I don't know, I'm just gonna ignore that. I remember never being able to get rid of that damn notification, like even before when I played this game, so I don't think anything has changed. I want to make sure that the closest ones get assigned. We have a 10th seed that I'm going to stick right there, but for some reason, they have decided to make the wrong one first. I can rename the geysers because I need to designate which ones you could geotune. I don't know what that means. Is geotuning, like, new? I assume I have to analyze it first. I don't know what geotuning is, so that must be something new. Relatively new. Okay, well that'll be interesting then. Maybe does that make them like more predictable or something, or like get rid of the dormant period? I guess I'll find out. You don't have to tell me if you want me to find out. Actually, don't tell me. Just let me discover it like as we come through that part. Should be interesting then. It's some new content that I'll get to experience whenever I actually send somebody up here. Which, given how cold it is in here, I probably don't want to do that anytime soon. Okay, they just need unique names. Okay, so there's going to be like a UI or something that I could pick out anyways. Or pick out at some point for the geotuning. Anything special? Eh, whatever. You tell me whatever you want. Whatever the case, it's not going to be my concern right now. So let's set up some lights in here. It's not power. Ceiling light. Alright, so let's see. I mean, I guess I could have built the ceiling up a little higher, but I don't think we need to really hyper-optimize the lights. So we got that one. It's hard to see this under the tooltip. Yeah, it's the spacing we'll go with. These two on the end aren't going to get hit, so I'm just going to delete these for now, just so I don't accidentally build anything there. Alright, I got to set it with a pipe overlay. Do that. There we go. I can name one geyser. Okay, so I can name them. I don't think I'm going to be putting up a redeem for naming the geysers unless chat really wants to name the geysers for some reason. Either way, I don't think we're getting to any geysers today, but that's something I could do in the future, I suppose. So we need to wire these. Do this. Of course, we're going to hide these unsightly wires. I don't know why that one didn't do anything. And then we don't want to put a transformer in the nature reserve. So I'm just gonna hijack that wire. I didn't leave room for like the fertilization thing or whatever. I don't know. It's something I never used when I was like setting this kind of stuff up. Where is it? Is it in here? Where is it? Is it refinement? Yeah, this thing, the fertilizer synthesizer, and then also the farming room structure. I've like never used these when I was doing farming. I don't know if it was ever worth it. Where's the other one? There's another one here. There's this one. And then there's also the farm station. Yeah, that was the other one. I like never played with these. It's secretly OP, so don't use it. And I'm getting mixed messages from this. Maybe it's something I'll play with at some point. Yeah, this was the other one, the micronutrient fertilizer thing. That like I think I tried it once and it didn't seem like it was that useful, but I don't know, I might do it at some point. I could carve out a little hole over here to make room for it if I need to. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. How's the water looking? Okay, yeah, this is the only thing I guess that's receiving water. Yeah, I probably have a lot of stuff researched that I'm not using. Speaking of that, I have ranching set up, but I want to focus on one thing at a time so I'm not like super frazzled and sidetracked. We don't have access to any of that stuff. That's not helpful. I still don't know why the power control station is in sound amplifiers. I've never understood that. Oxygen is escaping. Dupe's stuck. Uh-oh. Who got themselves stuck? I mean, oh god, we just like trolling me now. Am I getting trolled? Look, I think I'll let the game notify me if anybody's stuck. Oh god, I got pranked. Pod's been idle for days now. There we go. There we go. Yep, had to forget something. I don't see anybody here that I really want. This care package kind of sucks as well. Yeah, we need an idle dupe emote. Let me make a note about that. I don't have any ideas for it, but it's something to think about, because that's going to happen a lot. Maybe I'll think of something for it. So I'll just put it in my notes for now. Medic. What do you mean? Well, down here. I'm more looking at their interests than their traits. I should probably be looking at both of those things. Doctor. I don't think any of these are worth getting, and we don't really need more dupes with how much like idle time they've been having, so I'm just gonna print the spores. Give you a good emote. Yeah, I might like try to get a still of like one of their animations and use that. Because otherwise there's nothing else really in the UI that would fit that. I don't know, I'll have to think on that one. Or if anybody has suggestions, you can post it in the Discord. I'll make a channel for Oxygen after the stream. We'll see. I do intend to make this recurring. So far, this has been fun. So I do want to come back to this game and continue to do these streams. So we'll probably have opportunities to make some emotes specifically for this game. Yeah, they just have this like extremely default face. I think are they done sweeping? Oh, I see what happened here. Okay, hold on. Let's see. All right, so okay, here's another question here. Is the only way to empty these out to clear all the filters, or is there a button I can press to dump all the items? Are we playing DST tomorrow? Probably. I don't know when I'm going to be on, but if you're doing it and I get up, I'll probably join. Like, I'm not going to be doing another stream tomorrow. So the answer is probably yes. Move the filters. Yeah, I know. I'm wondering if there's another way to do it. Okay, we'll just do that. So you dump this one out, and you put the settings back, and then you dump this one out, and then you put the settings back on it. And that's how you empty them out, which is annoying, but I was wondering if there was a better way to do that without like automation set up so I can make a proper quantum storage pile. And now they can sweep again. Who do I main? I don't really main anyone. I mean, in Neosis game, I'm playing Wicker Bottom, but like I don't play enough Don't Starve to say that I have a main specifically. Like I've always gravitated towards like Wendy and Wicker Bottom. I played Wanda, which is pretty fun as well. I haven't like revisited a lot of them with the reworks, but I wouldn't really say I have a main. Why is there water here? Whatever. I don't know what I did that caused that. I'm just tidying this up a little bit. And nobody else should be idle. Maxwell all the way, and I hated you for it. I think Maxwell's better now, right? Like, Maxwell doesn't suck ass anymore because they made his minions, like, actually capable of surviving and doing things. Like, all the reworks have been pretty on point for Don't Starve, from what I understand. Like, they've all just made the character better when they do the rework, which is awesome. Yeah, Neos is playing Wakeford here, and I get all the green mushrooms to myself. All the cactus. It's delicious. Love me some good cactus. I guess these are just growing, right? I think we stable, we good on food. I guess I should move these up, honestly, because yeah, these have a little while longer, but I should probably migrate these up. So let's go ahead and do that now. Let's get rid of these. And then I don't think gas pressure is going to be too big of an issue here. As long as I keep it high enough down here, it'll kind of propagate upwards. And then we'll make mealwood up at this top layer. We have like billions of mealwood. So. There we go. Yeah, the bird farm. My poor sanity, though. What was that sound? Oh, that was one of those horrible, whatever, hatch things or whatever that made that noise. Yeah, we've been using some of like the combos, like in our Don't Starve playthrough, like to go to the lunar island and read millions of books and slaughter millions of birds. No, it's like, it's a walled off area of statues where I just read books and then sleep all the birds, and then Yosa just slaughters the shit out of all of them. And we just do that for like 2 days straight, and you just get like millions of like feathers and Krampus spawns. Honestly, I would say that the meat is a better byproduct. You just get so much meat from doing that, like it's insane. Yeah, Wicker Bottom's been a lot of fun. Like the rework changes have definitely made it like even better than before, because now the books are renewable, so you don't just run out after you read them a few times. Very good rework. Let's see here. So we have no focus. Well, okay, Chad, let's think for a second here before we talk about Don't Starve. What do we need to be doing now? Like, what are these complaining about? They have no pipe. They're going to complain about that even though they don't need water. So I'm just going to put a pipe behind it so it shuts up. Temperature should be fine. Yeah, you're the fighter. You're the tank and spank character, and I'm like the technical like support character. No, what's happening here is I don't mind this discussion, but I want to make sure that I'm not sitting here like flailing around, running in circles, like while I'm actually playing the game, instead of like actually playing it. So I want to try to do both of these things here, and it's hard because streaming is complicated. So we can keep talking about that. I'm just thinking, what should I be doing next? Now that we've stabilized that situation a little bit. Okay, well, apparently Kai is not the only... Oh, because he's sleeping. Somebody else is in your kitchen, Kai. I hope that's okay with you. You're sleeping on the job. You got yucky lungs. What the hell is that? A nasty lung full of polluted oxygen. Oh yeah, there's a lot of stink gas down here, isn't there? Maybe that's the next thing we should try to clean up. Start working on steel and plastic. Okay, you think I should upgrade my industry? Well, let's see, what problems do we have? This is eventually going to become a problem. Yeah, okay, you want me to explore. Okay, so we've got to explore, we've got upgrade our industry. Well, you're awake now, so you know you can go back to work in the kitchen. We can upgrade our industry. For now, this is manageable. Eventually, I gotta get rid of the CO2 and the stink gas that's down here. And yeah, I guess I can't even make steel and plastic right now. I haven't made refined metal, so maybe that's the time to do that. We want to do that up here. Have I found a pod? I found this thing. Isn't the pod on one of the other planets? I found the teleporter. I know I could like go over here, but I am like busy enough right now that I don't want to add that to my to-do list to go over here. I mean, I could go over here, but not send somebody through this teleporter. I'm not ready to deal with like a duplicate on another planet right now. I want to like make sure I've got all my ducks in a row on this one first. Oh, okay. Hey, look, I ran out of sweeping space. I should probably do this in an area that has more room, but for now this is manageable, I think. Alright, so let's see, we do that. Copy, paste. Do that. Copy, paste. Alright, we don't have to do that too often. I kind of have a backlog of things I need to sweep. Don't click on it yet. Does anything bad happen when I click on it? Well, I mean, I know not to send somebody through it, but I mean, nothing bad happens if I expose this room, right? Like, that's completely fine. Yeah, I'm doing that to keep them occupied, and because this will probably be useful later to have all the stuff in one area. It'll be easier to move it automatically when I decide where my final storage is going to go. So what I think we need to do here is make some industry. And I'm assuming that you want to make industry in a cold area. So I'm inclined to say I should kind of do it like probably over here-ish, where I can sort of regulate its access to the cold air. So let's see, what do we want to make exactly? Let me get rid of these. That one, delete that as well. I think somebody's going to get stuck, so I need to watch this and build a ladder here when they destroy it. Come on, I know you could destroy that faster than that. Is Gene my, like, super slow builder? Is building and deconstruction, like, the same stat? Yeah, that leveled up construction. Well, thank you for asking, or for answering that question. What are your stats? Are you the one that's, like, really shitty? Well, that's machinery. No, I don't know. I don't know why that was so slow. Oh, whatever. Maybe the doors just take longer. Alright, put another one there. Now we've got our floors all fixed up. Don't make me paranoid. Again, I did this when I played Spaced Out. I just didn't go much further than that. Like, I sent someone to another planet. I used, like, one rocket. And that was kind of when I burnt out on it. That was the end of that playthrough. And then I just didn't play the game again. Alright, so I'm thinking right above this nature reserve. I'm going to leave this open here so they have to walk through it. For that matter, I guess there was no reason to put a door on this one, but yeah, they have to go through them both anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'll just leave the top one. Leave that open now. I don't know why somebody has to come over here to open the door for me, but whatever. Alright, so look at the bonus for going through this room, right? I want to make sure. Okay, good. Yeah, we have a nature reserve along their path, so if they're going up into this area for any reason, they're going to get that bonus. And I want to keep this closed. I guess I don't really care if any critters get in here, but that might be annoying later if I find a new plant I've never seen before. Alright, so we're going to set up our industry up here. I will probably need to insulate these tiles. We're not going to set up like any funny steam rooms or anything. We don't have Atmos suits. Let's just slap down some buildings and hopefully they won't all overheat. So let's see. Boy, I wish I knew it. Refinement, there it is. Okay. Did I not research this at all? I don't know what it's called. This thing. Okay, this is what I need to. I need to get this. Okay, here's some of our automated storage stuff. We've got this here. And then we can get to full smelting if I go down this chain. I don't have oil yet, so plastic is kind of irrelevant. What is this? Oh, Sweepy. I never really played with that thing. We don't need this right now. We're not going down the space program just yet. Okay, I think I'll take this chain for now so we can start automating our storage. I'll just put it all in, whatever. Don't know when that'll come to it. Clicking on it just adds the planet to the list at the top, and it's annoying sometimes. Oh, does it just... Okay, it just like shows up in this list here, but it has nothing in it. Yeah, I guess there's no way to like hide a specific planet. Back quote +1. Alright. I don't know why I would ever use that hotkey, but sure. You get warning notifications. Alright, well, that's enough of a warning for me. I'll get our storage is full again. This is getting annoying. I should have done this in a better spot. Alright, copy settings. What are we doing on the sweeping? They've got a lot to do. Ever used automatic dispensers before? Yeah, probably. I think that's how you make quantum storage piles. You basically never tell your duplicates to sweep anything in the quantum storage pile or something like that, and then you have a sweep that eventually leads to the like dispenser or whatever, and then it just drops them all in one big pile, right? Like it's something like that. You use the dispenser to put all the items in one spot, which I assume helps with pathfinding because everybody just goes to that one tile. But I guess that causes lag as well. I don't know. I did it. I unlocked it. Long commutes. Oh god. Yeah, that's never gonna go away. If I remember anything about this game, you cannot get rid of that. Once you have long commutes, you're just stuck with it forever. I'm gonna leave the top exposed like this, actually. That should be okay. Temperature's fine. No seed selected. These are all growing. Yeah, I think everything here is good to go then. Now, do I have enough for every duplicate? We got 8 of these guys. I need like 5 of these each. And then 5 of these. This should be enough food, right? There's no way this isn't enough food for everybody at this point. And then we got this one just sitting down here, wasting energy on it just for a single bristle blossom. I'll get rid of that at some point, but I kind of like it where it is, so I'm leaving it for the moment. Okay, industry. So I finished that research. Refinement, rock crusher. This is the stuff that's going to get hot, so I need to eventually like figure out a way to get some of the temperature here. I could just make like a loop of like piss water or something to cool this area. That's probably what I'm going to end up doing. For now, I'm just going to put the machines down and deal with problems as they arise. I'm leaving like gaps like between some of these machines in case I want to add like other structures or something. So we'll put like one rock crusher there. The kiln is short. I could maybe put like an auto arm or whatever like up here to grab items that come out of these. Let's see, sludge press. I don't even know what this is. I don't know what that is. What else do we need? Fertilizer synthesizer. I mean, I could stick it in here just in case I ever choose to use it. What does it do? What does it make? Effects. Natural gas. I have nothing I can do with that. Fertilizer. And it just takes a bunch of like crap and it outputs fertilizer and natural gas, which I could eventually burn off. I'm gonna keep it simple for now. We'll just set up one of these. And then this is already letting some like cold through, but it's not like unreasonably cold in here, so I think they'll be fine. I could always put a heater or something. Refined carbon. I don't remember what refined carbon does, but I remember needing it for something. We'll make it when we need it. And then this thing needs to be plugged in. So how much power does this use? Is it gonna tell me? 240. All right. I'm gonna probably want a separate one of these for the industry anyway, so let me just build another one there. That's like that. I know that I crossed those wires. Let me... Okay, is that how this is gonna work? It just immediately created the connection. Ah. Pick the wire, then disconnect it. There we go. Alright, so I actually need to just deconstruct this, right? I think I need to make a bridge. Alright, well, let me build this first, and then we need a wire bridge. Alright, I figured it out. I figured out what to do. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry, game. Did I just now figure out how to do this? Did I, like, accidentally overload a wire for, like, 2 seconds, and that's what triggered it? Okay, well, first let me look at this, and then I'll look at the video. Do I have an operator? This might be good. I don't think I have an operator. Let's see. Because we need an operator, like, right now, don't we? Let me pause. Alright, we're getting a ninth one. We have our operator. I'm gonna turn on the redeem in a moment if you want to name Catalina. Or change her outfit or whatever. So, blueprints. Alright, here it comes. Oh, I left it on because I'm a dumbass. Never mind, it was on the whole time. It's like, you could have done it this whole time because I forgot again. Alright, let's see. Schedule. You can go on this schedule. There's no particular organization scheme to this. This will just always keep somebody up and about so that we're not using too many toilets at once. And I'm just going to leave the redeem open until someone takes it. So let's see here. We have our operator. So you get a skill. We have a lot of skills because I'm bad at this. So let's see. What do we want you to do? We're going to need a mech engineer at some point. So, you know, Burger, here you go. We'll take you down that path. So you're also going to be operating. A couple of these is always good. You claimed one when that happened. I mean, you might have. I might have missed one. I'll just look at their quests real quick here. See if you're pulling a fast one on me. Yeah, you're pulling a fast one on me. Alright, well, if anybody wants to do that redeem, you can. You claimed one. What do you mean? You claimed the max amount available, they'll restock. I don't know how that happened. Did me changing it from 2 to 1 break it? Oh god, okay, well, I'll change it back up. I'll change it back to 2. I don't know why I would have done that. Maybe it, like, subtracted 1 or some nonsense. Whatever, it's 2 per person again. Please do it only once. It's up now for whomstever. I don't know why it did that. I'm gonna blame Twitch for that one. Like, me reducing it must have, like, somehow counted as everybody doing it, which is probably why nobody did it. There might be a reason behind that. Alright, so anyways, I need to power all this. Do that. I could probably power the plants from this as well. So I'm going to separate these two. Eventually I might need to split these out, but that should be okay for now. And none of this is in the nature reserve. Speaking of nature reserves, let's go get that achievement real quick. There should be 4 of these, but I didn't completely screw it up. Rush. Yep, that's what we'll be doing in a moment here. Alright, so let's see here. How much of this stuff do we have? I hate how they split up the numbers. One of these is measured in tons, and the other one's in kilograms, and I always had to stop for a second and think to myself, like, okay, what is this ratio? 488. Okay, so we have a lot of this stuff. I'm just gonna put in like 99 or whatever, because I think that's the max it's gonna let me type in. And we don't really need sand or anything. Magic most. I don't know what that is, but alright. I'm doing it. And I'm going to turn off the redeem this time like a good streamer. There we go. Excellent. There's Catalina. Where'd you go? Alright, there you are. Congratulations, Magic most. I'm sure this means something to you, because it doesn't to me. Alright. For materials, I never set the priorities. I got distracted by the skills, so I need to go back and finish those as well. You are an operator. That is your job. Let's see. Sap Tap here doesn't have any particular priorities, but you were supposed to be our rancher, I think. So you do that first and foremost. I don't really care about, like, I don't even know what the difference is between, like, tidying and supplying and storing at all. There's probably some distinction between those things. I'll just put a couple of you on that if you have nothing else to do. The more obscure the reference, the better it is. I mean, if you really want to, like, go, like, just full, like, giga brain on that, you just make a reference that even you don't understand. Like, literally, you just make something up on the spot with no meaning behind it and pick that as the name. And then literally not even yourself knows what the reference is. That's the perfect way to go about doing that. Yep, this is the most practical way that we could have possibly made this. Just punch it. There's a lot of nuance. You don't recommend thinking about it. Perfect. Because I wasn't planning on thinking about it at all. Yeah, my brain is not big enough for that kind of thing. Alright, let's watch the video now. Let's learn all about power circuits, chat, because I haven't been doing this for the past 3 hours. Why is it lagging? That's chat, this isn't the stream. The game just stopped playing the video. Just hold on, stop. Devs, please. It's just a video. Just play the video. How did I break it? I don't know. Look, I don't know how I managed to do this. It's working now. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I think I triggered this by accidentally overloading the wire for like a split second. I wonder how long you can like put that off. I wonder if that only like pops up as a tutorial when you overload a wire, and I somehow managed to avoid that. Just go a whole playthrough without ever making that mistake, and you never had to worry about that. I don't think they even showed Transformers in that, but I again have played this game before, so I sort of had this worked out ahead of time. I knew I was going to make something along these lines here. Alright, so let's see. We have... What do we want to be doing? We should probably explore while we're working on this. Is my storage full? Yeah, we have some like downtime now. We're not like in a critical state of like having to fix oxygen or food anymore, so we have a bit of downtime. So I'm going to set this up, and then I'm going to go explore the asteroid that I'm on. So do that. And do that. Alright, so what have we got to work with here? We want to at least be able to get to these buildings, even if I don't activate the teleporter. So let's see, how can I... we'll just set up a ladder or something. This could be a nature reserve at some point. I'm just going to go up underneath this muck root, get some free food out of that. There's a bit of CO2 in here, but nothing that should be dangerous. This looks... It looks spooky, but we can get some food from that, actually. I mean, that doesn't hurt, actually. We can just get some food from that. Starvation. What? Thought we had food under control. If you're starving, then eat something! Okay, well, never mind. I thought we had the food situation taken care of, but apparently not. So there's food here. Has my chef not been cooking food? Kai! Kai, what are you doing? Okay, now you're making food. Oh boy. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do, just to make sure no one dies. We're gonna have to go back and figure out what our food situation is. I'm just gonna open these up again for now, just so that nobody starves to death, and then we need to figure out like what's going on with this. The commute is fucking long. You big baby, your bed is right here. You just have to go downstairs. You literally just have to climb down a goddamn ladder to get to the kitchen. My God, what am I paying you for? You have a light and everything, look. Look at this. This is all you have to do for your job. You have to sit there and hold a handle Unbelievable. Are you cooking or I'm supposed to be cooking them? Am I not doing that? I might not be doing that. I just don't have any. I thought I turned that off. Are they eating these? No, I turned that off. I think these just haven't finished. I think these just haven't finished growing yet, so we haven't had like a wave of them. Do I have any more seeds? I'm pretty sure I don't have enough seeds for this. I assume I have 0 because the seeds aren't even popping up on the list. No, they're called blossom seeds. We have 1, which is going to get put here. I think the only way to get more of these besides the printing pod is to just have them like... I know you can get them out of the dirt. How do you get more seeds? What causes the plants to drop their own seeds? Does it say anywhere? You have to do something with the plants or like the product. Oh, here we are. Okay, there's a harvest chance. So you randomly get seeds back occasionally when you harvest them. Farmer with higher skill has a chance to drop it. So I might want to limit who does farming then. So we've got our 1 farmer there. I don't know if I want to forbid it though. I mean, ideally I would have a couple. You don't think it's worth it? Okay, I'm not going to worry about that then. What I could do is dig out all these buried objects, though that does reintroduce the problem of like low air pressure. This is okay for the time being, so maybe it would be worth like hitting up a few of these side rooms. Like just to see if we can like grab a few more. I'm trying to think how I don't want to let the water out, but I don't think the water's going to get out. Let me just put the sand... Replace the sand with a tile first. Mop this up while I'm at it. Actually, this will all be fine. I can just dig this out. The water's not going to go anywhere. Let's see. We have our pump here. This is working fine. I don't think they're using this for anything except the water cooler. And maybe the musher, because I think that uses water as well. Yeah, this is fine. I'm just going to leave my water infrastructure the way it is. Eventually, I should probably set up a water reservoir, and I may need to hit up somebody in chat who remembers how to make infinite, like, condensed water storage, because I absolutely want to do that. But I'm not going to do that right now, because I don't really know where I want to put it. Like, it has something to do with, like, venting the water into like a tiny pool of like oil or something or some other substance, but I don't remember exactly how it works. And then once I build it, I definitely don't want to accidentally move it or poke a hole in it because it'll flood my base. Easier to look at a screenshot. Okay, I don't even know if we're gonna get to do that today, but at some point I'll ask about like how I can do that. Did I get the achievement for doing this? I wasn't paying attention. Do I have enough? What? No. Who is it now? It's Gene 2, apparently. Oh, boy. So what do we have? We have spindly grub fruit, which I didn't forbid. We have a ton of lice loaf. Why is it doing that? Are these items like somewhere that they can't get to them? I mean, gee, the starvation went away. Like, we have tons of food. I don't know why they're, like, flaring up starvation warnings, like, at random. You're able to get to these. I don't think there's anything useful up here. I don't know why I did that. I guess I can go up and get these last 2 muck roots. Maybe I just need to stabilize the situation with the food. Like, they might already have enough food, but they're... like, it sort of like needs to catch up. Here, we'll just do that. I mean, I guess I might as well make the ladder go down here. Yeah, something like that. And we just won't activate this transporter so we don't generate the new planet and get warnings or whatever from it. Oh, there's oil here. I wonder if I could use that to set up the storage, like, before I even get access to real oil, because I don't think it's on this planet. Because I don't want to use, like, piss water for that, because it's going to off-gas into the container. How close are these to growing? I think once all these grow in, which they're gonna do in like a cycle. See, it's the wild cycle. Why are they showing me the wild growth cycle? Here it is. Okay, 6 cycles. Yeah, they're gonna do this within a cycle, and we're gonna get a bunch of food from that. And then I think this problem is going to go away. And I hope it does. But I just want to make sure that this doesn't catch me off guard and get any of these guys killed while I'm like busy doing something else. Until then, I'm going to let them eat the meal lice, I guess, because our chef is taking too long. I might want a second chef. Let's see, can I have like an off-duty chef or something? Who would be good for that? And I'll put them on a separate schedule. So let's see, we got cooking. Nobody is particularly good at cooking, so I think our decorator is going to double as like a secondary chef. Let's make sure Gene and Kai are on a different schedule. No, they're on the same one. Okay, I'm gonna swap out. I'm gonna put Gene on this one, and we're gonna put me on that one. Okay, so we should have a couple chefs like running now, so somebody ought to be operating these machines at all times. I hope. Okay, you have like a circle with the ranchers. We didn't even have a rancher. That's right, I wanted to do that as well. There's a bunch of stuff to do. Now that we're not like super critical on the oxygen thing, we've got a little bit of time to think about what I want to be doing. Ranching is something I was never particularly good at. I should probably put the ranching up here. Well, now there's industry here, farming in this corner. Maybe the ranching could go like right here. We can always move it later if we need to. Yeah, let's set up a ranching room. Just do that. I'll just put hatches or something in there. I think you want the hatches to not have natural terrain, if I recall correctly. Others will just hide and you can never groom them. Unless you're gonna tell me I should make like a natural ranch or whatever. Are there any like warnings? Any ominous things I should be worried about with ranching? I'm not gonna do some hyper optimized drowning chamber right now. I don't want to take the time to set that up. So like, is there anything I should know before I make a room and ranch hatches in there and just manually like slaughter them every now and then? I know that there are better ways to do this eventually. Don't make a ram ranch. Okay, got it. Thank you. I'll write that down. Do not make ram ranch. I will not do that. I will probably get banned from Twitch if I do that. Now, where's ranching? Is it a station? Because I saw things about the game like, oh, ranching is a waste of time, and then, oh, the grooming station is a time sink, and they eat too much food, and you should leave them in there naturally. I have no idea, like, what is or is not a good idea for ranching, and whether or not they've, like, nerfed or buffed specific things. I'm gonna go ahead and just put down the station. I'll leave a gap in case I want to put something in there. And if this becomes a problem, I will stop, like, grooming them or whatever. Like, if they eat too much damn food. Some people just suck at it. Well, hopefully I won't be a disappointment. Let's see if I can do this right. Even though I don't know what I'm doing at all. Okay, so we need this. I need a drop-off point. I need to just use the damn search. Greater drop-off. This is not what these used to look like, is it? I thought these looked different. Huh. Yeah, they reskinned these. You know, whatever, I'll stick it there. Yeah, this used to look a lot like more spindly and weird. It was just like a post with an arrow on it. They split them up into drop. Oh my god, okay, is there like some more efficient way to like remove your surplus critters now? Did they like revamp the way that's done? Because I remember that being a little bit janky and weird. Spore cap. I mean, honestly, oh, narcoleptic. I was thinking of taking this guy for more cooking, but this one's awful. Is there any redeeming quality to this one? Like, this is one of the ones I remember being an absolute nightmare to have because these fuckers just can and will fall asleep in a terrible spot. Yeah, at the stove, no less. This guy's just gonna slump over the stove and start a fire. Yeah, I think I'm gonna pass on these. I'm not feeling any of these ones. Take the fungal spores. I'm not going to delegate to chat for like every single decision. I'm making the executive decision not to do that. All right, colony lacks the ranching skill, so I think we had somebody that I designated for that, and I hope I didn't assign them to something else like an idiot. Okay, it might have been sap tap. Let's see. Let me assign all the other skills while I'm here. All right, so let's see. Adam, you can dig. Soviet, just demolish. I don't think we're having any issues on morale. Yeah, they're all pretty high right now. And more research, and then I'll have you go down the astronomy chain. Okay, I'll skip that one until I see what my other ones are. Yeah, you go all in on farming. I'll give you a hat in a moment here. You are a tinkerer, I guess. Alright, yeah, that's my new one. That's why she only has like 1 point. Okay, so let's see here. I mean, you could do off-duty farming, I guess. You like rocketry, but this is a really weird skill tree to take you down. Don't make the narcoleptic dudes ranchers. I don't even want the narcoleptic ones. You don't have to give them a sleep schedule since they return to bed. They have higher stats than average. Well, if that comes up again, we'll decide if we want to do that or not. Definitely not for like an important task though. Maybe the narcoleptic one could be like a tidying duplicate or something. I think I'm gonna send you down like the farming tree, like as your off-duty like assignment. So we'll do that. Gene, let's see, what are you good at? Yeah, I wanted somebody to have plumbing, so you're definitely gonna get that one. We need somebody that could do that so I can empty pipes properly. Alright, so we didn't have a rancher in any of that, I think. So here you go. Congratulations. You got a sick hat. That's the wrong hat. There we go. That one. You just look like a rancher. It's like the Saxton Hale hat. Yeah, this is the Saxton Hale hat, isn't it? Well, there you go. Enjoy. Awesome hat. Needs art degree. This is literally the art degree experience. Like, you just can't find an art job. Instead, you're just working in this industrial prison. We'll make art at some point. Just not right now. Alright, let's set the priorities a bit. So let's see, you're farming. You're probably eventually going to be ranching, but you don't have that skill. So you are all in on ranching. You could do farming as like off-duty if there's no ranching to work on. And then Kaya could do off-duty farming. Burger here, I don't even remember what Burger was supposed to do if I'm being completely honest, but you're apparently good at operating, so here you go, you could prioritize that. Don't ever open the decor overlay. I know what I'm about to get. Looking good. Oh man. Beautiful, absolutely amazing. I mean, they really like the bathroom though. Holy shit, look at this bathroom. This is a bathroom for royalty. Like, they love it here. It's so good. Yeah, I need to give them all bedrooms as well at some point. What decor do I have? Can I make this bathroom prettier? Can this just be their, like, decor bomb? Am I stupid? Where is the... Okay, it's not furniture, is it? Is this all I have? Did I not research more decor? I thought I had more than that. Maybe I didn't. Maybe that's why I don't have anything. Yeah, why not? Let's just go for this. Let's see, we don't have plastic for the beds, but we can go at least up this train, or this tree, or we can go here. I can't make carpet, so yeah, let's just go down this path. Whatever, we got nothing better to research. Make some sculptures. Yeah, the shine bugs are doing work. Why are these not full yet? I guess I have them busy doing other stuff. Alright, so let's see. How does this work? Can I move the eggs with this thing, or do I have to, like... Do I have to specifically set up a storage container in here with the eggs? I assume that it's still a pain in the ass to move eggs, so I need to, like, put one of these in here and ship them over that way. I don't know why there isn't a way to, like, pick an item. Wait, oh, there is. Oh, there's a move, too. Did they add this? Is this new? I'm gonna leave that container there anyways. Is that new? They reworked critter traps. Critter traps sucked before, so I don't even... I don't even remember how they worked. I just remember them sucking like really bad, so I just never used them for anything. They were like made of plastic or something. It was easier to just have a guy wrangle them instead. But yeah, this is new, right? I don't remember being able to do this. The Move To mod is base game. Okay, that was a mod. Well, that's awesome. I'm glad they're doing that. So I can just like find eggs around the base. Is there a way to select all the eggs in the base? I could probably like click through them, but I'm just gonna throw them all in here right now. Whenever somebody gets around to building this, I'll deal with it. Okay, this is good. They're gonna automatically plant these like as they find them. They're made of metal and resettable and automatable. Awesome. So they're actually worth making now. I'm glad they like rebalanced some of this crap. And then the other thing I could do is move a couple of them into here manually. Yeah, I should consider getting this water out of the way at some point so I can make this bigger. Pin them on the right menu and then click the name. Okay, how many eggs do I have? Oh, I just have those 3. Okay, well I already moved all my hatchling eggs apparently. Did I? No, I have 4 now. 5? Where are the new ones coming from? Are these like not in the resource list while somebody's holding them? I don't know, whatever. I'm gonna move all the eggs in here. I'm just gonna assign this to be eggs. Just all the eggs. Move all the eggs in here. And it's not set to sweep only, so they should have an assignment now to bring eggs up here. Does anything happen to eggs when they're in storage? Do they like die or anything, or can I just perpetually store the eggs? I feel like there was something bad that happens if you do that. Okay, so they do die, so I have to drop them. If that's the case, I'm just gonna leave it inactive for now. Just drop the eggs in here. What is let's see, the other thing is, do they have any cram stats on this? So this is 56 tiles. And I remember this right here being a pain in the ass. So cramped is not a bad thing, right? Cramped just means they won't make more eggs. So like once enough of them die off, they'll start making eggs again. They changed ranching. I hope they did. I did not like how ranching used to work. I remember it being just not terribly fun or interesting to do it. Yeah, I need to get this. I need to move this water, I think. Maybe pour it down there. You don't want the eggs inside. Well, I don't have a way to prevent the eggs from hatching, right? Like they're gonna either die or they're gonna hatch somewhere. This guy is cramped. How much room does this guy need? Does it? Oh my god, what is this? You're cool. Does it say anything about like how many of these are allowed to be in this room? "12 cells for each critter," at least for this one. Alright, so that's how many have we got? I said like, well, we have 56. So how big is the floor in here? So I could have 4 of these guys in here and they'll be fine. So I need to take one of these eggs out. I'm just gonna put the egg in the wildlife reserve. I'm just gonna take the egg out for now. I don't have a good way to move this until I get the water out of the way. So I'm just gonna remove one of these eggs. And just put it outside, deal with it later. Let these guys eat the rocks or whatever, I don't really care. And let's see if this guy stops complaining about it being cramped. Alright, so what else was on this guide? Why did my game lag so much a second time when I clicked on that? It literally was fine the first time. Okay, but this is... What are these names? Crowded and confined. Okay, so confined means the room is too small. Crowded means there's too many critters per unit of space. And cramped isn't even mentioned in here anywhere. And I don't know what happens when they have these debuffs. This guy, apparently it just reduces the reproduction rate and nothing else. And this guy looks like he got groomed, apparently. Didn't even see that happen. There we go, you finally moving that egg out of the way. And I know I have a few, like, roaming hatches in the level. How close are these to hatching? I know there's incubators in this game, but if I leave it on the ground, it'll eventually hatch. It's a hatch. Oh, good. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you just move that egg like 4 tiles and then drop it because it was time for your lunch break? Awesome. All right, well, that's going to be there for another cycle now. What I think I might want to do then is wrangle one of these guys and move them. So let's see. Let's set this as a drop-off point for hatches. Or maybe a hatchling. I know there's a hatchling in the level. Let's just set the limit to like, I don't know, 4 of these guys. I'm gonna read this text here and see if I can like re-understand this. You're having an allergic reaction, you took some meds. Half hour later, stronger reaction. Yep, that's the experience of being a human being. Hope you get over your allergies, whatever you can do with that, because that just sucks. Move to command works on critters. It doubles up with the wrangling command too. If they drop it, the move it remains. Okay, so do not wrangle the critters. Alright, where is the... They should have just woken up. Where is the little... There's the little fella? I know there's a baby one somewhere in the base, and I don't remember where it is. Is there an easy way to search for these? I'm probably blinding it, but I've got a lot of crap on the ground. I'm looking for one of the live ones. Or do they come out at night? Oh, they come out at night, don't they? Okay, I gotta wait till night to grab them. Well, I'm gonna forget to do that for like the next 70 cycles, but eventually we'll move them. Let's see here. What else can we be doing? Wrangling makes them stop. It just stuns them if you wrangle them from a distance. Whatever, we'll see. Yeah, I guess these guys come out at night is what it is, so I probably should get all the hatches onto like terrain that they can't dig into. So let's I'm just looking for an easy room that doesn't have anything on it. Illuminate. I'm just gonna get rid of this. We're gonna go through here anyways. I'm gonna move all the hatches down there. Oh, there it is. Never mind. This is the one I was looking for. You little shit. Get over here. You go in here. Oh, the egg's all hatched. Okay. Well, that was way faster than I thought it was going to be. So let's see. We'll take that. We'll put that egg there. And then there should be 3 hatches. So there's going to be a 4th one in a moment. There we go. Okay, that's good. So we've got our 4 in here. So they shouldn't be cramped once I take this egg out, or at least they'll be perfectly balanced, so they won't be upset that there's too many of them in here. You little shit. Yeah, I'm gonna be saying that a lot when I'm dealing with these critters. Alright, so let's think about this. We have some time. Yeah, our food problem appears to be mostly gone now. We actually have a lot of lice loaf, so let me change the consumables. That one there. Nobody's allowed to eat that. Okay, we got a bit of time to kill here. We have our ranch set up. And when they get tamed, I think what happens is they just lay like a lot more eggs, and then we can use the eggs to make food. I'm gonna have to figure out how to automate this. The thing that I remember not liking about ranching and why I never bothered doing it was because it was a huge pain in the ass to automate this. Like, it was inevitably you just had to come over here and kill a bunch of them every now and then. Right, yeah, they need food. Okay, that's what they need. They need a food source of some kind. So how do I... Is it this thing? Critter feeder. There we go. Okay, I knew I was forgetting something important. Just drop that there. Eggshells. We'll deal with that later. Yeah, this is probably something that's going to get neglected for a while, but eventually I'll hopefully figure out what I'm doing with this. Why are these all expanded out all of a sudden? I don't know why these are... I have no idea why these are all expanded. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Alright, do that. Our quantum storage pile grows. Yeah, we're getting there. We've actually swept up more than half of the garbage on the floor, I think. Eyes heavy. Aura de Mimir. don't know what that means. I mean, I assume that means it's sleep time. My high school Spanish tells me that that means it's the hour of sleep, so I'm going to just go with that. The strat is just to use an auto sweeper to remove eggs instantly and only move critters in using the drop off. An incubator is good for making the dupes automatically pick up the critters after they hatch. Have I considered an automated dispenser? I have considered that, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. I need to figure out my space problem here first. Here's the thing. I need to figure out where stuff is going to go, at least a little bit ahead. I think I want my drop-offs to kind of be centralized in the base. Like, I'm tentatively thinking, like, above the printing pod, like, in this area. I might not know it's a two-tile. What's a two-tile building? Oh, I didn't set this up. What do we have the most of? We have a lot of sandstone, right? Whatever, you guys can eat sandstone. I'm sure I'm going to regret this later. But I'm not moving things. Yeah, I don't think I know what you're talking about right now. What's a two-tile building? I got so much to do. I think before I go into automated ranching, I want to figure out automated storage. And before I do that, I think I want to figure out like where I'm going to lay this out. I want to get my duplicants to run through the nature reserve if at all possible. Like somehow. I want to get them to go through that. Not essential electrolyzers. Are we having oxygen problems actually? I mean kind of, but I think it's because the airflow is shitty more than anything else. Drop down like a couple of these and I think that problem's going to go away. When do the mole people attack? I don't think they added mole people to this game. There are critters, I believe, that'll attack you, but we're not going to be, like, dealing with any of those anytime soon. Yeah, I'm having decision paralysis here. This is where this is one of the things that I was having trouble with when I played this game. Was, like, my base is stable. What do I do next? And then I start planning ahead and trying to do too many things at once. Well, speaking of things to do. This one's like a freebie, right? Like this one is literally just have a bunch of free food, if I'm not mistaken. Is there any reason not to take this? Like I'm tempted to just go for this one. We don't really need a doctor. We fixed our food poisoning issue. I don't even know if the doctors can do anything with that. Just put them in a big pool of water. Like I said, don't even slaughter them immediately. I can move these guys around, right? It's not a huge pain in the ass. So if I take these guys and I don't like domesticate them and I just drop them in the water somewhere, I could just deal with them later. But you know what? I'm taking it. We're gonna start by taking it and then we're gonna figure out what the consequences of our actions are later. So what pool do I want to put them in? Yeah, that's a little too shallow. I kind of want to put them in the piss water, but we don't have enough piss water for that. Let's see, where are they going to wind up? They're going to wind up stuck down here, or they're going to go to the right, so I don't have to worry about them getting anywhere. Let's see here. What do these guys do? I want to make sure that I'm not going to regret putting them in the drinking water. They change how you move aquatic critters. Okay, well, can I do it at all is my question. So you could feed them a bunch of stuff, and they make polluted dirt. I'm not going to be feeding them, though, when I put them in a pool. You can turn them into meat. They're only movable or wrangleable while flopping. Okay, so what you're saying is if I need to move these later, it's going to be a pain. Oh, will I actually find a path? I mean, this is to prevent the pee-pee water. I'm going to remove this tile, and they're going to find a way. Like, someone is going to pee immediately when I remove this tile here. Oh, well, that's the risk we take. Yeah, whatever. You know, let's put the fish in the drinking water. I can't possibly see anything going wrong with this. Why do I have an achievement? What did I do? It's not raw. Awesome. Okay, so we finally made a bristleberry. We did it. No research, I don't care. No research focus, I don't care. You are ready. I don't know what you're ready for, but... Hello. Water trap to capture them. I think there is. That's another thing I never used. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at this beautiful migration. You're ready to pee in the drinking water. I see. Oh no, they found algae. Well, I don't think this is going to off-gas in here. Yep, all the seeds that were down here that I didn't realize were here. Whatever, those are gone. We're never getting those back. I think all 8 of them found their way in. I'm just going to assume that they're all in there, and if I find another one, I'm just going to murder it. I'm going to build this now before you pee in the drinking water. Let's see here. What do we got to do? They're still capable of sweeping. Okay, so I got distracted because this isn't what I wanted to do right now. I need to set up a better oxygen solution at some point, but what I was trying to do was figure out where to put, like, the bedrooms. I don't know if, like, setting up separate, like, sleeping areas is particularly worth doing, like, having them sleep next to their, like, workstations. Because then, like, you gotta also have food over there and bathrooms over there. And I don't know if that's worth the trouble, is kind of like what I'm getting out of this. My barracks is probably broken. I don't even know if this is a barracks. What is this room? It's literally one tile too big. Awesome. Well, I want to like redesign this a little bit anyways. Eventually, I want to give them nicer rooms. And I want to like set aside some space to do that. And I want to have a central storage as well, which I could slap down over here maybe. How hot is it over here? This isn't too bad. We could put their living quarters kind of over here. I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to make that the living quarters. So what are the requirements for the individual bedrooms? Like, we don't have the nice beds yet, but I do want to plan for that so I don't have to rebuild all this. Private bedroom is 3 morale. Luxury barracks is 2. I mean, honestly, that's... Okay, no cots, though. Alright, so you get a little bit of extra morale if you give them their own room, but they made the requirement bigger. Didn't this used to be 16 tiles for this? Did they make this requirement, like, more stringent? I vaguely remember this being 16 tiles for a private bedroom, and it looks like they made that bigger. That's kind of a lot of space. Maybe we don't worry about that right now. Maybe we will have to redesign all this at some point. Okay, so they nerfed that, so it's harder to do it now. So let's look at the luxury barracks. Let's see, no cots, so I need comfy beds for that. We're not going to be able to do it. We need a decor item. 4 tiles of height, which is fine, I always do that. And then this is the most basic one, which is just no machinery, and you just need to have some kind of bed in it. So I'm going to set it up as though it's a luxury barracks, but I'm not going to have the comfy beds because we don't have access to those yet, but I'm going to give it like the 4 tile ceiling. And eventually I think I will upgrade it. Yeah, I think luxury barracks. I don't know if I'm going to make private bedrooms. Like maybe if I have somebody like super overworked, they can have the luxury bedroom. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that then. Let's make a... We'll make a couple of these. I think I am going to actually need a private bedroom because a certain somebody in this base is scared of the dark. I don't know where they are. I want to look at them. Who did it? Where are you? I'm gonna make fun of you. There you are. This fucker right here is scared of the dark and needs a light to sleep properly. So you are going to have to get your own room apparently, because you're just a crying piss baby and you need a nightlight. So congratulations, you are going to get your own bedroom. I'm gonna set this whole thing up to be like a couple floors because I think I'm not gonna have room otherwise. And I'll put you like kind of maybe on the top floor over here. You know what? I'm overthinking this. Let's just wing it. This is where your bedroom goes. And then the storage area, I have no idea where it's going to go, actually. Whatever, I will figure it out organically. This is where the bedroom is going to go for the piss baby, who is scared of the dark. So how big do I need to make this room for it to qualify? And if I get anybody else who's also scared, I'll throw them into the same room. So if I want to make the luxury barracks 4 tall, minimum size 12 tiles, that's literally like impossible to do. I guess if you had a really weird ceiling structure. Like it has to be 4 by 4 if that's the case, unless I do something really cursed with the layout of the room. And I'm gonna potentially leave room for like 2 beds. So congratulations, you're gonna have this huge ass room all to yourself until somebody else needs the same accommodations that you do. And I'm just gonna do the same thing that I was doing with the doors, where I put 2 on top of each other like this. Bunk beds. Wait, there's bunk beds in this game? When they add that? When did this happen? Cut. I don't have that research yet, do I? Is that a thing? Bunker. I have no idea what you're talking about. I can make a bunker door. Are they not called bunk beds? Ladder bed. No? Is it the ladder bed? Is that the thing? I mean, I could get that. No, how's our research going? We don't... Yeah, whatever, we'll get that. I'm not going to use those immediately, but yeah, I guess you could stack 2 of those. Okay, well, for now, I'm going to make these. I've not been paying attention to the material I use for this. So how does this work? Do beds have any inherent decor value? No. Okay, so if I made my beds out of granite, it doesn't matter, right? Because they have no decor, so adding like 10% just doesn't do anything, right? So there's literally no reason to make them out of anything that isn't just your most common building material. Okay. Certain beds have decor. Yeah, these ones don't, though. Alright, so this one is incubating. How long is this going to take? 20% per cycle. So I'm going to move that there. Now, do I have any of these sitting around? I'll take another egg. Alright, so I'm going to cram a couple shine bug eggs in here so that you 2 can sleep. These are your cute night lights. When I say 2, there may be a second one. I'm going to actually just leave the 1 bed, but I assume I'm probably going to get a second dupe that wants this bedroom at some point. So yeah, that should be good. So I'm going to remove this bed. And eventually there could be up to 4 of you in here until we get the good beds, but that's going to be a while off, so I'm not going to plan ahead for that. I'll probably restructure this when that time comes. Alright, so then the other thing I want to do... Actually, I need to leave room for decor, so I'm going to set this up a little differently. Yeah, this is good. I'm going to give myself a little room over here if I want to build something. Yeah, okay, I think I know what I want to do. I have a plan. So I'm going to get rid of these. I'm going to place more doors in this area. We're going to build it out in this direction. So I think the carbon dioxide here isn't too bad. We've got a decent amount of gas pressure in this room. Yeah, once I open up this door, that'll let it kind of flow down. So let's get rid of all that, and we're going to make our barracks like as big as it'll let me do it on 1 floor. And then when I have the bunk beds, I can put a ton of people in there. It's dark. You're being a big baby about it. Look, eventually somebody will move these. You know, maybe you could move these if you would take some initiative, and then you could stop crying about the dark. But for now, you're just gonna have to deal with it because nobody is moving the nightlight into your bedroom. Sorry, it's just how it is. Someone's got to do it at some point. All right, so the vent tiles. Yeah, I'll just take a couple right there, I guess. Get rid of the one in the room. At some point I need to clean these up. It looks like we're out of sweep space. Let's see here. I don't know why these all are expanding on their own right now, but whatever. Copy settings. Okay. I put a door there. Destroy this. This just leaves me with some blank space for anything I potentially want to build here. I'll probably come up with something. Again, I think I want to put storage in this area. And then you can run through the gross storage or something. Every time you wake up, you get to see the quantum storage pile. And then I'll put the bed right there. So we'll have room for 3 of these for now. And this gap on the sides, the reason why I'm doing this is so I can put like a plant or something on either side. Or maybe a piece of art. I could put a wall piece as well, but I just kind of like having the spacing like this. You even got a hatch in here that you can cuddle with while you're sleeping. You just snuggle up. You enjoy cramming them into a 2-tile barracks and packing them like anchovies. Better decor that way. I don't know if those 2 statements were related, but I'm gonna at least try to be an ethical, like, overlord of my minions right now. The kitchen light, the toilet light, bed for the lovely moderator, no light. Look, how long is this gonna take? 69% incubation, nice. It's gonna be like a cycle and a half, and then you're gonna have your goddamn nightlight. This one's gonna be done in like a little less than that. You can deal with 1 more night of being scared of the dark, and then you'll be fine. Quit being a baby about it. You'll be just okay. Everybody else can sleep in the grown-up bedroom, where they don't need to have a nightlight. Okay, so I could... This is too big to make a nature reserve out of, but I'm gonna cut it off, like, right here. And we'll see if I want to do anything with that. Dig all that out. Get a bit more airflow. Yeah, something like this. I don't know, I'm just winging it. Gonna be dead like 1 out of 25 cycles. Well, you're gonna be scared during those nights. We have 2 of them in here, so maybe they'll be like on a different cycle and you'll be fine. Why'd I put the monster? Oh my fucking god. Fine, look, okay, I'll take the scary monster out from under your bed. Look, it's completely fine. The monster's gonna be gone now. Yeah, 64 tile max. Is this too big? I need them to... Actually, how many tiles is this? 4. It's a little too big already, I think, so let's get rid of this one. Right, double doors. Okay, that should be good, right? Is there a measuring stick in this game? I think it's just like the mining tool, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Alright, got it. So that'll be just right for the barracks, whenever they get around to finishing this. And I can always make another one, like downstairs or something, though I don't want to do it where the kitchen is. I could make a little one, like right here or something. Actually, I need to. I don't have enough beds. So let me think about this. I could fit 1 more bed if I get rid of these gaps along the sides. You know what? Let's not plan for the luxury beds. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce the size of this room a little bit here. And I'm going to make a second barracks, like kind of filling in this space here. And that should be it. It's scary. Look, 1 more night. Which I don't even know when you sleep. It's not even at night. I don't know what schedule I have you on at this point. Alright, so right here, like that. That should do it. Hopefully nobody gets themselves stuck while they're in here. Yeah, it's 64 tiles. Alright, so we'll overbuild on beds. There we go. That's 15 beds in the base. Room for a 16th one in here. Though I'm not going to put one in here because I don't want them to automatically go in. Are the shine bug lights going to actually get through to this bed, I wonder? Let's get rid of that one. I think that's going to be too close and the lights are going to get through. So that should be good. This asteroid may need HR. Look, who's going to do anything about it? Like, who are you going to complain to? Like, I'm sorry to say you're stuck here. There's only one way out of this colony, Soviet, and that's the sweet release of death. So you decide whether you want to continue to live in this place or not. I mean, or I could send you to the other planet. But, I mean, you're still part of the colony, whether you know it or not. They can sleep in dim light. Okay, is there like an overlap where you can get dim light that everybody's happy with? So we'll worry about that later. Or this should be hatching in a moment here. Kind of. Yeah, half a cycle. Whatever, I'll worry about that later. Food poisoning. Well, look, Kai being a shitty chef isn't my fault, alright? That's not something I have control over. I can't do anything about this. Basically a printing pod. Is this actually dim enough? Yeah, whatever. Let's see, what do we got here? Exosuit training, that's pretty good, right? Do I want this one? Or exosuit? They nerfed exosuits, right? So they're not like as ridiculously overpowered as they used to be. You can't just like have these guys in them all the time. Because I remember it used to be you just wanted to always rush exosuit training and then just never regulate anything in your base. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I want to do. Let's see, where is that on the skill tree? What do you have to do to get that? It's all the way up here, so I think having someone with exosuit training right now would be a good idea. That's my call on this. Alright, we got a 10th duplicate now. I will open the redeem. Welcome to the club, Lindsay, or whatever awful name one of these degenerates gives you. Invalid construction location. Oh, they're just working on it. They added durability, and I thought they made it like you just generally move slower. Like it's harder to get them to move around quickly in the exosuits. Have I inspected these? Probably not. Oh, this... I don't think I want to read all of these during the stream because I know there's a lot of these lore entries and they're kind of like messy and all over the place. Yeah, Mopu. Okay, yeah. Well, you redeemed a second one. Was there anybody else who really wanted to redeem this? Or were you the only one? I was trying to keep it one per person, but for some reason Twitch like broke it and just locked out people who had never redeemed it. If there's nobody else, I'll go with that name. But if anybody else in chat really wanted to do that name, I can refund that and give somebody else a chance to do it. Because I would prefer if everybody got around first. So if not, I will go ahead and take your redeem. Just let me know, chat. I'll give you a minute or two. Reading not needed. Oh, we got a floppy disk. Kids these days don't even know what these are. I could process it into data analysis research points. I don't know what that is. Devs, this is not telling me anything about what this means. How do I process these? Oh, you had the big ones. You had like the 8-inch. Yeah, I'm sorry I said the word like that. Okay, nobody else is saying anything, so I'll take your redeem. So where'd the little gremlin go? How do I find these fuckers? Are they like in here or something? Lindsay. Why is it cut off by the UI? There we go. That's a good name. I will probably not be referring to this one by name for the remainder of the playthrough, but it will be on screen. I want to know what it's for. Isn't there like a thing I could get? Hold on. Let me try to figure this out myself first. Doesn't one of these like let me analyze these? Okay, what do we have? I don't think it's any of this stuff. Those are rockets. It's this one. There's the data analysis research. Yeah, we're a little ways off from this. I mean, I could research it now, but it requires rocket stuff. And then I will be able to get like the tier like 5 stuff or whatever on the right. Yeah, okay, that's something for the future. I'm not going to worry about these, but I guess I can inspect these. Yeah, the teleporters. I vaguely remember this, like inspecting all of these. Look, I don't want to activate that. I was told not to activate that. Oh. All I did was click on it. I didn't even do nothing. No. No, it's ruined. No, we gotta reset. We gotta reset. It's all over now. I just clicked on it. I just wanted to inspect the building. No. Alright, well, Whatever, we don't have to worry about that anymore. Yeah, pre-programmed destination. It goes to another planetoid. There is a return device. You could send somebody through. I don't want to do that just yet. We can at least look. Well, let's go through this. So we got Drip Hera. That is disgusting looking. I assume there's oil on this planet now. Awesome. Alright, so I don't think it's going to show me where the teleporter goes, but I think once I go through it, it's going to, like, show me the spot underneath. Why am I not supposed to click on it? It's just apparently it'll show up on this list now. Like, just permanently. Like, I can't make this go away. It's just always on this list, and I think it'll have notifications now. Like, if something happens on that planet. Crops. 0 out of 0. You don't say. Now, whatever, I'll get over it. Okay, let's inspect all the buildings. Whoever told me to inspect the buildings, this is your fault. You did this. Maybe we'll go on like a reading session. We'll do like a bedtime reading story session or something. I'll like read all the dialogue or whatever, but we're not doing that for now. Okay, I can't inspect that. What is this thing? Okay, I think I inspected everything that I could here. There's something up here as well. I have to activate it. I can't see anything else. Ah, whatever, good enough. Let's do a reading stream. We're not doing that today. My voice is already starting to hurt. I do want to end soon. I say this every goddamn stream, and then I never actually do it. I do want to shorten my streams so that I'm not killing my voice by the end of it. So I'm probably going to end fairly soon here. But I just want to see if I can wrap up like what our active like tasks were that we were working on. This has definitely been fun. I want to come back to this. There will be another stream of this game sometime this year, probably. Let me lock these real quick. This has been an enjoyable experience, but I do want to end stream fairly soon here. Brainless Society, thank you for the follow. That said, I don't know when I'm going to do this. Just a warning, anyone who's new here, I do not stream often at all. Like once or twice a month usually. It's just kind of how it works for me. I don't like to dedicate a ton of time to this. It gets stressful if I like do it too often. So I apologize about that. I should stop yelling. Am I yelling? I don't think I am. It probably sounds like I'm yelling. I always sound like I'm yelling though. I don't intend to do that. No, chat, look, it's me. It's me, I'm in the game. It's cosine. Wow, that's truly incredible. I can't believe the developers put me in the game. How have I never noticed this? I've never actually taken the time to look at these. Oh, that's incredible. You know, I was saying at the beginning of the stream, like, I didn't think we would be having a cosine function anywhere in this game. It's even cosine. It's not even a sine wave. Oh, that's amazing. I'm actually in the video game. Truly incredible. Anyways, yeah, I don't stream very often. My voice starts to hurt after I do it too long. That may or may not ever change at any point in the future. But I at least try to do like high quality streams, and I tend to go like pretty long whenever I do stream, like at least like 6 hours. I'm going to try to wrap this one up fairly soon here. So let's just see if we can catch up on what we've accomplished so far before we go ahead and end it. So let's see, we don't have any urgent like critical things to do anymore. Oxygen is fine. It's a little thin up here. What I think I need to do, I'll actually do it right now, is drop an oxygenator or diffuser or whatever all the way up here. Yeah, right there in the industry room. I'll just do that right now so I don't forget about that later. And other than that, I think we're stable. So chat, for like future streams, yeah, it's cosine x over x. It kind of looks like that. I don't know exactly how that function like diminishes like with distance from the axis, but it kind of looks like that. Well, I mean, it's weird and wavy and hand drawn, and there's x equals 0 for no reason on it. But it's got a cosine in it. That's the important part. Yeah, a little thin. Look. Look, they'll be fine. This is completely fine. Never mind. Stress. Okay, whatever. That's something we'll have to fix in the future. I'm working on it, alright? I slapped down an oxygen diffuser. I'm going to keep calling these oxygenators. It's an oxygen diffuser. But anyways, what I want to do in this is I want to kind of, like, I want to get out of this like comfort zone, because what I could literally just sit here and do this until I run out of water or something. I need to push myself out of this comfort zone. I need like ideas or things to do that I have like been neglecting to experience right now. So I think what I want to tentatively do next time, I could either crack into this ice biome next time I go, or I could get to like all these teleporters and send somebody to the new planet. And I think I should probably try to go to the new planet during the next stream at some point and just see like what I can do there. Maybe mop up the crude oil while we're at it. I'll just do that now. But that's tentatively what I want to do. Building rockets. I think I want to go to the planet first and then look into the building the rockets, because this is right here. So this is like the most low-hanging fruit for interesting content that I could experience here for myself and for chat. A lot of this is for me as well, because again, I got about this far into the game and then I stopped playing when I first did Spaced Out. So tentatively, that's the next thing we're gonna do. But I think we're gonna go ahead and end it for now. So this was a lot of fun. Thank you for the I think Snoozio was the one who rated. Thank you for all the follows, and thank you so much for all the gift subs. I think we had like 20 gift subs or something. Like a lot of you gave like 5 during September here. We're probably not going to be doing another September stream, so if you're gonna do more subs, you can just do them for other streamers. Again, I never like expect people to sub to my stream because I understand that I am very sporadic with it. I may not stream again until like the middle of October, very likely, but we'll see. I don't know, it depends how the timing works out and how I feel. As for the future of this game, here's the last bit. Alright, awesome, thank you. The text-to-speech is 16 bits, by the way, just for anyone who's curious what triggers that. I should probably put that in the About section. But just so I could wrap this up and cut the VOD here, because I am going to be cutting VODs for Oxygen as well. The plan for the next like Oxygen playthrough is we go to the other planet, maybe like crack open some of these like geysers, just see what could happen here. I definitely want to stream this game again though. This has been a lot of fun, and I'm always open to chat, like suggesting things that I could poke at in the future with this game. We might also look at quality of life mods at some point. But all in all, this has at least been interesting so far, and we've somehow avoided our colony like spiraling into complete chaos. I will not be playing this game off stream, like at all. I don't think I'm gonna even like turn on this colony off stream. I might like look into things, like I might make like a creative world or something to like look into stuff. But this is gonna all be on stream. It's not gonna be like Astroneer, where I do like off-screen mining, because I think there's too much at stake in this game. There's too many things happening. There's too much risk of like something significant or interesting occurring for me to be doing this off stream. So this will be an entirely on-stream experience, and there will be VODs that I save on Twitch and then maybe at some point on YouTube for all of my Oxygen Not Included streams. So if you are getting into this and you miss out on one of them, there will be VODs somewhere. For sure they'll be on Twitch. Eventually I want to move them to YouTube, but I keep putting that off for a variety of bad excuses that I'm not even going to go into right now. So that'll be it for Oxygen Not Included today. I think I thanked all the relevant parties already. Editor, cut VOD here.